Profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk, so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the hit, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking over lit, walking down this road. We ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning, so if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking over lit, walking down this road. I'm out late, ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, granted every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. I'm sick and distressed, but I'm back with a match, yeah, I'm a nothing to lose. I'm sinking my teeth in, and I won't let you go when I'm having fun till we set fire to the fuse. Alone, I'm moving like a shadow. You're walking in my dead zone, breathing slow. Life fade from your eyes. And this is not a warning, this is not a test. I'm tuning on you and I'm coming for the rest. And I'm about to ignite.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for week 3 of LEC Summer. Here, a new set of games ahead of us today. You see them behind us. We're gonna have Navi, SK, gearing up for the first series of the day. But first things first, guys, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm actually super excited for today. I think there's a lot of really important games, especially this first one, SK Navi, huge playoffs implications, and then later on GX vs MKOI. It's gonna be hopefully some more clean games than yesterday.
I'm hoping for chaos. I want to see Dracos breaking the desk. I want to see crash outs. Like, if I've had to do it, he has to do it too.
Yeah, I feel like it's been on brand so far in LEC Summer. I just want to check the schedule to see what we have actually and the standings. Who leads? Okay, Relech is yelling, but it's fine. We'll take care of this later. He's excited as well, as we all are. What happened yesterday? I wasn't working. I'm happy I wasn't.
a lot of Baron starts, not a lot of Baron finishes.
Yeah, the amount of Baron starts to finishes was probably a 4-to-1 ratio across the series. First series, Giant X were able to bring home the win in the end. It wasn't the cleanest. And then we saw Heretics picking up their first series win in 133 days. 133 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, 33.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Our graphic was wrong.
Breaking records here. And yeah, we have a clear top 2 so far in the standings. The rest is up for grabs. We don't know what's going to happen.
Grabs is in 9th.
Grabs, we'll see Grabs
I was going to say that. I thought that was a little bit too low-hanging fruit, Medic, but kudos, you took it.
You know what? Everything has been chaotic so far, and I want to bring more of the chaos here onto the stage with some statements we had about the league and the LEC in general. We're going to see whether we agree or disagree with them. You can vote with us in chat as well, of course. The first statement we're going to have is AD carries have big egos. So they have in the press, at least. We had Supa saying I'm better than that.
I'm going over here.
The AD carries are the whiniest players I think I've ever seen. They cannot play the game without complaining at least 5 times.
It's true.
How do you explain that, though? Like, why?
Because the game is defined by AD carries, or has been for so long, right?
Okay.
I'm very much over here. I'll move out of the way so we're not blocking each other on the show.
I'm just going to say...
I'm just going to agree.
The top laners had to put up with ranged top laners for 2 years.
True.
AD carries had Mage's bot for like half a patch, and Riot is already catering to them. And I've had enough of this AD carry catering. I'm done with it.
So, Medic, unbiased opinion here. If AD carries have egos, what are top laners?
Top laners are an island unto themselves. Okay. I'll be honest. Like, stoic is a great way of putting it. Also, without any emotion, and hedonic. Do you know what anhedonic is? The having a lack of having any joy in your life. I think that's top laners generally, right? They're just there to hit each other for a little while. They don't actually find joy in League of Legends, like in most of the moments.
They don't like it.
Hey, if I'm 0-0-0, my team wins, you know, it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, following up on the latest ego statement that we had, Kalist, top 10 ADC in the world, yes, no?
Yeah, I mean, I
kind of want to agree after the EWC run he had.
I'm straddling.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've added an extra section because I think like top 10 is actually quite a big catchment pool when you think about it, right? You have a lot of good AD carries, but Kalist has proven at EWC that he can compete with the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, the latest results kind of back it up.
Yeah, exactly.
So you gotta hand it to him. He talked big and he backed it up. Kudos.
All right. Wait and see what happened at Worlds. Or not. We'll see. Later.
KC are making Worlds. If KC don't make Worlds, that's a generational like drop-off. So.
Second statement we have is, this is the best meta we've had in years. I really like it. I like the diversity, whether it's on the bot lane, the new support champions we have, the fact that you can play a lot of things on top lane as well. I don't know. I'm having fun. The teams are nuts, maybe?
I've stopped playing solo queue entirely.
But I don't care about solo queue, I'm talking about here.
Okay, but I've also stopped competing entirely.
Okay, that's fair
that's not your choice.
This is your job, Finn.
Every single game I queue up to, there's a support waiting in the top lane bush to stop me from just entering my lane. The supports, they don't play bot lane anymore. I have to respect them every single lane. I can't trade anymore, and I'm stuck under my tower, and I can't play the game as a top laner. I'm sick of it.
You're right, actually. Like, they complain about support, they complain about junglers, they just hate the game.
Exactly, they just hate the game entirely.
Fair enough.
As soon as someone interacts with them,
my little 1v1 in the top lane for 15 minutes. Don't care if I win the game or not. I just want to be isolated and have my little solitary moment.
You're saying you're complaining about other people influencing and changing your role.
Yes.
But you don't like the fact that AD carries complain about the same thing.
No, because they're complaining about their own role playing as mages.
You're complaining about your own role playing against another player.
Yeah, but AD carries, they know that, because when they sign up to play AD carry, they have a support.
Like, the meta changes. I'm going to go strongly agree.
Okay, what do you like about it?
I know it sounds a lot like I hate the meta at the moment because I dislike how much influence Camille has, but I think you have the option to do a huge amount of things in this meta.
Yeah.
If you want to play conventional front to back, you can. If you want to play conventional team fights, you can. If you want to play 1-3-1, you can.
Unless you're a top laner, you're playing Narcus Hunter Wellington every single game. Or maybe if you're lucky, you're playing a Rumble, maybe an Ambessa.
I've seen a ton of Vayne top lane.
Yeah.
I've seen Ambessa dominate the game.
That's not
I've seen Varus top lane. Like, there is a wide diversity in the current meta that we haven't seen.
You are listing various amounts of maladies right now.
Just because you dislike it doesn't make it bad. I dislike Camille's support. I still think it's
but it's
quite
healthy
good
for the game.
For the game to have a lot of options.
Top laners don't get a lot of option when they
You
play.
have so many options. If you want to play AP Aurelia top, you can go watch Baus. You know,
you
there's
have
so
range,
many different things you can do.
have bruisers, you have tanks.
Medic. You know,
all right, next one. Most of the teams got worse in summer.
So far in
sorry,
summer?
I got
Most?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Can
we go into the Valorant studio?
Yeah, can we leave?
We're going to head over here to the Valorant studio.
I mean, it's a problem because usually from spring to summer, you don't see that many roster changes.
True.
This spring to summer, we've seen a boatload of roster changes, and that kind of makes it so that the teams have to relearn how to play with each other. And it's almost like we're watching an LEC versus split. That's how rough around the edges the teams seem right now. It's no wonder that G2 and KC look so dominant because they just haven't changed anything. They just keep working on what they had.
I entirely agree with Finn. It does still mean the teams are worse.
Yeah.
And I think the majority of teams do look worse in these first 2 weeks than we've seen them at the end of summer. Things looked a lot cleaner, right? But whether that's because of changes, whether they're not adapting to the meta well enough, who knows? It just generally, the LEC looks weaker than it did at the end of summer.
At least it's entertaining, right? Right? Okay, last one we have. SK is making worlds.
Okay.
I don't know how to feel about this. Do you
have
have SK fans in the house? No, they're not here this week.
I
Well,
mean,
they would have
all
agreed.
4 of them.
All 4 of them.
I like SK. I want to believe in SK, but they have to go for MCOY if they want to make worlds. And I just don't see them doing it.
Yeah, I'm sitting relatively strong this
Yeah.
Like, I'm
I'll stay in the
optimistic
middle.
for SK. I believe SK is taking steps in the right direction, and I think they have a chance to make worlds. I don't think on the paper
That's
they
the
should
most
be making
lukewarm
worlds.
statement I've seen ever.
Okay.
Yeah, but
have a
he's
chance.
also standing in strongly disagree.
Yeah, okay.
So you know
I
where
like
he
this better.
ends up, right?
Yeah.
He definitely disagrees with it.
I don't think they're making.
I'm in a
Okay.
similar vein where I think they show a lot more promise than they did. I still don't think they're top 3 in the league.
No.
Okay.
The good news is, right, none of us are Vedi.
Yeah.
Because Vedi, on his Mind the Gap podcast, by
He
the
said
way, you can
Fnatic
catch it
is
on
making
Spotify.
worlds.
Yeah, he said Fnatic are making worlds. And so none of us are Vedi. There's a reason he's on sabbatical right now.
To be fair, he said that before yesterday. Do you
Does
think
not
do you
matter.
think Fnatic is making worlds actually?
Let's go over here together.
I'm gonna take a coffee break, okay? You guys do this.
But talking about SK, they did get a lot better. I feel like making changes was the way to go
Yes.
for them. What did they get better at? Is what I'm looking
Predominantly
at.
everything.
Yeah.
I think the main difference that we see with them now is, and Finn was talking a lot about this before, the mid lane is no longer the whole of
black hole?
resources
Yeah.
that it was, right? And so because of that, it opens them up to do a lot more stuff on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for SK for many reasons. But to me, it's that they're showing signs of being a good team. Now, what defines a good team, Medic?
That's a good
Is it
question.
really good team fighting?
Good
Is it really
branding?
good laning phase? You can,
K-pop
you
dancers.
can make the arguments for that, but in the end, I think what defines a good team is how they make use of the dead time in game. And I want to break down and highlight a little bit why SK is the team to look out for, because I think they have a really good understanding of that dead time. You know, the 3-minute mark before Dragons. So let's open up here. Right now, it's 3 minutes to Dragon. Not a lot is happening. G2, on the blue here, is a good team. They're currently setting up caps here on the side lane. So they're going to contest this mid wave and rotate everyone down here, or at least 3 people, and try to pressure this tower from SK. SK is also a good team because they know this, and they knew this even 20 seconds ago. So I want to show you guys what they're going to do. As I'm going to increase the min-map here. Wunder, the standard play for Wunder here would be to just run bot, catch this wave, or maybe even have to drop the wave because the whole of G2 is coming. So he doesn't do that because there's no point, right? Why would he go bot if he's just going to have to drop the wave anyway? So what he does is he's opening up here Why? Because SK needs to attack G2 in the setup. The moment G2 gets the setup, it's a winning play for G2. So the only moment SK has to attack G2 is right now. So I'm going to roll out the clip here, and you're going to see Wunder make an engage. Now, an engage doesn't have to be a Jarvan ult, a fancy leasing kick, a fantastic... I don't know. Sometimes an engage is just a Gnar out-attacking an enemy support. It can be just that simple. Just knowing when you want to fight is more important than knowing how you fight. So already, Wunder has opened here onto Labrov, chunked him down super low, and G2 is a little bit late on the play. Why? Caps was pushing in the bot wave to set up that play. He is not here right now. Caps is now trying to rotate to save Labrov, but this has split up G2 completely. Broken Blade and Hansama is on this side of the fight, and meanwhile Caps, Gumon and Labrov is on this side of the fight. While you look at SK, they are conglomerated here, or congregated here, perfectly in the mid together here as a 5-man unit. And it just allows them to take this fight with so much confidence. Look, Caps is coming here, and it looks like G2 is getting some zone of control back here, but they just send it on Caps. He has Flash, he has the Miasma, but having a Wunder with Flash, Skins with Flash just makes it so simple. And the rest of this fight doesn't really matter to me, because it's all about the setup to the fight. How the teamfight plays out is all a result of the minutes leading up to the teamfight. And that is what SK has impressed me with. They can read the map before the fight happens. They know where the fight will be, and they put themselves in the correct position to contest that area.
I think this is the level of coordination you expect from a team that has players like Wunder and Mickey on it, right? These guys have been at the top level of the esport, and so you expect them to be able to train their team into doing these things. It's something we didn't see as much with Leader, where it felt like SK had deliberately planned to play through Leader. Here, Slowq is much more a cog in the machine of SK, rather than that central gearbox or something in an engine. I don't know engines.
I don't know engines either. But absolutely, and even Wunder, a player that has had a lot of scrutiny towards him, thinking it's maybe past his prime. But here is a prime example of what experience in the top lane can bring to a team.
Yeah.
A lot of rookie top laners would just stay their bot, don't know why they're getting dove, and just lose a wave or lose a tower. This is what he brings to the team, and this is what I want to keep tracking for SK, because they show so many good signs.
And on the other side, they're facing off against Na'Vi, who I feel like haven't changed that much. I don't feel like they needed to. They had a high ceiling and a lot of potential at the beginning of the year, but I feel like seeing them perform that much raised the expectations so much for this roster, but they're still the same team that I had hopes on at the beginning of the season. So what are they missing? Because looking at the meta right now, I would expect Paris and LEC linking up together to become an even better team.
And they are doing that in the early game. Like, the early game stats are really solid. 100% of first Drakes, they're still playing through that let's stack Drakes, let's look for team fights later on sort of style. The problem comes from when they have experimented in the past, we haven't seen those experiments really either come to fruition or be pushed long enough to come to fruition. We're still seeing LEC is the playmaker, let's play through LEC, rather than saying, let's put Maintor on something that can carry, let's put Poby on something that can side lane well, let's actually add pressure on other sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with almost every single point that Medic is making.
Almost.
Almost every single point. We'll say that for later.
Not the top lane ones, obviously.
In the end, if I had to say the better team between SK and Na'Vi, I would actually say Na'Vi is the better team.
Okay. Sure.
But if I would rate any of these teams going up against G2, against KC, against maybe even MKOI, I would still favor SK, because it feels like Na'Vi doesn't have that same clutch factor. They're a little bit too comfortable on relying on the star power of LEC, and it feels like it has hindered their development throughout this entire year.
What do we think? An improved SK? A stable Na'Vi? Casters, what do you think?
Producer was talking in my ear, so I didn't hear anything that you said. Very interesting point. Yes. Did you hear?
I did hear it, because I actually pay attention, unlike you. But they were talking about, what do you think if Na'Vi has enough, or if SK is finally better? Because they were saying that Na'Vi, and they're just relying too much on LEC. But I do think that Na'Vi does have enough. They're just lacking some coordination.
This right here, why this guy's father material. Active listening, men at home. Take notes.
Big skill, big skill.
Big skill. Good you were paying attention. I will lock in now, Odo. I'm Drago, this is Odo. Apologies. A little loosey-goosey as we kick things off today. It has been weird. I love the strongly agree, strongly disagree that we saw earlier in the day, and I like the breakdown for this matchup. These are two teams that I would describe myself as cautiously optimistic for. But But I don't think there's any optimism without caution right now in the LEC. There's a lot of like, ooh, how's it going to work? But I do think that we're very fortunate. We're casting, I think, some of the potential best quality games we're going to get to see in this regular season because these two teams do really feel neck and neck.
It is extremely exciting because from that caution comes excitement and hype. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about
You're
that.
allowed to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, so fun fact, me and Odo have cast once together before this. You're allowed to talk as long as you want, brother.
That's
Until
cool,
the producer tells us not to talk. The fans are here, they're ready, they're eager.
I'm super eager. I love these two teams. I feel like these are the two breakout teams. If there's two teams that can contend and actually to take that world spot later on in the year because everyone's a little bit slacking on the side of Empo and the other hype teams, I am cautiously optimistic as you said.
That's the theme of the day, cautiously optimistic. But I hope we get a really exciting draft. We're gearing up for picks and bans now. Look, we're going to keep probably bringing up Mage's bot lane. I think that it's lost some of the joy and excitement, mostly because it's not like we have new additions to the Mage's bot lane discussion.
I feel like the ADCs over here in Europe, they did their part. They played them for a little bit and they said, hey, listen, I tried. I just think I'm a lot better at ADCs right now.
Yeah, look, I think you're completely right, and it's really reflected in both Yopa and Samdi's Corki performance. Look, some nasty numbers. Corki looking really good just generally right now. Dagda described it as kind of, he feels like it's those caster AD carries, you know, the people who are looking for these Trinity Force procs like Lucian, like Corki, or Essence Reaver, whatever, you know, your Sheen item procs that really can fight them back against the mages. We'll see if that's the priority.
I feel like it's one of those compromises that the ADCs are really looking for because you want me to play a mage, they say, well, you didn't say if you wanted to be AP, so I'm just going to pick my AD mage, I'm going to bring back the Lucian, I'm going to pick the Corki, the Ezreal, and we're just all going to have some fun, throw some spells.
That's a really good point, yeah. Take that, coaches back home.
It's like malicious compliance.
Malicious compliance. Oh, you said I had to cast spells. Most of my damage does come from spells. Technically,
do more. I did cast all of them, yeah.
There you go. All right. Mainter excited, of course, playing up against Slowq today. Former teammates. Slowq, pretty solid debut, right? The one Silas game was a bit of a stinker, but that felt more like a comp diff than anything else. We'll get the picks and bans up on your screen shortly as we hot drop in here.
He did have a great... I mean, you're a bit of a hater of a... I mean, it was a bit of a comp deck given everything he had. For me, Slowq has been extremely impressive, and I do want to see what more he can bring, especially now where he's facing against Mainter. I always enjoy to play against one of your teammates and just put them in the dust. Just make him feel
the
pain.
Interview is usually, oh, wow, what, you know, it's so nice to play against him. No, there's not more stakes. But then you hear the voice comms, and it's always like, we have to kill this guy. We have to take him out. Now, Camille, Rumble, also the Jace being banned away, so a decent amount of topside focus. And I will say, Mainter, we got used to seeing him kind of on tank duty a lot, at least when I was here in Versus. Now he has branched out a bit more. I would say Rumble, very standard, but he's also picked up the Jax. He's also picked up the Zehen, so curious to see what the early prio is going to be here. Coach Odawamne, how do you just lock a slam a jungler here? What's OP? Without giving away the Fnatic secret sauce, you know, how much? Give me some of the secret sauce.
I feel like even if you give the Fnatic secret sauce, it doesn't really matter.
No, that's why it's the secret sauce, bro. Don't tell them.
There's a bunch of options here you can obviously go for. The Jarvan, the Vi is the big standout for me with the Poppy being out. I feel like it is highly contested. The other question I have, what do we do with the mages? Because even though the ADCs are moving away from the mages, the likes of Victor, the likes of Syndra are still open and extremely important on the red side. But I'm anticipating a lobby drop, perhaps.
Why would you anticipate a lobby? Oh, dude,
I'm too good at it, you know.
All right,
predict. You know, like when you see Mainter over there.
Predict that, Kadril. How about that, huh? You can't predict the lobby breaking.
The confusion, you know. I've been in that position where there's 3 seconds until you need to lock in your champion, and you say what, and then you don't know what to pick, and then.
Yeah. So some sort of technical issue, of course. For those of you curious about joining Pro Play, you cannot just say what and then drop out. That's not actually.
They made us play a bunch of times with a random pick. We felt the punishment back then.
So now there's some laughter on stage, so we'll keep you posted. But not a whole lot. I mean, the thing about this right now is that I feel like because the meta is so wide open, it's not like I'm looking.
It's not clear cut.
It's not clear cut because I would say in a lot of splits in the past, it's like 1 or 2 champions are really important, and 1 or 2 roles in a game are usually really important. But even when I look at the nameplates, like, yes, I think Yopa and Samdi are super important, but if they just pick Mage v Mage, suddenly it's a completely different story. That's the cool thing about the meta, but it's also kind of annoying when it comes to talking about what we can actually expect from these teams. It is so heavily decided by pick and ban.
It's quite predictable, but also extremely unpredictable because every team has their own read, and you can kind of anticipate the sort of trades that will be going on with the flexes and stuff. It brings me back to the time, when did we have a lot of flexes in Europe? I feel like it was 2021, early 2020. I feel like when it was just flex meta, but now obviously there's flex meta with the mages and everything, so a lot of these trades are being decided by who can flex what. But again, my clear standout here is the Vi. I'm expecting either of those teams because it's just such a good jungler in the meta, provides you a lot of engage, and it's just a lot of skirmish power in this meta. Okay. Oh, Orianna. Oh, no, never mind.
We missed the Orianna.
The secret sauce is right there.
The secret sauce is right there. That is the Orianna Nocturne now. Obviously, we talk a lot about these jungle mid duos, or these kind of combos of 2 or more champions, Orianna Nocturne being one of the most popular. And for those of you who are just joining us, we did remake picks and bans. The bans have remained exactly the same. There was some sort of issue on that first lock-in. So everything you've seen so far is where we're at. But it does mean leaving the Vi up and available, which SK are immediately going to grab. Do you have to break up the Orianna Nocturne combo? Like, is it that scary?
It is quite deadly, but at the same time, you can counter it by just not going for this traditional control mage in the mid lane. Because if you have lanes that are just not immobile, where they just have a lot of individual agency, you don't really mind the Nocturne Orianna so much, because I'm thinking of champions like Locke. The Kali has been banned, so for example, that was one of the good answers that could have been anticipated into this. The Galio is already picked early. Now I am a little bit cautious.
Sylas instead.
The little switcheroo.
So I said it, you said it already. I was a skeptic of the Sylas last time. I think it was, for the most part, a compositional difference. We saw a lot of late game fights. That was the game where Wonder took the most damage in the history of all esports or whatever. And Slowq kind of just had to watch from the sideline. You know, he got that extra chair in the hotel to sit and spectate. But
it's quite dangerous to pick it this early, though, because we have seen a couple of attempts of Orianna being flexed to the bot lane, and locking yourself into Sylas, opening yourself to counterpick, even though it might mess up your team composition, it would be a little bit dangerous. But the Nocturne Orianna comes in, honestly, even though it's just one of these shotgun team comps, it just provides so much. Early jungle aggression, now the Shen hover.
And the lock-in. Look, I gotta say, like, taking out
it's so OP.
SK's composition for a second, or what SK can possibly pick, these first 3 picks, I'm like, wow. Great signposting. You know exactly what Na'Vi are doing. It is strapping a Shen and a ball to the back of that Nocturne and finding picks, collapsing on side lanes. It's a very good start.
And this is what I want to see from any team, where you have this sort of team comp who's telegraphed but good, because all of a sudden your team comp has an identity. You have the Shen, the Nocturne Orianna, you already have your engage secured, you have your control mage secure. Now the 4 or 5, it can go pretty much any direction you want, because you're guaranteed to have already a solid team comp.
That you are. Now the response here is the Rel.
Traditional counter pick to the Shen. I do feel like Shen is slowly rising up to be the strongest support in the meta, because listen, Shen just came out of nowhere as the traditional counter to the Camille, but people started realizing that Shen is just OP by himself. So now we're going down the rabbit hole where you're trying to find counter to the Shen, and that's where the Rel just comes in. But overall, a lot of engage on the side of SK, but I do want to see a winning lane somewhere, because you have a lot of firepower, you have a lot of ability to start fights, but you don't really have a lot of individual agency. Who are you going to go to? Who's going to spearhead a little bit of prior for you to be able to move and find these sorts of skirmishes?
Certainly true. As we enter the second ban phase, you see Kai'Sa taken away, obviously the kind of premier AD carry when it comes to pairing with dive.
Yeah, just take away all of that dive. On the side of Na'Vi, they're prepping a top lane bind pick, and that is the problem with blue side in pro play. The top laner is extremely hard to pick, so most of the time you're looking at the bans like Vayne or... Well, traditionally it's just Vayne plus X. Whatever that X is, it depends on whatever team you are and what you want to go play. You can go the side of Renekton or Ambessa or whatever. But anyway, good bans so far. I like that SK is identifying the fact that, hey, if our team comp really wants to engage, I want to make a threat on the enemy team. I wanna create an extra weakness. So that's where the Xayah and the Kai'Sa bans come from.
Yeah, and Xayah, of course, makes a ton of sense. One of the few things that can deal with kind of the Vi reliable point-click engage. And there's the Corki that we mentioned, right? For both Yaffa and for Samdi, I think some of their best individual games in terms of raw damage output and individual leads were on that champion. Yaffa's going to get it first. So now Na'Vi want to see if they can respond here, maybe secure something against Prio. I want to call back to something that we talked about. I can't remember if it was on broadcast or off broadcast yesterday. We were talking about like some of the strongest picks in jungle. And when we talked about Vi, it's like, Yes, but. And the but was, you can't let her get invaded early on. So I am looking to see what SK can do to stop that, because you see Orianna, who can probably get pushed. If the top lane matchup isn't good, I don't know, I start to get a little nervous for Skeens. And clearly Na'Vi are recognizing it too, because they lock in the Misfortune, who, yeah, can be vulnerable to the Vi, but is definitely powerful early.
They're just going for a lot of wombo combo. And at the point of the Vi being invaded, I feel like it's still not that much of a threat right now, because her biggest weakness is that level 1. You want to walk in level 1, you want to walk in with Orianna, and this Olaf, if this Olaf is going through, we might be seeing that happening live in 4K, because I was thinking that the silos would be enough to deter that sort of invade. But I love the Na'Vi team comp. I mean, I love it, except MF. MF is a little bit out of place. A little bit out of place.
What do you like about it? Is it just that it has clear? It's clear that
it's
what it wants to do.
If I'm Na'Vi and I'm going into this game and I have a microphone malfunction and I cannot talk to any of my teammates, it is clear. I don't need to say a single thing, because everyone knows his role. Again, except the MF, who's gonna say good luck everyone, and she's gonna try to be providing covering fire with the ultimate. And the Kled.
Okay, Kled, the answer.
Okay, this game is going to be bloody.
This game is going to be bloody. We've seen this as an answer from Broken Blade. Sometimes if you fall behind early, it can be difficult, but we saw these, these big Thanos moments where Kled gets far ahead enough, and it feels like he is unanswerable, unstoppable. A lot of short-range skirmish options on the side of SK. The only big source of range damage they have, the only ranged champion they have, is this Corki. But they're looking to fist fight and kind of match some of the wombo combo threat that Na'Vi are bringing to the table.
So listen. Everyone was sad about the very slow games that we are having, that we go to these objectives and everyone is just fighting for position for 30, 40, 1 minute, 2 minutes. But this is one of those games where the fight might just start and end in the blink of an eye, because it's extremely explosive. I like the Kled. It's one of the only answers to the Olaf at the same time. But I'm putting a lot of eyes on this top lane and on this mid lane matchup, because this top lane matchup is not easy. You need a lot of confidence, a lot of courage, a lot of testosterone, because Olaf versus Kled is really one of those checks of how confident are you walking into this, how much of the limitations of the champions do you know, because if you don't take care of that, it can quickly go out of control.
All right, solo lane volatility, the thing that we're going to be tracking. Do they have enough of the chutzpah, enough of the courage as we get into game 1 here? Na'Vi and SK going toe-to-toe, 1-1 for both of them in the scoreline thus far. And waiting for the wombo combo. We'll see if we get those early skirmishes. I think the frustrating thing for me as a caster always, Odo, is we load up these drafts where you can imagine the coolest wombo of all time, right? And then it's like, yeah, does that sound exciting? Well, now for 8 minutes, we're just going to wait for them to level up. Hey, but maybe we get a fist fight. You said you didn't know if there was going to be enough prio for them to just invade and go, but they're not even waiting for prio. They just got a cheeky level 1 here to come in and contest the Raptors, a little Nocturne classic.
Aren't you happy that the Shen spun the wheel and then he figured out that the best play for him would be to just go with jungle and just abandon bot lane? Because that's what he did pretty much.
Someone has to be abandoned, though. Those are the rules. Supports can't go bot. This is an honest game. 1v1 in every lane and 2 junglers.
But look at the Rel. Rel right now is terrified. Shen walked into your topside jungle. I don't know if he's going to gank top. I don't know if this is 2v2 top, because we did say it as well. Wunder has Ignite in this top lane is extremely explosive. And if he felt that he needs to match that, and all of a sudden he's off tempo.
Yep. Paris, this is 100 games now in the LEC as of now. And for his 100th game, he's chosen to go on a bit of a walkabout, a bit of a wander, and it's a similar story for Mickey X. Look, everyone's talking about it. Where are the supports going? What are they going to do? The answer is Paris never goes bot ever. That is 19% bot proximity. He is opted for a couple of seconds here just to make Samdi feel like everything is okay, but I assume he'll leave pretty instantaneously, at least based on the stats that we have so far.
Honestly, even though it's 2 minutes in the game, I feel like he did an amazing job, because he walked in, he secured this invade, and then on the way back, look at Skeens. Skeens got forced out of the jungle. He's about to be farming only 1 quadrant. Nocturne is about to have the early game of his life. He's about to clear 3 quadrants, go to the crab, be first, and at the same time, there was no sacrifice anywhere, because the Rel matched him. The Rel matched them and tried to figure out where he is, and he just didn't find him.
That's so frustrating for Mickey now, to fall behind in that way. And good on Paris, as you highlighted. I like it. We'll see just how juicy the steak is, how buttery the lobster is, because Skeens is going for a bit of an invade.
It's the only play he has. There's just nothing to do. All of the jungle is out. He needs to find Rielich and start a fight.
Doesn't even get to hide in the brush. Walks in just long enough for Relech to recognize that his whole gambit, this whole early level 1 has paid off, but Mickey and Yappa committing their time to try to salvage the scenario. Now, slow Q on the move first, but he's down a level to Poby. Red buff, remember, is the big objectives. Kills would be nice, but it could be a bit of an afterthought. Slow Q dash back, crash down coming in from Mickey, a strong start. Pair's getting lower and lower, and Yappa remains untouched, but a flash out, and it's going to be first blood for the side of Na'Vi. Finding the initial kill as Yappa's holding on for dear life, but Poby grabs another. It's an absolute catastrophe. Relech with 2. Slow Q nowhere to go. SK, that is not what you wanted.
Absolute disaster on the side of SK. To be honest, walking into this, I feel like it was the only way for them to be winning because their champions are strong right now. But look at Paros. They're just splitting this fight so well because Yopa on the side doesn't really get to hit a lot. And now all of this fight, anytime you're on the side of Na'Vi and you say, okay, that's enough, I want to get out of here, you're in your jungle, you can easily flash into Fog of War, and on the side of SK, you are forced to commit here because you just cannot get out of that jungle.
Oh, Zomdi has double buffs. Paris is now top, he's making wonders like hell, he's one bot side of the map. Relech is now 1k up. Bro, he had a full buffet before he had 2 kills and 2 assists, Soto. This is a turbo-fed Nocturne. Watching that fight is nasty. He has the attack speed steroid, has the AD steroid, he's fully stacking lethal tempo. That's the early game that no Nocturne main in the history of this game has ever gotten a chance to experience.
Man, he ate so well, and now it's 3rd round of dessert because he's still back to full clearing, and he's just so accelerated. He's gonna get level 6 so damn quickly this game.
This is brutal start for SK.
And that's the chaos. That's the chaos of this early game with a lot of volatility. I don't envy Mickey in this position because you would say, why is Mickey here? Why is he level 2 trying to just run around the map and fight the level 3 Shen that is obviously there? There's just nothing to do. He's playing this game of chicken where he's trying to figure out where he needs to be without any sort of information.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons we see the Shen be so disgusting as well, is when you catch the Mickey isolated, you hard win the trade.
Yeah.
Shen passive damage when you get the Q pull through is nasty. It is so high in the early stages of the game, and usually it's top lane, right? So most players don't have to deal with that huge burst of damage early on. It's just top laners. But I can see why people like Shen support. It's kind of a gross amount of damage early on.
Yeah, because you would say there's a drawback. Usually you lose the 2v2s because the supports are winning the 1v1s, but not in this case. Shen just does it all.
Of course, production coming in clutch, keeping us honest on tracking some of these big historical numbers. Plus 33 CSD at 8 minutes is the largest jungle diff at 8 minutes since we started tracking in 2022, which is, I believe, when they swapped it so that all jungle camps are equal to 4 CS. Before that, it was kind of pointless because Raptors were like, what, 12?
It's so aggressive. But they're pushing up to fight, though.
SK still looking to contest. Relech hasn't bought a big item, it's important to note. So his gold lead is a little bit fake here, but Paris taking a lot of attention. The ball providing him with a little bit of extra stats as he goes in for a quick taunt here. Aftershock is there. Slowcube just gets picked off. Na'Vi doing a lot of damage, recognizing their windows of opportunity, and SK, well, they're just joining the buffet, offering themselves up on a silver platter.
Yeah, that was all. That's usually one of those plays where you get the first step of the play out of the way. You say, okay, I'm contesting this Drake. I'm about to force you off, but then what's next? And that's when Na'Vi just had their work done. Orianna was level 6. Relech was about to hit level 6 as well. They were just a poor timing for SK to fight because the initial cancel is great for the tempo. You're buying time for skins to get out. But let's see it again. You see they engage. This is all okay, but this is enough. Now you can easily just back off. But now you're extending this fight, hoping to get something. And the MF already rotated, and you have equal numbers fight with ultimates down. Sylas is just not strong enough to find any sort of these good ultimates because there's just nothing to get.
Nothing for him to grab, and right as that fight kicks off, Relech and Poby both tick over to level 6, which is why I think Mickey was instantaneously abandoned, because even though they had a man advantage at the start of the fight, and yes, Sandy was sprinting his way up, like, you're not beating those two ultimates together.
And Mickey's still level 2. Yeah. That's not great.
He's a little homeless right now. Well, okay, here's the thing. He's run away from home, like an angsty teenager. He has a home. It's in bottom lane. But, you know, Yappa was like, we're not listening to My Chemical Romance. Why dye your hair like that? You know, what are you doing leaving lane all the time? Mickey said it, you know, it's not just a phase, this is who I am now, and now he has to go back home, and it's really embarrassing.
Honestly, perfect early game from Na'Vi. It's just, it's been such a joy to watch because they answered everything SK threw at them incredibly well. They didn't lose any sort of tempo going for this Drake. We're about to hit the 8-minute mark, and the reason they're here is because they want to protect SamD from getting dove, because obviously the grabs are the choice here, but you want to push it up here so you don't give any sort of cross map, because why give a cross map when you're 2.5k gold up? There is absolutely no reason for you to do that.
Yeah, normally we would see, look, reset, put your bottom lane up here. We would see some contest here, but I love that you highlight it because I think people look often at League of Legends like you have to follow the textbook playbook as well. The textbook play is looking pretty good here, but Relach over-committing a bit. An excellent ult to punish and grab that shutdown. Not quite enough damage from SamD, but the shockwave may change that Poby in a bit more, and that's going to be SamD at least grabbing one back. Will cost them the life of Relach, so a bit messy, but a 1-for-1 overall.
It's not the end of the world, because at the very least, after this play, Na'Vi is still in the control. They get tempo on this bot lane. They still get the choice to choose if do they want to match the play, do they want to go cross map for these grabs. They have all of the choices. So even though they get the shutdown, their map state is still incredibly good.
You also see Relach, fully completed first item. SamD well on the way to the BT. Getting that lifesteal as well makes Yopa's life that much more difficult. Remember, it was a really early BF sword pickup for SamD, which really ruined any of the early lane dominance they might have hoped to get from that course. But even now, SamD once again has double buffs for the second time in this game. Yopa, though, knows how much damage he does, and he does a hell of a lot. The big ones are coming in. SamD's running for his life. How does that beat BF sword? What is this champion? That's so much damage.
Honestly, I am shocked. Because when you see that the double buff, but anyway, let's just get back to this one, because this was great. Initially, this was great. I think Relach thought that Pont was going to hit, and then all of this makes sense, but just a little bit of an overstep, because it's one of those plays where you think, oh, we're so ahead, we can pretty much do whatever we want in the game, but it's nice to see the punish. But this, to be honest, MF is one of the weakest 1v1 champions in the game, because the base AD is so low, you only have the passive you can proc once, but Corki, you're fighting a champion that has about 20 spells, and you as MF have one, the Q. Oh, I did that many times as well.
Yeah.
Mine was the nose.
My bad. I looked at the item math, not the champion math, and didn't know. Corki is the difference maker there, because I didn't think Fade was going to be enough to solo kill. But the Rockets, even without Sheen procs, just doing so much work there. Is Wonder hoping for an opportunity to rematch. Yopa feeling a little bit too confident, however. There's a collapse now moving into the bottom lane. Taunted. Bread buff still ticking. Trying to do something. He gets one and he's out! Yopa single-handedly trying to bring this game back in his team's favor. Likely to die on the Shen cooldown here, but doing some good damage back in return.
He almost had him as well.
Honestly, good on Yopa. The analyst does talk so much about kind of Wonder and Mickey being these veteran voices, but Wonder died in the topside play, and Yopa technically did overstay. The only reason this isn't disastrous for SK is he had the presence of mind to just go all in.
That's just so crazy. The amount of damage this champion has, but also the confidence of him to put himself in these positions where he gets to have the choice, because initially we saw him jump forward, and now on the cross map, this does make sense. This is one of the timers where Kled is weak, he's off the bike. Olaf, honestly, at this point, you just have to take the trade.
Oh, or you don't. No, you do.
Oh,
okay, you do. My bad. I didn't notice they got a kill back. So actually not bad from Wonder. Got the 1-for-1. So a bit of a fumble here from Na'Vi, I think it's safe to say. A bit sloppy in these last few plays. They're still winning overall, but I think SamD steps a bit too far forward. Probably
I'm just gonna say it's the fault of the team homes, because we did complain a couple of times that the games were not bloody enough, but this is what the people want.
This is what as they should. This is good. 2.5k gold lead for Na'Vi.
Give us combat.
Second Drake now spawning.
Na'Vi's still in a great position for the second Drake, because at this point you have unlimited mid-prio. Relach in this position, he's already establishing banana control and just whole both side river control, because if you can look over here, they will have this corridor where he can just go, because the bot lane will be getting pushed at any point you want. You can run down the river. Orianna, all she needs to do is be able to connect here. She doesn't even need to get prio, but once you get that avenue of vision on your side, there is no threat on you, because again, how are they going to engage on you? They need to be on your screen, and at this point, vision is king.
Vision is king, and even though SK have a good amount of vision, they're a bit late to the play. It's Na'Vi who are able to move in, use their lane priority well. SK forced to respond, just catch this wave under tower. Their counterplay is a bit of proxying in the top lane from Wonder, and while this is going on, Schemes also secured his own red buff. So maybe now they can try to make a play of their own, but 2 Drakes for Na'Vi with an Infernal Soul on the table is definitely an excellent start.
What I would like to see from Na'Vi now is slow the game down a little bit, because, okay, you had your fun, you fought for so long, but it's 2 minutes 30 to the Herald. I want to get to see a little bit of macro gaming, because you have all these tools, all these levels.
No macro. Go on Wonder. That is the plan. It is time to fight.
You're saying
knock him off of his pony. It is macro. They're collapsing on a side lane. You're right. That's my bad.
They had mid-prio, they had numbers advantage, but now the question is, are you dying to the cross map? And the answer might be yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Somdi, nowhere to go. Paris moving in, flash pass from Mickey because he sees the TP incoming, and now Mickey is going to try to TP out. There's not quite enough time to cancel him, so he will escape. Yopa trying to ride that Corgi away, but there's no stopping the Viking. Wants to get tricky with it. Heal, taunt, and down he goes. So SK do make a bit of a cross map. They do get 1, but it costs them some kills in exchange.
I feel like Yopa was just as confused as we are that Mickey was tipping out of there, because he was just standing by and thinking, should I help you, should I not? But then just another Mickey play.
There you go. What's he doing? What's his vision?
Anyway, I like this opening. Now, finally, we get Na'Vi opening and setting up for this. As we see the cross map happening, he clears the wave, but honestly, once you get Skins and Mickey behind your tower, you're just waiting there. You don't even need the wave. You just go in. And honestly, maybe Mickey could have flashed out to the right, but anyway, he makes it out. Yopa still dilly-dallying a little bit on the wave, trying to help Mickey, and now he doesn't realize that the Olaf can just run him down. But again, I like this map opening. We can see the top laners are in the bot lane. Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
You're into the fancy options. You want to
yeah.
change,
No, those are the premium ones. We save those for playoffs. But now we see the bot lane, the top laners here in the bot lane. What I expect to happen is that they will be moving and trying to go for this Herald, because Herald is in 30 seconds. We have Orianna in the top lane, which honestly, it's a lot easier for her to connect. It's a lot easier for her to connect to this play. The safest place for the MF is the mid lane, because there's just not enough engage. And I really like that Na'Vi are setting this up, because Olaf should be able to push and move, and he should be able to slow this game down.
And there's a bit of a collapse. Now on to Poby. He's going to use the Shockwave to try and clear the wave. There's a TP on the way, and slow Q is taken away. The ulti. Paris wants to body block. Double taunt connecting. Mickey tanking the initial tower, but will manage to live for an extra second. But now it's slow Q. The tower is not cooled down yet, so he's going to drop. 1 for 1 so far. Wonder forced the demount. Mid lane is falling. Odo well called out.
They're just sacrificing Parus, and they're just sacrificing everything for gold. And it's just such a great trade, because the Herald is up now, and even if you go take it, look at the state of your map. Everything is falling apart. 3 plates in the mid lane, full tower almost on the bot lane as well, and you don't even get to realistically start this Herald, because Na'Vi will be respawning and they will be first on the map.
And just a messy dive in the end, right?
But that's the desperation, right? Because we did say it, Na'Vi will be looking to set up this Herald, and you have priors everywhere. This is the one time that SK felt that they could be going for this, because look at, they're moving. Wonder or like Manta rather was already shifting, and they feel like they need to do this, and they don't even have ultimates up. That's just the only window that they thought they could punish, but Poby did such a great job to shockwave that wave.
Shockwaving the wave, living for longer. Once again, Paris just making this so painful for them. Yeah, they get the kill in the end, but we saw it in the picture-in-picture. We see it now on the map. They're getting plays everywhere. Response play here, but the setup is already there from the MF. The Wombo combo we're waiting for. Poby's still alive! How? Paris, the greatest bodyguard anyone has ever seen. Once again, gets away with making the play. And SK, they've gone from desperation plays to no plays at all. More plays going in the favor of Na'Vi. The buffet of this game 1 continuing. A 5,000 gold lead, Odo.
That is painful, and the play isn't even bad, because again, you're finding all these small windows where Poby is here 1v1, 1v2. He doesn't have the support yet, but the fact that he can survive this long is just insane, because after this point, I feel like Na'Vi just has full control over the game. Oh, yeah, that's how I would feel as well, because I got away with murder over there.
Look, yeah, he steps too far, but Somdi waiting over the wall now has picked up the Collector. Respect. Not usually something that we see, but, you know.
All the analysts are about to write a manifesto over there over how bad this item is. You don't understand, but this
and what they don't understand is dopamine and the fact that you will steal all the kills from your teammates.
You know what makes you win? Happiness. Dopamine is happiness.
That's true.
Who cares that it's not the best when it makes you happy?
That's true. I mean, winning also makes you happy, but
that's true.
You know.
But you see the consequences later.
No. As an ARAM enthusiast, I'll never knock the collector. I understand it. I respect it. Is it mathematically probably not good? Yes, but that doesn't always matter. Math is for nerds. There's no nerds here. yeah, another tower is going to fall. Of course, the trade, again, is Na'Vi grabbing this Drake. So to recap this game, really great level 1 from Paris. Really good cover on that red buff invade coming in when SK tried to contest. That gave them their initial advantage. Yes, they traded a few kills, but they traded even. And since that moment, they've just been building and building and building this gold lead and really showing how desperate SK can be to try to come back in this game, punishing just about every scenario. The only glimmer of hope, Odo, the only isolated glimmer was the random bot lane solo kill for Yappa. Otherwise, it feels like Na'Vi have just always been getting the better of SK.
Hey, we have seen Corki's go absolutely ballistic, but yes, Na'Vi's getting the better of SK because I feel like even though the oopsies were there, the fact that they were just transferring pressure so well in between lanes just gave me...
Oh, mounted up. Ball combo. Mickey completely caught out. That's 2 ultis for the support. The cleanse not going to do nearly enough.
And look how easy it is. All you need to know is, oh, I have prio, I have numbers advantage. I see someone who's not supposed to be there. I have the tools to just punish him. And it's just such an easy game for Na'Vi to play because the hardest thing in League, or rather, sometimes the hardest thing in League, is to punish people when you see them out of position. And that's what you see a lot in a lot of different team cons where you just don't have enough engage tools. But the question on Na'Vi is, how many engage tools do you want? And the answer is yes.
Yes, certainly. And I was a little bit nervous initially that it might not be enough, but Poby is clearly feeling confident as that's a Medjai's. And look, this combo is a massive threat for a reason. And I think in a closer game state, Odo, blowing those 2 ultis right before a big objective to kill a support, maybe that's something that SK can punish. But no, they can't. This game is so hard to play. We talked about the blind Sylas early in the draft. We said, hey, we're nervous. We're not sure if he's going to have, you know, the best setup. And now that he's fallen behind a bit here, he's not really a side lane threat. He doesn't really clear waves well. And it's just so hard for SK to slow the game down and scale graciously because they don't have prio, they don't have control on the map, and they don't really have good wave clear either.
Oh boy, there is no slowing down because I feel like their only way back in this game is to keep on fighting and try to find numbers advantage. All those plays that we've seen earlier that backfired, they were at the beginning with numbers advantage. So SK really needs to keep doing it like this. We see Wonder on the mid wave now. He's trying to sacrifice this bot wave to find the play here, but Na'Vi is just giving none of it. They're playing and they're waiting for people to show on the map, which honestly is what I want to see from Na'Vi. Because when it comes to their games that they lost, they were in this position quite often where they were winning early and mid game, and they would get to this position where the coordination was just not there, and they just didn't have enough numbers most of the time.
Ulti in on Schemes, trying to get the retreat. Fear still ticking, going to stop the ball breaker. Shockwave to pull back, and that's going to be the jungler taken out of the equation as Poby is on a killing spree.
This is great. Look at Minter. Minter is mid. There's just no time in this last 2 minutes of gameplay where Na'Vi just doesn't have the numbers advantage. It's just great to see.
Wave getting deleted though. Na'Vi gonna eat a couple extra tower shots, but it's really not enough to stop the pressure. And you're so right. I think it's a fair call out. Na'Vi, you know, reminding us, I think we've seen this on a lot of Go-to-1 rosters where it's like, look, when it comes to the early game, when it comes to the parts of League of Legends that are you can rehearse, that you can practice, this is a team that's had a lot of discipline. When you have to throw the script out, when things get weird, when things get more contested at later stages or more up for interpretation, we haven't always seen that clean follow-through. But here, they've just kept their foot on the gas, going full throttle, and SK look a little bit dizzy. There's really nothing for them to do. We said this game was going to be about volatile mid lane and top lane, but it really has just been about jungle and support. As now trying to force the play in the mid lane, looking to lock up Som-D. Wonder collapsing, and that is at least the pick that they were looking for. SK finding one back.
No amount of glazing is ever going to erase an ADC's primal instinct to go for that mid wave no matter what.
It's true.
Honestly, that's what SK needed. I was thinking it was either this or the great setup.
Baron? Hold on.
This is their best setup.
This is the angle. They have the man advantage.
But the problem is that you need to engage on 4 bruisers. Even if you find an engage with Vi, there is just no one to kill. You already killed the one person you wanted to kill. Who are you going to choose in this next fight?
9 seconds on Sylas ult. Can't take away Nocturne's ulti again, but we could get something else here. They're slowly burning this down. Do they want to 50-50?
Might be the
Do
best
they want to gamble? It looks like the answer is absolutely. It's going to be the 50-50. Mickey takes it in the end. Shockwave from Poby is good. SK getting throttled in the fight, but at least they secure the Baron as Wonder is running for the hills.
But is this Baron going to be enough? Because we have the Drake in 40 seconds. Even though this is, sure, you stole the inevitable, but right now you traded that for a worse position on Drake. And as the fight starts, Na'Vi has to go in here, but again, they try to send it on the Corki, but it just doesn't work. And now there's just Mosh Pit in the Baron Pit. Mickey gets it with the unsealed spell book. Slowq ended up dying here, which is probably going to end up being detrimental for this setup for the Drake Soul.
There's smiles and frustration. There's a bit of despair and a bit of giggles.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best you can get from that situation because, to be honest, you had to send a Hail Mary to try to get yourself in position. But Na'Vi already here, even though Drake is not up, how are you going to walk through this wall that is being set up here? The Baron buff is the only advantage you might have because it allows you to go for this midway and push forward into this position.
And there's an incredibly small window that is just now closing where the Nocturne Orianna combo isn't available. Boom, boom, both cooldowns now up and available, making it so much harder for SK and Yopa, the only member of this team ahead of their respective opposition. It's the double taunt. It's the instantaneous combo. It's a beautiful wombo, but it's not quite enough damage to finish the Corki. Crucially, Silas takes away the stand united, gives AD Carry another chance at life. Yopa can re-enter, but SK are just going to back away. They're going to concede the Infernal Soul.
And it's just so hard to hold that position. Honestly, it's a miracle that SK makes it out of there alive. Samdi was forced to ulti from far away. The ulti didn't even connect, but that was realistically on Orianna Nocturne 2v5 performance. And that's just because of the position. It's just so hard, but at this point, the Baron won't save you. Now you're back to Navi's original game plan of just push and pick you apart with all of these ultimates.
Yeah, and you'll just... when you look back at this, you saw it yourself. Just keep your eyes on the Nocturne and the Orianna. They are the main characters, and the Shen Taunt Flash, to be fair.
Honestly, I really love it, because the front line did such big work. We saw Olaf jump over the wall, and he's already looking to make space, while, again, Poby and Samdi, who is going to touch them? You already have a bunch of bruisers accelerated out of control. You still need to deal with them, because you can't just look at the backline all the time.
Yeah, and look, if you haven't been living through the Orianna shockwave so far, just one more time, let's put it right there.
I mean, I have an easy counterplay for that. Just kill her. She's gonna lose like that.
She has Zonius, bro.
Just do it, bro.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure. I don't know if you've noticed. She's 2,000 gold. She's 6-1 and 10.
That's fine. Just try harder.
Just send it. Ah, yes. Fair. Fair. Well, let's see if SK can do it. They still have 20 seconds left of this Baron. Another taunt in as Mickey's going to immediately retreat. Wonder also backing away. Nocturne ult stolen. Poby has arrived, which I think is the clear sign that it is time to get the hell out from the side of SK. The lights have been turned off. Re-engage now coming in. Shockwave only connecting on Wonder, who's been demounted, hoping for a remount angle, but the burst is good from the side of Na'Vi to immediately burn. Mickey off to the side, finds the engage into Paris. Skeen's going for the re-engage. Samdi hasn't even popped the ulti yet. Na'Vi are still winning out the fight.
Just so hard to find anyone on the side of SK to pick.
Slowq down. Na'Vi are they're just slamming them. Once again, this Silas pick does absolutely nothing. And Odo, the Orianna Nocturne looks good, but I got to give credit to Paris in this one. 3, 3, and 16. He won the level 1, and it feels like this is a man who single-handedly took this game into his hands.
Yeah, this is the sort of performance we wanted to see from Paros, because when I think of Paros, I think about his Camille, which was quite nasty last week. But this redemption performance on Shen, he single-handedly won that game, and I feel like a lot of time in this game, he's just making so much space, and he's exactly where he needs to be. But the Nocturne, man.
It's just so fed. And look, there's the dream of every Kled player of remounting in the midst of a chaotic fight. Can't really happen if all of your team is retreating.
Well, they are cowards, just like Skarl is.
That's true. That cowardly. Although I can't, like, if you were in Skarl's shoes.
Oh, it's not good.
Nope. Sucks.
No, fair. If I was that Lizard, I would also be retreating, bro. I don't know if you've seen that Nocturne Orianna combo, but I would not come back.
2 minutes to Nasher, and this is honestly dream setup. How much more vision can you get on the side of Na'Vi to find a good fight? Because you already got a ward over here. You have everything going on for you. This is the deepest vision. Usually you would say, oh, supports need to get wards, they need to base, but once you get the setup, just stay here, live in the jungle, pick them apart like you've been doing for 26 minutes now.
Yeah. Precise from Na'Vi in this game. Commanding start in a series that we expected to be very, very close has been very Na'Vi favored. SK, the avenues back into this game feel pretty impossible. A Baron for them buys maybe a bit of time. Baron for Na'Vi ends the game. Elder for Na'Vi ends the game, maybe buys SK an angle back.
Even now, they get to just sit here. If they want, they can reset. It's just so hard for SK to find a way back in this game. I feel like they really need to go again for a Hail Mary and just send it on a mid-wave. What? Hey, gotta go fast, you know?
I respect it. 25 stacks of the Shurelya's. He recognizes, like, look, the way that this is the easiest way to guarantee we win the fight with an Olaf, with the Nocturne, rush in, make sure you can stay in range for the ball. Would I have preferred a Death Cap or some Magic Pen? Maybe, but...
that's fine. Shen said he has no flash, so he needs to engage, and then Poe just said, I got you, bro.
I love it. I love this item. Usually against, comps that lack a bit of CC, but pretty easy to get away from the hyper-telegraphed SK engages, right? It's the Vi ult, it's the ulti coming in from Wonder, the charge, even Mickey's ult. If you have just a bit of extra movement speed, it's really hard to connect on that crash down. So respect to Poby, taking one for the team. I do think that when you're 7-1 and 2, you can just build damage, but he's really rich, so it probably doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. It's kind of like a bonus item because you're still fed, you're still strong, you get the bonus
still
item.
have 25 stacks on your Medjais.
Yeah, it's not like he fell behind from this. He just went a little bit sideways.
He's not behind at all. He's still ahead even after purchasing because of the Medjai. We're 2.5 items for slow queue right now.
Team Baron. And now, okay, Navi, do you think they will end the game without this Elder Drake?
I think they will end the game? Well, I will tell you what, I think this is the most confidence I have had of any team not named KC in ending the game.
Oh boy, they're about to let you down.
It's very possible that I'm cash recursing them. That said, it's still a hesitant amount of confidence because, remember, we heard it from the analyst desk, we talked about it as well, the final hurdle is always the hardest hurdle for Navi. The early games, we've seen a lot of good situations. This is by far, I think, the most dominant performance we've seen from them, so I would love to see them convert it into a clean win. But we have to see it to believe it. I don't think anybody in this league right now gets the benefit of the doubt when it comes to playing cleanly.
Hey, so far the setups have been amazing. I feel like, again, they're just not giving any sort of windows for SK to do it. Even though it's a 5v5 opponent here, how are you going to engage? There's 3 big tanks in front of you.
Go through.
You can just stand and wait here. They're just, minions are doing the work for you in the mid lane. You have to start responding to that threat soon, and then again, if you want, you can push it back to this Elder Dragon in 20 seconds, but I feel like it might not even be needed, because with this amount of minions on mid wave and the Baron off wave coming in the bot lane, you might just break everything apart right now.
And remember, SK are 4 melee. Their wave clear is just Yappa, and they're going to get poked, most certainly, when they try to walk up here. No reason to risk it on an Elder, although Mickey is going to risk the engage. The lights get turned off. Fled now charging in. Stand United stolen away and trying to be used. But Poby and Samdi completely and totally untouched. The absolute dream of any backliners as he starts to open up. Raining down bullets, but Wonder will finally get the remount. Paris is going to drop. Re-engage from Wonder, but the Shockwave pulls him right down because, of course, Poby still has it. The final moments were, in fact, clean from Navi as they completely crush SK in the fight, and they look to end it here.
Honestly, fantastic game from Navi. I feel like all the doubts that I had coming into this have been dissuaded, at least for one game, but the setups, man, everything was so great. From the level 1 up until this point, it was just a steamroll from Navi.
A damn clean game from Navi and a powerful start in this series as they take the first game, and I want to see if they can keep this momentum going, because that was a thing of beauty, Odo. That was a clean game of League of Legends.
Give me more, Navi, because I had my hate towards you. I want you to be hype again for Summer Split. Just give me more. Give me more of that village power.
All right, well, they're going to have to wait. For now, we're going to send it over to AD so they can take their turn breaking down just how sick, nasty that was from Navi.
That was sick nasty, but that level 1 invade was sick nasty as well. Like, what the hell happened? Skins tried to fall back on his feet. He knows the jungle is completely cooked for him. Tries an invade, and then what?
It's
and then what?
Madness ensued. That's, if anything, sick and madness. So it was an invade that SK went for.
Yes.
And problem is,
Definitely
you're
invading
with a level 3 blue buff Vi. This Nocturne has default tempo and red buff. He is 3 times the champion Vi is here in the extended exchange. And you just see, it's just a stat gap. Like, sure, I think Mickey found a really good engage, but in the end, it doesn't really matter, because the moment that Reledge stacks up that default tempo, has that Dustbringer at AD increase, he's just so strong in these early skirmishes.
Alongside that, slow queue having to flash to try and chase Paris means that he's not in the middle of the fight getting that AoE damage down on the Sylas. So yeah, it's one of those games where you see the first few minutes and you think, if this was a scrim, it's being remade immediately.
Yeah.
And after that point, you could tell for SK that everything was like a, well, we've lost already. How do we find a way back in?
I mean, it's not getting remade. It's a pause into 7-minute discussion of like 3 players in the team wants to remake, and then Wonder's up there. Guys, my lane is going great. I don't want to remake this game. But it's a turbulent early game.
I have 2 questions for you. First, do you have to go for this play? Second, How can you come back after something like this? Because they clearly didn't.
First off, no.
Okay.
You do not have to go for this fight. Like, obviously, SK are kind of screwed from the early jungle, right? Like, Skeens looks for the invade. Paris does a really good job on his roams, right? Roams to get the first invade off, then comes down and spots Skeens as he tries to go for the red buff invade, which is why Skeens backs away. And so Skeens then is in a position where it's like, I will get 3 camps. And that's all he's going to be allowed. So I understand the logic behind the invade. You don't have to do it. You can just say Skeens is going to be behind, catch-up XP will come in at some point, and then we can play around 6s, but you are going to be very delayed to that first ultimate on the Vi.
I mean, problem is, if you don't go for this invade, you're playing a game where the jungler who hits level 6 first has such an advantage.
And it's a Nocturne.
Nocturne versus Vi.
Okay, I 100% agree, but you went for the invade and then you lost the game.
No, I'm saying
if my
that if they don't go for
I
invade,
lose
they're conceding the early game, Medic. They're conceding the early game.
Concede the damn early game. Like, I would rather lose the first 14 minutes than lose the whole game. And obviously SK thought they could win the fight, and I understand that. But you are flipping the game. Like we said it in the caster room. I was like, okay, here comes the level 3 flip. And they just lose the game because of it. So I think just back off. Accept your losses.
All right, they didn't. That's what happened. And then what? Then it's flip over flip over flip over flip, trying to come back, desperation plays, trying to make things happen on the map. It doesn't work either.
Now, I feel like every single play that SK made this game after that early game was just trying to claw their way back, just hanging by the ledge, trying to do pull up, he's trying to get over it again, but it was just impossible because the gold deficit they're in, because the draft deficit they're in from the champions they picked, made it so difficult. They didn't have the tools to go. Here you see Wunder, he's trying to be creative, delaying his recall, tempo trapping onto Poby, and they're sending everything to kill him. And in a normal game, he would be dead here. Here's a squishy Orianna being pushed up by himself, but the stand united from Paris, all the shielding is able to come out, and just lacking one longsword. If you're at 350 more gold on Wunder, anything would make the difference there. That's the reason that play doesn't work out. And that was the story of the game.
All credit to Na'Vi, right? Every time SK tried to make a play, Na'Vi were either covering that play really well or covering and making plays on the other sides of the map. Like we saw an SK dive on the top lane tier 1 as well, while bot and mid were being pushed by Na'Vi. Like, often we see with Na'Vi struggles to have influence on multiple portions of the map. We talked about it in the ready check as well. We're saying usually it's only through Relech. Here we saw Poby standing up. We saw Mainta standing up. Everyone on Na'Vi cohesively was working to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the really good thing about this game is that the plays made sense. SK going for an invade, sure it was a bad invade, but it made sense. It's super important to get your jungler ahead. And I want to praise Na'Vi so much because we've seen in our league, teams are all over the place. The plays don't always make sense, but Na'Vi, with the lead they got, actually played a fantastic game of League of Legends. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They didn't give SK some weird leads, except for maybe in the bot lane where Joppa popped off. In general, really, really well played by Na'Vi, and a very promising sign for them as they're developing throughout the summer splits.
All they need is a 3k lead at minute 5 in every game, and then they're going to win. Like,
hey, I've seen teams with 5k leads.
I've seen Na'Vi throw with a 5k lead. That's the reason we're praising them. Like, they should win from this position, but in the past they haven't.
This is the bar that low. We're like, whoa, they finished the game with their...
No, listen, we've been really critical over their mid-game especially, and I do feel like they pulled it together this time. On the side of SK though, a bit disappointed because their first series was great. Even the loss against G2 looked good. I had more expectation coming in today. To me, this week for SK, having to face off against Na'Vi and Vitality later is the test that is going to prove whether or not they're a good playoff team.
I agreed.
Absolutely.
After this game, I have my share of doubts. So what are we looking at? What improvements are we looking at? You guys mentioned Yopa.
Yes.
We know that he's been a standout player. Is he the one who can pull this series together in the next games and draft maybe also make it more simple for yourself?
We can talk about draft in a second. Yeah, I agree with you. Making it more simple makes a lot of sense. I do think that Yopa has been the standout performer for SK, not only across summer, but also in spring. I think he was the best player for them in spring. Here we saw just a knowledge of his champion's spikes and positional play that was exceptional. Right? He gets the 1v1 kill after somebody's used his ultimate on a bot lane dive. He then manages to get a kill in a 1v2 and almost escapes Paris. Like, Yopa on this Corki especially is absolutely top tier. Right?
It shows that he's willing to step up when the game looks rough, because the game looked really rough at that point. But the fact that he can find those solo kills and still beat a guy that, okay, you guys can play for me, you can rely on me, is a very comforting sign if you're a player on SK right now. But I also want to go back to the draft, because the draft was very volatile from SK. You have the Sylas into Orianna. Orianna is a power pick, and they banned the Akali to set up this Orianna. Sylas has to do way more in this game. Into Orianna. He has to work twice as hard than Orianna to be useful this game. Same with the Kled into Olaf. Very volatile matchup. Not easy to execute on. I think SK came out in game 1 swinging, trying a very aggressive draft, and it didn't work out. Now I want to see into game 2 if they can now hone back a little bit. Hone back on it a little bit and just play what works. You have strong carries. You have Skeens. Give him an early game matchup, because on the Vi, when he didn't get ahead early, he looked really struggling.
I also think that's why I don't have too many perturbations around SK right now. Like, usually you see a team lose like this, I'd be more concerned. But because the draft was, as you say, very volatile for SK, and also they just threw the game in the early game, I'm less worried about SK holistically from this one performance than I would be about other teams.
Back to the drawing board. Take a deep breath, guys. You got this. Bring it for game 2. We haven't seen much from you guys. We know that SK, they are capable of, so let's see if they can give us a series after this.
Die, eco, ale, let's go.
Waka,
Samina, mina, sandaliva. Isa för Afrika. Vad är det som vi gör? Vi skjuter. Han mot till Orianna. Bye, no flash. No flash.
But it really has just been about jungle and support. Is now trying to force the play in the mid lane, looking to lock up Tom D. Wonder collapsing, and that is at least the pick that they were looking for. SK finding one back.
Good job, guys. Nice. Really good early game. Well played.
Yeah. Good job.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head, got the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that the crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together.
Hello and welcome back to LEC Summer 2026. It's week 3, day 2. That roadshow always messes me up.
Yeah, it gets a lot of people.
I forgot that was week 1 because we weren't in the studio. It's week 3.
Hey, it's week 2 in the studio, technically.
And if you've been not here for whatever reason, that would be silly, but nice of you to join us. Navi just clean stomped SK. Super dominant, super convincing game. MVP performance from Paras down in the support position on Shen. Looking broken, unlike in Riftbound, where he looks useless and armpity, but that's a story for another time. We're about to get into pick and pan. Odo, there's a lot of armpit going on. If you know, you know. SK have chosen first pick. Navi have chosen blue side. So we'll see what SK want to do with this particular first pick, because they got cooked from level 1 in game 1.
Cooked, indeed.
Let's see if they can last a little longer in this game too.
We'll see. Camille, Hoppy, and Rumble out.
Yep.
Syndra, clear standout for me. When you go first pick, you really want to make a champion OP. With the junglers being out, Vinox, and I feel like those were the big ones in the previous game. I'm looking at the likes of Syndra. I'm looking at the likes of Jarvan. You pretty much just want to find combos and just go an OP first pick.
All right.
The log ban.
Log taken away. So are we going to see early Syndra priority?
I'm looking at the things like Syndra, because Cassio is out. Syndra is honestly the big standout for me, because Log is just great versus immobile mages. So,
oh my gosh, it's like you coach a team.
It's like I've been here since the game was born.
That's true. don't remind me of that though. This brand new game, it's like 2 years old, right? Don't tell me how old
League Classic was a great throwback for me.
League Classic
I felt young
nice
again.
Throwback.
Then I stood up and my bones hurt.
Yeah, they tend to do that when we get this age. Now, Victor is going to be the response. So we had our 80 carry versus 80 carry match where, okay, I will say both 80 carries were completely abandoned by their supports. So maybe supports just abandon their 80 carries no matter what now. Now we're kind of setting up for a mage v mage bot lane, although technically there's still room for some flexies.
Exactly. The Victor on the side of Navi, which is second pick in this time around, will dictate a lot of flexibility, because it's all absolutely great pick in the mid lane now, and even on the bot lane it can stand its ground even against the mage, even against an AD carry. All around great pick. The Lee Sin on the side of Village, a lot of agency on his side. He identifies that if this team wants someone to carry, I will be that man. I will pick the blind monk and I'm gonna go kick some butt.
I like that. You know what I like even more? Point and click CC.
Hey, you can never have enough of that.
Exactly. Why skill expression when you can point and click? That's my personal philosophy. Because while I respect Relech, and if he has a great Lee Sin, I'm going to give him that praise, I like champions that guaranteedly give you something. Pantheon, Leona, 2 of those champions. They provide CC. Now, is it high Merc Treads value? Maybe a little too high.
Perhaps.
Yes, but...
SK is taking a page out of Navi's book. They say, how many engages did you have last game? I'm about to get just as much this game. I love the proactivity. I love that they are not dissuaded after that first game where they just got stomped in the early and the mid game. They feel like it was just an oopsie. I can come back into this game, and if you give me enough tools, I will be proactive. I will take the fight to Navi, and I will fight them for that early and mid game spikes.
Yeah, and we saw how important those early skirmishes were. Leona, a demon in early skirmishes. It feels like a late game tank. Yeah, full build is your starting item.
Yeah, full build once hitting level 2.
It's hitting level 2. Level 3 would be nice. You don't even need it. This champion
Luxury.
is so disgustingly tanky. Alistair, we know, notoriously terrible early lane phase, wants a few more levels, but post level 6 can still be a massive, massive source of engage. That said, with the Gnar hover we saw earlier, it does feel like Na'Vi are going to need to be a little bit more reactive with their carries. Victor isn't the big proactive follow-up that an Alistair or Lee Sin often look for. And with the Anivia banned away, it looks like they're trying to deny some control mage options from the side of SK.
Makes me feel like this Victor is shaping up to go into the mid lane because your main weakness was the fact that you're immobile, and trying to get these counter picks away, you need to figure out where do you want to put this flex pick, or at least take away all the good blind pick options on the side of SK, because still, this Syndra, I'm expecting more often than not, it goes to bot lane because you already have the Leona. You want to unleash the Leona so she goes around everyone on the map, and this way you have a slot open for mid lane. So that's why the Anivia and the Talia are getting banned, because you want to take away those stable blind picks so you can find a great counter pick on the side of Na'Vi. So even though Na'Vi is looking like they're on the blue side, they're the second team here. They're the team with the last pick, so they do want to facilitate and isolate this mid lane matchup to get a great counter pick.
Right now, locking in the Rise.
Or you just do that where you just...
you just spent like a minute and a half trying to explain the genius chess game.
No,
now,
but okay.
It's still valid.
Yes, because you took the best ones, and now Rise was the uncontested best one, because what SK did was they just banned the Kali, made it even stronger. So this just makes sense.
That it does. And now we're seeing Avaris most likely parked into the bottom lane up against... Well, it could be a lot of different things, right? Navi still technically have some flexes here. I don't imagine it'll be Rise.
I imagine it's the
however.
Victor.
Victor can go bot lane, Rise mid lane, and now you get full information to pick top lane.
I'm a bit torn, but I'm better. Okay, what is that sound?
Okay, so this is how I feel, and please correct me because I don't know really anything about top lane, if we're being 100% transparent here. I don't think it's possible to hit Ambessa ult anymore. I think I've seen 3 of them connect in the entire 3 weeks of games we've had, and other than headbutt pulverize, there's no... I guess you have some
decent follow-up.
There's some setup.
You can send the cow in.
I watched people miss this on a CC target. The hitbox is so tiny. So I get nervous when I see Gnar early on range. I know it's a little bit of a fake range champion. We've talked about that before, Odo. But I get nervous about this Ambessa. I'm not 100% convinced.
I'm not convinced either. There's a lot of burden of execution on the side of Na'Vi. If Na'Vi really wants to make this game work, the Rise needs to be unleashed, because on the side of SK, you have so many great champions. It's just so much easier to play. We saw it in game 1. When you have so much engage, you just need to overload. So this mid lane matchup is critical, because that's the only lane that has proactivity. Everyone else is follow-up. Ambessa is follow-up. Lee Sin is follow-up. Alistar is follow-up. You need one guy to make some magic happen. So on the side of Na'Vi, Rise is especially important. But on the side of SK, when those supports go missing, Varus can finally play the game. And I feel like Varus might be one of the good matchups into the Victor, because you will get to punish him for that whole laning phase.
That's something we're going to have to keep our eyes on. How powerful can the bars be? And will we see some isolated bot lanes? It was not the story in the previous game. Remember, it was an incredible level 1 for Paris into a very poor jungle invade from SK that allowed Na'Vi to take full and absolute control of game 1. So as much as I would like for this to be the part of the game where we sit here and swap stories and chat shit, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what kind of League of Legends you like, level 1 has been really, really important in the series so far.
But this game is just, there's just not a lot of action that can be happening because realistically the supports and the junglers, they're just not that OP.
You're not afraid of the level 1 Alistar invade?
I mean, the
Flash Pulverize do nothing?
I don't even think it's Flash Pulverize, it's Flash Headbutt. Now that's just trauma.
Poor cow.
Poor cow. But I'm expecting both these junglers to just do a full clear, and that's when they will end up on the bot lane, because Skins is going for this top clear. He's not going, oddly enough, he's not going for the longsword clear, where he wants to just end up on this bot crab with the longsword so he can guarantee that advantage over Lee Sin. But again, both of these junglers do want to go to that bot lane, because that's where most of the action is going to happen when you have Leona and Alistar.
It makes a lot of sense, right? And we know especially that Alistar can suffer in some of the early levels. And Victor's, I'm not...
that headbutt? That was trauma.
That was there right there. There you go. Level 1 trading skills. Not particularly impressive for both sides, although Shield of Daybreak has a pretty low cooldown. But at least we get an honest 2v2, Odo. At least we get some honest, stay in lane, all in.
Good cancel. Lovely cancel. Excellent. But yeah, it's an honest game of League of Legends. No more of that early game shenanigans. No more of that cheese. Just let us scale, let us fight, and just let's meet up in the bot lane and fight.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Paris, we mentioned it before, but 9K plus A at 14 is a disgusting scoreline. 30% of his time around mid lane, 81% of the kills he participated in the entire game. Impressive, impressive stuff. That was a roaming game. He's still on a playmaker this game, so a very similar archetype of champion, but it looks like he's going to be a lot more locked in the 2v2. So we're going to need to keep our eye on him and see if he can replicate that same level of impact. The answer is probably no. Just because you're lane locked, but yeah, he might still be able to have an MVP level performance just at a later stage in the game.
Yeah, exactly, because a lot of it will come down to him. But bot lane action, it's been a little bit sleeper, but SK has the push. So I'm thinking that this is going to be the cap for SK, and then Rilech will be forced to come to this top lane and interact with this matchup, because Nara, when you leave him alone, he will be getting the better of the Ambessa in the longer term, because he's just enjoying these slow laning phases where there's just not a lot of threat on him. And yeah, Pantheon going for this Krabby. A lot better of an early game for SK, I would say.
Well, Odo...
They're not 3K gold down.
Yeah, I was going to say, Odo, it's hard to...
It's factually correct.
It is factually correct. You're right, Odo. We like that kind of positivity on this broadcast. It's hard to have a worse early game than the previous game, but good to... limit some of the variables, it's safe to say. Stop some of the level 1 shenanigans. We did see Paris poke his head into the top lane, but didn't do too much there. As
Mickey says goodbye to bot lane.
He decided it's his time to roam. His people need him. Although Poby not too phased. Rilech is on the way, as is Paris.
The pincer
is here too. If they overcommit, it could cost them dearly, but they kick the fight off nicely. Slowq managed to get out. Rilech with first blood. The return kill really not there from SK. They're splitting their cooldowns. Rilech getting lower. Flash forward for Skeens. Bit of a fumble there from Rilech. Looks like he stopped the animation and went for the ward. We'll have to take a look at the replay. A 1-for-1 overall, but with Slowq the one going down, this is a bit of a rough one for the side of SK.
This will be painful for Rilech, because Skeens came here with the double longsword. He already got the crab. That's why he was late for this fight, and now he will get the double crab, and he will look to set. He will be set. Oh Jesus, to set up the tempo for this game.
No, I like it. You emphasize the set.
It is a set.
It is set.
But Mickey thinks he is here first, but again, they are late to this play. Navi thinks that they have the tempo to clear, and they were here first, but now just this resonating strike follow-up is just a tad bit too much, and they think they can keep fighting, but Pantheon, point and click, spear stab, there's just too much damage going on.
Yep, and it looks like he just got interrupted on the dash out, so good CC, good timing from the side of SK in the end. Rilech not even able to use his flash in that play. And the Pantheon getting snowballed is exactly what you want to see for SK. Again, the setup for Pantheon, the early game power when you get a lead is pretty well known at this point. An early Sundered Sky can allow you to take over a lot of these fights.
Top lane getting feisty.
Yeah, I was going to say, good news for Navi, at least, is that Mainter is winning out in a lot of these short trades. The Electrocute doing a lot of work, and the Caulfield's back feels a lot better than Cole Cloth Armor. It seems like Wonder has accepted that he's gonna need some time to scale, as Rilech not waiting for any more time. 3 members once again in the mid lane. They know Slowq's got no flash, no life, nowhere to go. Navi again just replicating the success of their first play.
And if it doesn't work first time, you do it again, but you do it cleaner, because the flash was down from the previous play. I really like this is a mark of a good early game team, because when you get a weakness on someone in the game, and this time it was the Syndra flash, you don't hesitate. You go for it again. You don't wait for the cooldown to already be almost back up, because more often than not, teams, what they say is, oh, he has no flash for 5 minutes. I'm going to go do my clear. See you later. All of this. Maybe someone can come and help me here. No, instantly on the same bounce back, let's just go and kill him.
I like that. I like that immediate response. It's something we bring up in cast so often. Hey, this is a 5-minute window of opportunity, but you're so right that so few teams are able to capitalize on it. As SK looking for a window of their own. Gravity field well laid down here. Paris slowly walking his way out. Mickey gonna find another shield of Daybreak to stun him up. Some side steps there, a headbutt back. Paris still alive, looking to get fancy with it. Will eventually fall. Nice pulverize. They will kill him, but that is some impressive movement from the Cap.
That was, I love it when that happens, when you're starting to juke nothing, when you're juking, and at some point you're just juking nothing and they just auto-attack you down.
Yeah, well, and even at a certain point,
listen, it's hard.
It's ill-advised because you're not going to live, and if you die, you just get back to lane sooner. But he's like, I'm going to waste as much time as humanly possible. I want you to know that I can dance on you. I want you to understand that I am windmilling around you in this breakdancing battle.
And even though, what happens in the early game as they fight? Realistically, not much. He's just angry wallop.
Angry wallop, Mayntor running out. Statue gets thrown at him.
What happens when you die in the early game? So even though Navi fell back in that play, hold on.
Hold that thought, Odo. The plays aren't done yet. Mickey running for his life. Toby using his own point and click for a bit of setup here. Mickey has run out of time being unkillable as the Eclipse fades away, and it's Relech to grab another kill. Odo, you're not allowed to talk. That's what we've learned, bro. The plays are going to keep happening.
I don't know why
he's there. Yop is there because that's his tower. That's where he's supposed to be, and even that's not safe, Odo.
There's no safety in this game, because once Navi gets unchained like that, it's just crazy. And it all started from that power skill, because in the early game, when you die on support, you do get to be first on the map. You do get to have this sort of tempo. And I don't understand why Mickey was there. I really don't, because Relech was farming his top side. Why even go there? Because even if they do this Drake, it doesn't matter. So he's walking in here. He saw them for a frame, and I guess he just saw that they don't have Rise level 6, but he's just a lonely support. And we said, to be honest, all credits, I'm just gonna be fair to him, he is full build.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter when there's just 3 people over there. And now Yopa, honestly, F in the chat.
F in the chat. There's nothing, you know, you can't outplay that, it turns out. And I was so excited about Skeens having point and clicks that I didn't respect the Poby point and click enough. This man knows his job. He has not built a single bit of ability power. It is just mana, HP, and Mercury treads.
Hey, he doesn't need to do damage. We said it. We just want him to move around the map to be a little bit unleashed. And how do you do that? Boots? Some Ruby
and he is elite, and he's matching the damage. It's nasty. This is the highest Merc treads value purchase I've ever seen. Mayntor, though, now running. He's still just level 5 as the flash is there. Eclipse to try and tank. Public execution completely the wrong way. But Relech, he's just styling on them.
He's just everywhere.
3, 1, and 2. We praised Paris too much. Relech said, no, bro, it's my show.
I really like the fact that he doesn't get the third from that early game mishap. He's still going with Poby. They're just looking to just tag team. This Syndra has gotten ganked 4 times, and 3 of them were when he had no flash. It's just, he's not having a great time. Listen, we praised Slowq. We said that Slowq has been doing a great job for SK, and Navi knows it, but they're just really not letting him have any fun.
And look, we heard Mayntor, you know, he's played with Slowq. Maybe he's seen this Syndra before. 15-3 on the record for Slowq here. I thought that this might be, you know, a power pick, but it's been so completely shut down that.
Hey, when you play with your friends at home and there's someone smirking on the enemy team, and you just see on him championing, it's like, gentlemen, everyone, we need to go over there. Well, hold up. Skeens also needs to go over there from the sky.
Still doesn't have the fully completed item, though. He was so far ahead of Relech that has started to shift away. Skeens immediately going all in, though. Wants to take down the most fed member of the enemy team. And it looks like they're going to be able to lead him. Paris next to the line. Excellent target call coming for SK as Wonder's now on the chase. Looking to lock up Mayntor. Public execution still not available. Neither is the Gnar, but the Wallop is there. SK, good capitalization on that small window of opportunity. The statue goes a bit wide, so there's no kill in the top lane, but SK really, really good to just one-shot that Lee Sin.
What a window they found, honestly. I just really didn't expect that. The way he plays it, he ults in here, and now you might think that he's getting caught. He's getting flanked from the top side. He's in the middle of it all, but now he flashes the combo, counter-engages with the Leona setup, and honestly, I would be shocked. If I'm in that game playing and I just see the Pantheon do that to me, fair play to you. You got me. I will take the death.
And that's just what they're going to have to do.
That was the comeback play they needed, to be honest, because finally they get 2 grabs for 1. The Drake is still up. They can still posture up for this Drake at any moment they want. But now the tempo of the game is finally back to even. Slow Q was 0-3, picked up 2 kills in that fight, and now he's ready to wrestle Poby for that mid lane control.
That he is. Poby as well, 100% kill participation. Keep your eyes on him. Wherever he goes, the kills will follow.
You think more AP would have made any change in that Leona trade?
No. No, I don't. I think at this point he's fine. He's just doing Rise things. You know, he gets damage out of mana. He's chilling. Fun champion Rise, getting damage out of tanky stats. Never a problem. Is at least Schemes now completed Sundering Sky.
Navi with a setup. Bot lane push secure. And honestly, when you get to this position and this banana is secure, it's so hard to wrestle. You have to walk through this Alistar and the fight start.
Mickey trying to walk through the Alistar. It's only a level 5 Alistar though, so a little bit easier to walk through. The Drake has now gone to Navi. Ulti good from Yapa. They're getting just out of range to avoid the reconnect on the chains.
And even though that fight started good, there's just so much hesitation because, again, you don't have that position. You don't know what you're walking into. And even though SK manages to get the kill in return, Navi goes away, picks up that Drake, and again, now they have a trade. Next objective.
Next objective.
Herald.
I mean, pretty far away. So we have a couple minutes where maybe we get a bit of a breath. We get a bit of calm. Last 6 times we've said that, though, someone has immediately died.
Hey, this is just a scrim game. We're on par with a 1 kill a minute.
Hey, I like 1 kill a minute. This is a pace I can get behind. You can't, slow games, there's no reason. We don't need to be doing that. That said, Yapa, all right. Going for the static here, not familiar with what the modern Varus builds are. The Varus mains out there are usually in one of 2 camps, whether it's poke or on hit.
It's a little bit unconventional because you would especially expect
backstep
a fight to happen, which doesn't.
The good news about it is it procs on hits, so you get a little blight stack whenever you hit the electricity thing on multiple people in a fight, and then you can pop it. So I see the vision. It's just kind of a weird in-between when you
It might be this odd on-hit, but it's not even on-hit because he does have the tier. I feel like he will still go poke, but the static is there. This is my logic. The static is there to counteract the Victor push because you don't want to match these spells when Victor is pushing because otherwise you don't have this window where you can be poking him. So I think that he wants to go for this sort of 1v1 agency where he's not forced to be in this window where he just cannot interact with the Victor at all.
I like it. Just enough attack speed, kind of 80 carry stats that you don't just have to trade cooldowns, and a little bit more wave clear to make sure that that empowered Q, even after all the nerfs, can still kind of one-shot the wave. I mean, it's working out for him. Look, 2-1-0. I'm sure there is some high elo solo Q enthusiasts out there saying that this is the build for Mr. Tsunami or Johnny 11243, whatever the hell the guy's name is. You know, there's a video out there from the One Trike.
We already saw the swap happen.
Diablo did it. That's my bad, guys. I didn't watch. Diablo did it. It's this shiv into full. You know what? Our production's on.
Hold up. Bro. Look at Rise. Rise is making this opening on bot lane because it's 1 minute 30 to the Ref Herald. And this is when we saw Navi do this incredibly where they attack the setup of SK. They go because they think they have enough time to make this play and then also cross back to the Herald.
There's still a few more seconds on Mini, though. Wallop is there. Now the semi-global comes in. Wonder still in for an extra second here. Still in the Meganar. Still a bit more tanky to Mini now coming in, but he will finally fall. Good response coming in from Yapa, and Skeens trying to chase out. So far, just the 1-for-1, but Mainter wants to get tricky with it. Dashing onto Yapa, but still gets caught in the animation. Manages to take another one down.
Honestly, great response from the side of SK because you saw Mickey. Mickey was completely caught off guard, but they still end up getting this first tower. But again, I love the setup from Navi, but the fact that they have the Pantheon ulti, the Varus TP came in instantly, that was what they needed to counteract this great play from the side of Navi. And SK is running away with this game slowly.
Yep, this is the cross map that they're looking for. Keep in mind, conceding minions in the top wave while this is going. Excellent Gnar to start it.
Exactly, and it's just a full-on mosh pit. At this point, when the counteract comes in, if you're Navi, you're not really thinking. Everyone's kind of playing for himself. Everyone's trying to get the max out of this position, and I really like the fact that he went for this and he didn't go out. He felt confident he's gonna get that trade.
That he did. 2,000 gold lead now for SK, sitting relatively comfortable in this game.
And they're in a great position for this Herald now. They will have this top push. The tier 1 is gone. Now, Navi, their only chance is to go and cross map on the side of this Gnar, while the Gnar is just perfectly safe. He can TP, he can walk, he can do whatever he wants.
He can. Need to see what Yapa does with his little bit of a gold lead here. Leave, of course, kind of the biggest star that we've seen, not tracking solo queue, that has done the same build, which is Shiv, Muramana on hit. with Comet, although we've seen Lethal Tempo be the twist from Diablo. Shout out to our production team who are quick to provide that info. If you haven't been keeping up with LCK, as I haven't for this season, good to have that update on kind of what the new builds for Varus look like.
There's a lot of cooking. Every time there's Varus involved, you can go pretty much anywhere.
Before Kai'Sa, Varus walked so Kai'Sa could run in terms of just building random nonsense in the bottom lane is really what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
The OG random Zhonya's Hourglass.
I feel like there was never a bad option. You could do Ultimate Bravery with Kai'Sa and you would still get a good build.
Yeah, as long as it includes AD, attack speed, or AP, yeah. I don't think she likes Heartsteel very much. But I guess you could build Titanic. You know what? You can make anything.
I mean, you're taking me to a place where I'm thinking of Kalista and then all the tank items she builds, and then you're saying
that's
that.
True. That was a dark time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that we don't see as much Kalista. That's too much APM. No one needs to be cooking that fast. Just giving people carpal tunnel with that champion. All right. Nappa, a nice little bit of poke there.
It's just enough.
Also, Varus uses AP very nicely. Kind of nasty AP ratios. 1-to-1 on the ult.
You don't even need to kill. You just need to rock up here, put the Herald. Herald's going to generate you enough pressure. You have position for the Drake. Na'Vi is already forced to concede because they know that the moment they walk here, if there is SK in the river waiting for you, ready to CC you on any single brush, there is no way you walk there. So I like Na'Vi's response. They're going to the top lane, but again, SK, they're solidifying their position in the game. And even though it's going to be one Drake to one, I still like their comp. I still feel like they're scaling quite well, and I still feel like they have a lot of tools as the game goes on to find a lot of these picks.
Yeah, definitely feel really like they're gonna have this really big threat in the side lane. Of course, there's no clean, easy Drake stacking, as Na'Vi did grab that first Drake. See now what SK can do to press this lead forward. Mid already pushing in their favor. Yappa pretty full control here of the mid wave. It'll only get easier once he's fully stacked that tier and picked up the Muramana.
And you already see Na'Vi going for attempt number 2. Right, just push this top wave all the way in. And now he's over here. He doesn't need to go top anymore. All he needs to go to catch that top when he hits the tier 2. But again, SK knows it. They know that when no one is showing that top wave, where will he be? It's honestly, it's smart play, but it's just so telegraphed. And if you keep your eyes on that minimap at all points, you will be able to find the answers. Because again, at any point, if you want, you can even just Grand Skyfall and make the counterplay.
And good for SK that they're still feeling confident enough and not losing sight of what they need to be playing for. As you see a nice little pump back onto Mickey. Traded for Alistar ultimate there as SK continue to establish control of mid lane. Because as much as you say it's easy, just look at the minimap, we see a lot of times where people just make the assumption that someone is going to be there to catch the wave and walk right into a trap.
Exactly, that's the natural flow of the game, that you would be on that wave. But again, these are the consequences of that move. That mid tower went down because Ryze needed to go back top. That bot lane tower is slowly getting chipped away because Wonder is 1.5k gold down, up. That Trinity Force, extremely strong. And at this point, Na'Vi, I'm not really sure what their greatest answer is, because it feels like they need to keep making these plays, because again, these were the limitations of their team comp. We said we want the Ryze to walk and be proactive and do something. And he is trying to do all of these plays, but again, SK, great responses.
Yeah. It feels like very much the exact reverse of what we saw in Game 1 in terms of this mid-game state. Now
they might have lost track of him
They
this
might
time.
have lost track this time. TP's now coming in. Public execution not quite going to connect, but they absolutely do not need it to. More than enough burst damage there from the side of Na'Vi. Yappa going to follow up with the ulti. Catch onto Poby is big. Chain CC flawless, but the Merc treads get him out of there just at the nick of time. Tenacity absolutely paying off. The power is there, though. The Pantheon comes down from the sky. Slow Q finding one. Yappa taking another.
Oh, man, oh, man. When you commit all of this at the beginning and then you just run out of steam, it's just so damn hard. SK's response, honestly, a little bit close, but it doesn't matter, because when you use all of those ultimates for that initial pick and you waste so much time for it, you're just getting yourself exposed.
That you are. Another tower falling. Of course, Manger going to grab one here, but it's so good that you call it out, right? It did feel like SK might be a little bit behind the play, but they have the Pantheon semi-global, which allows them to recover what started off as a pretty clean pick for Na'Vi.
And that's just so much CC flying randomly. I'll be honest, there's not a lot of damage coming from that CC, but it just buys just enough time for Skis to arrive here with the Pantheon. Finally, the point and click is there, the damage is there, and he's the one who secures all of these kills.
Yep. He's able to grab one, Yappa grabs the other. Harris is now caught out of position, forced to use that Unbreakable Will a bit early. Root from Yappa is good to deny the follow-up, as now there's a TP coming in from behind, and it is a very tiny little mini Gnar who wants to buy a bit more space, but as that's happening, Maintor's already been taken out by Skeen. Scatter manages to connect. Wonder's about to go Mega! It's an absolute nightmare for Na'Vi! Relech can flash away, but Poby, Tenacity can't save him from death.
And he's just so scrappy, and it feels like they're finally running out of enough damage. The TP comes in from one, the big shield from the TP, and the nimbleness of this mini Gnar is just enough. Usually the Gnar is, oh, he's coming in, we can one-shot him, but no, he just buys enough time, goes into that Mega, and now he's about to secure Baron for his team.
It's a little bit scary too, because this man has 0 MR against the double mage team, and he's still living for so long. Paris again, the long range of SK makes it easy to poke to get that ulti out, but this TP, it looks like it might be rough, but it works out very nicely.
I would be scared if I'm going in there, but again, Ambessa in this situation not as tanky as the Gnar, and to be honest, it's the Ryze, it's the Lee Sin, it's the Alistar. There is a lot of CC, but just not a lot of damage. That's the problem with this sort of income from Na'Vi. You don't have this consistent source of damage that you would have from a normal ADC. You're forced to fight in these bursty situations, and once you fall behind a little bit with this sort of income, it just becomes so hard.
That it does. Need more time to get items under their belt. 2 items for Zombie, 2 items for Poby. But working towards a third now. Muramana, third item. Looks like it might just be Lord Dominic's here. Obviously some room for interpretation. We'll see what he wants to do with the quiver there. As you know, we're learning a lot about the international Varus builds today. Would make a lot of sense though.
It's an education day.
Yeah, some of the tanky members on the opposite side. Wonder now with the completed Black Cleaver, double Black Cleavers for SK. They're doing a victory lap. This is really, it's the run back in reverse from what we saw in game 1. We wanted a close series. We're going to get it in the context of game scores of SK to close out here, but both of these games have been incredibly one-sided for the Wamne.
Exciting, and to be honest, draft Diffie. Because Jay.
Diffie and the Drippy. Okay, we were talking about the draft. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Odo, because you're the man sitting in scrims, you're the man helping the team cook up, or talking to people who are helping the team cook up drafts. I just feel like simple is always better. And I see Leona Pantheon, and I go, it is, like, I'm not telling you I can play Leona Pantheon on stage, but I think I can play a Leona teamfight on stage. You know what to do in that champion. You don't have to be tricky.
I mean, we saw it in game 1. You saw it was telegraphed, it was easy to execute, and this game is the same. It's just so clear-cut. You want the Leona ult into the Pantheon stun, the follow-up, the Varus ulti, and all of that shenanigans. And on the side of Na'Vi, you saw Poby running wraps around the lift, trying to make something happen.
And he did in the early game, right? They were doing really good. He and Relech making those montage plays, but they couldn't keep that momentum going, and ultimately overstaying once or twice has really put SK back in an excellent position in this game. Now they're the ones with the long-range poke, with the Varus, with the Syndra, the non-committal CC tools to kind of kick things off. And now if you're in a position where, I'm just going to call this Victor, is this champion is just so awkward because 4 of the champions on their team want to be running in, trying to make these plays, doing cool things. Samdi can't join them.
Exactly. The Victor is... He's not doing much. His role was to neutralize, but now with this Baron power play, I feel like he can't even clear the waves. Every time he walks up somewhere, they're just hitting the tower in front of him. They're about to take everything from him. He doesn't really provide any value right now.
Tricky spot to be in.
The setup from SK, honestly, great. I love it.
We've got 2 on the bot lane looking to set up punish Maintor a bit here, who gets a big shield. Will manage to live, but that is the ulti now from Zombie, just hoping to clear the wave. The wave wasn't even there yet, so just a little bit awkward as SK gonna grab another tier 2. We've talked about this a lot already, even since MSI. This first Baron isn't usually that strong, but it's already faded away, and they're still able to keep the pressure up.
This is the timer for them to try and find this fight on the side of Na'Vi, because you might just keep getting baited from the fact that this tier 2 is up, but no, they'll back off. And for SK, great Baron usage. They got 14 out of 15 plays when it comes to these tier 2 towers. This is the absolute most I would say that you can get. Sure, maybe you can get that last play, but the rule for us, or when I was playing, it was always first Baron, you take all the tier 2s, second Baron, you're ending the game. So they're on track. They've done great. They've done a great job.
Excellent pace of game. Again, credit to Na'Vi for finding those initial first couple kills, getting that first dragon. It definitely slows SK down a little bit, but right now it's a tough spot. Slowq also 4 stacks away on the Splinters of Wrath from getting that additional HP steroid, 15% max HP. Already has the execute. So that's only going to make him that much stronger. You've got the Lord Dominic, which means Yappa's hitting even harder against, Poby, who builds a lot of HP innately, just gonna give that extra percentage damage over. It's not getting better, Odo, is what I'm trying to say.
It's not. That 15-3 Syndra that we saw earlier in the graphic,
I
can see why.
I will note from the graphic. We'll run it again. We'll run it again. The KDA for 15-3, suspect. But what we've learned is that this man is a role player on this Syndra. The kill participation also isn't super high, but he's clearly incredibly proficient on it. Doesn't have some of the, the big sexy number stats that you're looking for, but he has solid damage per minute. And now we might see a solid play on the top side. Wonder if Force 2 flash back. Poby gonna follow. Complete disconnect there. Relutch had already backed away as Poby flashed in. He's flashing the sad cat. That's a communication breakdown.
I would say that it's one of those situations where your teammate knows more than you do. Because even if everyone commits there, you're not getting more than that. The Nard was already out. You already wasted a lot of spells. He still has a bit of Mega Nard. You're just going to waste time trying to chase him down. And half of the team said, okay, that's enough for me.
Fair enough. Does cost him the flash, though, as well as the Realm Warp. Realm Warp, not a hugely important cooldown, but it is 50 seconds until the next Baron spawns. The one on paper that could allow SK to end this game.
I would say it will not.
Yeah, it's gonna. It feels like we're going for a slow burn because when you were playing, enemy team didn't get two control mages in a single composition.
No.
So there's a lot of slowing down that can happen in this game.
The wave clear.
That's a death cap too for Samdi. So as much as it's been a struggle for the Victor to get involved, this is.
There's one way to clear those battle minions is with the death cap.
Yeah, and SK do still have to respect. We've seen a lot of games where people underestimate the Victor damage because Victor hasn't done anything but wave clear the entire game, and then suddenly.
SK chooses to take it slow. I wouldn't mind it. It is the smarter play because there is no risk for you to take when you're 60 gold up. What's winning the game in 27 minutes? What's winning the game in 55? The win's a win.
Very, very true. We have a Dirk now coming in for Yopa. I wonder if we're going to get a Serpent's Fang. There is a decent amount of shielding.
A Death Brush over here happening.
Oh, slow Q, dash forward. With the newly complete roundabout has been marked up. Relutch not quite able to get the angle as the flash from slow Q is clean. The re-engage even better. Gravity field down, but Na'Vi already on the way out. Para sacrifice, but Wonder's not done yet. Stacking up the rage, and SK gonna set their sights on that Baron.
And that's what I like from SK, because when I was thinking of SK, I was thinking that they will slow the game down. I was talking about how this wasn't gonna be the Baron that ends the game, but they pull a rabbit out of the hat, find this dead zone on mid lane, attacks Na'Vi when they're trying to posture up for this Baron. Great play all around from SK.
Attacking them in the setup. That's what we want to see. These are the things that we like to see.
And again, skins from the side. Wonder came from the right. And Na'Vi feels like they have to take this. They need to go in there. Great flash from slow Q to counteract the Lee Sin flash combo. And at this point, Haros, you're just stuck there, buddy. Your mages don't do anything.
Skins listen. What do you mean, bro? I would never do that. Yeah, he did flash.
Bro, what? This is a serious game, bro. You're down 0-1 and you're roasting your jungler.
Aura.
Oh, I mean, respectable. I got a lot of love for Yoba, bro. He's been popping off. A lot of funny moments.
I love him. Every time he just roasts the Unk and then he drops bars like this.
I think compared to him, isn't everyone on this team kind of an Unk? I actually don't know how old Slow Q is. Mostly Unks. This is an Unk lineup.
Skins has been here. When was the first time we saw Skins in the LEC? It was 2018, I would say.
Yeah, it was quite a long time ago, 2018. He was part of...
Certified Unk.
Certified Unk. And I think that he's a guy who we always wanted to see, get another chance because he was part of one of many cursed Vitality lineups, I think it is safe.
Don't get me started on those.
Yeah, we'll let it go. We're not talking about Vitality right now. We'll talk about them later. But not today.
Send the Cow in.
Morph is in. Cow is into the back line. Relutch looking for a good angle. The Varazol is connecting onto everybody. Main turn's finally in the backside, but the Gnar is an excellent response. The carries remain untouched. It's a double kill for Slow Q. And this looks like the final nail in the coffin for game one. Samdi locked up that cleanse. Gives him an extra lease on life, but he's still going to drop in the end. He's siphoning a bit of power. He's praying he'll finally live. But the fountain is the last safe place remaining.
Na'Vi. That was the best fight they could find, and it was still not enough. SK firm control ever since that botched play in the bot lane. I really liked everything that they did. They were so proactive. They were so good, and they're taking the fight to Na'Vi. After that atrocious game one, I just end the game. I want to see more. Give me that game 3. Give me that game 3 because I don't know who's going to win anymore. I don't know who's going to win anymore. They had such a great comeback this game.
We've had a one-sided game 1, a one-sided game 2, game 3, hoping for a banger, hoping it's close. SK bounced back. Some really impressive stuff in that one. Of course, Finn now on stage with Yopa to talk a little bit about what we saw there.
Yeah, what did we see there, Joppa? What was the difference between game 1? Because that looked a lot better. Yeah, I think the first game draft was horrible, and my coach should get permabanned for it, so this draft was much better.
Okay, so you said your coach had to be permabanned. The moment the enemy Lee Sin tried to kick flash, you just said that was Skins Lee Sin. Why did you say that?
I mean, Skins thinks he can play Lee Sin, but he's like 27, so he's washed.
I'm also 27, so that's okay. Whatever. We're gonna move back to the couch. Best of luck in your next game, Joppa. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's talk about that game.
Talk about Joppa, please. Like, this guy has zero chill. Flaming his coach, flaming his teammates. Dude.
Finn amused me though, because Finn said to the answer, he's 27, so he's washed. Finn said, I'm also 27. Now, Finn, I don't want to tell you that there's a reason you're on the analyst desk.
But he knows this.
Rather than playing anymore.
Yeah, I can play Lee Sin. I can do a mean insect. I still got it.
Okay, Grandpa, let's take you to bed and talk about the draft, actually. You guys said we want to see improvements. I'm sorry, dude. Like, come on. Just
it's
get
like
real.
seeing my life pass
Get
in real time. Don't worry about it. Okay.
You know what? You may not be able to play the game, but you can talk about it.
Yep, those who can't do teach.
Yeah, okay, let's teach. So, we said game 1. SK had a very volatile draft. They had the Kled, the Sylas, the Rel. Very hard to execute. Now we pan over to the draft this game. We see a Gnar, Orianna, Syndra, and a Varus. Very stock standard. A lot of Cs in the comp. Everyone can start a fight. This is what we wanted to see from them. We said game 1, please SK, just draft more mellow, more normal champion. Just a stock standard draft. And even Joppa said it. Game 1 was a draft diff. Now in game 2, night and day. They looked so alive this game.
I think on the other hand, Na'Vi put a lot of eggs in the reletch basket in this game. Like, especially post early game. They had a great early game. They managed to make a ton of plays around the map. But after that early game, I think it became very difficult for Na'Vi to actually be proactive unless it was going through that Lee Sin. And SK understood that, so they're like, well, if reletch ever jumps in, he's instantly getting Shield of Daybreaks, he's instantly getting Chain of Corruption, he's instantly getting Scattered the Weak. Like, there were so few options for Na'Vi to actually start fights on their terms.
Yeah, it's either that or a random public execution hitting.
Oh, sure. And, or an Alistair flank. Like,
we haven't seen a lot of those Ambassador ults hitting. But one thing that still worries me when I watch Na'Vi play is that unless Na'Vi is at an early soul point, I still struggle to see them have a firm grasp of the mid game.
Yeah.
Because I kind of want to bring it back to one of the things that was kept happening in this game. Their play was to dive Wunder on side. They kept slamming everything onto Wunder on side. And when he was standing there, tiny little Gnar on their tower, and Wunder has made a career out of not being dove. He doesn't get dove. He outplayed all of these dives, bought so much time here in the first one, find a massive Gnar, slam them all into the wall until the team comes and cleans it up. And this is kind of the worry for Na'Vi. What do you do when you can't find these mid-game easy plays through the Dragons?
It's going to be really difficult for Na'Vi if they don't find a composition that can just play through bot and mid priority to get those Dragons. I want to give credit as well to SK. Triple TP comp, have the Grand Starfall as well. Their speed of reactions to Wonder getting dove were exceptional.
Avengers Assemble.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, well, we could let Wonder get a dove and probably die eventually and take stuff on the other side of the map, but they said, no, we're always going to go and try and protect Wonder. And because of that, they were able to fight back, even though Wonder did often die in the side lane eventually.
And they're one of these teams that can find solution around the map. And we saw them taking an attempt at this in game 1. They didn't have the tools to do it, but even if the early game didn't go their way this time, they're always going to try to be active on the map, find those setups and be creative around this, which is what I think is one of the biggest improvements from SK. And you've talked about this, Finn, the fact that now they're an actual team that understands how to work together and how to work for those setups.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what defines a good team, I said this before as well, is that how do you use that dead time between dragons? It's 3 minutes, 30 seconds until dragons spawn. What are you doing on the map? And to me, SK is a team that's very aware of what the enemy wants to do, and they're very good, although I'm going to talk to it on the cast as well, about attacking the play, attacking the setup. Here, in this Grubs fight, it's not really attacking the setup. Here, they just really want to fight Grubs, but it's almost a reletch with a super nice flash. He doesn't look 27 there. He absolutely outplayed Navi's attempt at shutting him down and just set up this incredible snowball for in favor of SK.
I mean, this was the fight that really got SK back in the game.
Yeah.
Until this point, they've been losing every single skirmish. We had Na'Vi with 1,000, 2,000 gold lead, and so SK's understanding of when they can take a fight like that, I think, is exceptional. It's kind of not attacking the setup, as you say, but understanding their windows, which is what they do really well when setting up around objectives as well.
Now, Skins on Lee Sin, apparently not good. Although, for me, he was really good on Lee Sin.
That's
like
his champion!
But,
I
that's
also
his
thought
champion.
Skins was the Lee Sin guy.
Skins on Pantheon here.
Yeah, H comes for
Great
all of
job,
us.
honestly.
Yeah, he was honestly the MVP for sure. Almost every single play, if you watch a replay of all the plays this game, there's always a Pantheon included.
Yeah.
He was never excluded from any attempt, and any time that Navi tried to attack his side laners, he was there covering, he was engaging, he was setting up the fights together with Mickey this game.
So I think the question now becomes, what do we see in Game 3? Right? Because we've had both teams draft simple compositions and win, and both teams draft more complicated compositions and lose. If both teams draft simple compositions, likely to have less early skirmishing, because usually that's more complex, who actually ends up taking the victory in Game 3?
And adding to this comment, what do you make of this when you know that Navi win conditions are either setting up Relech in the early game or stacking Drakes?
Yeah. So
where's this going?
So for me, I see it in two different ways for both teams. For SK, I really want them to hone in on having multiple sources of engage.
Sure.
SK needs to secure ways to start fights for multiple players because they're so comfortable playing volatile, knowing their windows, as we highlighted. If you know your windows, having the tools to start fights is crucial. Meanwhile, for Navi, I'm looking over to the laning phase. I think Navi is a team that needs a strong early game. They need strong lanes so they can start that dragon stacking early. Their first dragon this game was at 11 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. That's a very late potential soul point. If you can't secure that early soul point, I think Navi sometimes loses their grasp they have on the game. So for me, early lanes for Navi and a lot of engage for SK.
All right, we had two one-sided games so far. Both teams came in ready to fight. Let's see what Game 3 brings.
What are we doing? We doing a... Oh wait, we don't have shoes on. For the people.
Good job, bro. That's what matters. Hamilton in there. Hamilton 거기 한번 그대로. Ludwig tar det.
Rise not sounds.
Again?
Ja. Look Alistair.
Very good job. Hamilton for bomb.
Okay, no flash rise, no flash rise.
And
That's the boat. Good job. Yeah, Nash. Alistair's up in 3. We got it! No, base! Guys, it's handed!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookie. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
To salvage the year, we probably have to win it, but that sounds a bit harder, you know, done than said. But yeah, I think making Worlds would probably be decent enough to, I guess, make up for the failures before. I think with the change of leader, probably, I think we should be a lot better in terms of being on the same page about what we want to do. I think he kind of had a different vision of the game compared to the rest, I would say. That's also why we kind of had to look for a different option. And I think slow queue is a lot more in tune, I guess, with the rest. And it's a lot easier, I guess, to discuss whatever points we have. And he also has good ideas himself, so yeah. What is at stake? Well, I guess my reputation already took a hit, so there's not much else besides, I guess, trying to restore that and prove to people that we are actually not bad. Because I think we showed some glimpses of that in the past 2 splits, but we were still a lot worse than the other teams. But I think now, if we just play a bit better together as a team and are more decisive, I think we can show up a lot more and have better results.
That was some very jolly music for some only slightly optimistic
quite sad.
talk. Yeah, it was a tough one, right? His reputation has taken a hit, but it does feel like after that game, there's that little spark of hope. Obviously, Worlds is a hugely ambitious goal, but we pretty much every team we've talked to that is scrapping it out at the bottom of the standings, Odo, has made it really clear. It's one game at a time. Everyone is just trying to survive, hoping they have enough time to improve, to level up, to hit that higher tier.
Usually when Mickey says stuff like this, I think it's complete cope. But this one time, he might be right. He gives me some hope because, again, SK has been improving. It hasn't been unheard before that you have bad first 2 splits and then you make finals, because I did it. Sure. Easy.
It happens.
But it happens sometimes. We did get super stomped afterwards, but anyway.
That's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
You got there. You lifted a trophy, bro.
On the side of SK, again, I didn't expect the bounce back. I was fully on the Navi train game 2. I didn't expect this bounce back, and that's what he's saying. That's what Mickey said.
And I imagine
it's all about these slow confidence points.
I think it might be a similar story for Navi. Everyone just feels like they're trying to find their footing in summer. I think the great mystery that a lot of people are figuring out is kind of where did that footing go. But at the same time, all that matters now is who can come out on top in this game 3. We're going to be hopping into picks and bans now. Navi have chosen first pick. SK have chosen red side. So that means we just have a normal draft. We don't have to do any of this weird red side, blue side, swippy swap stuff. So it'll be SK with counter pick. We'll see how they want to use it, what they want to look out for. Odo, you did a really good job of highlighting the Syndra in the previous draft as a champion to look out for. And in game, it kind of manifested. So I'm curious, is there any other champions as we go deeper and deeper into Fearless that you really think about that really immediately jump out to you?
Oof. Off the top of my head right now, I wouldn't say so. Maybe once I see the Fearless graphic, it's going to be easier. But Navi for sure has an idea because they did go for this first pick. And that usually means you can cook. You're not scared of that counter pick. You feel like you can make one of these champions become completely OP, take over the game. The Casio is out, the Jace is out, the Poppy is out. Completely OP champions. I expect the Rumble to not be going also through this draft because, again, when you go into game 3, you're struggling a lot to find these sorts of counter picks. And the answer so far, this draft has been telegraphed. The Camille is out because there's nothing left to counter. I would expect, again, a Rumble ban, and on the side of that, a lock.
Lock band away. Kind of, yeah, bans have been pretty samey this entire series, to be completely honest with you.
Rumble is out. Akali is rising into Prio a little bit because I feel like there's not a lot of counterplay over there.
Yeah, and I've liked a lot of what we've seen from Akali's thus far.
Lucian Milio is a combo that is extremely strong right now. I do expect this first pick needs to be really strong on the side of Navi, and also the 2-3 needs to be a really good combo because you want to go to 4-5 and you want to give a little bit of flexibility to your other lanes. It's really easy to just pick the AD support now on 2-3. The Anivia comes in, fake flex.
Fake flex.
Especially on blue side because you will need to show your hand at some point. But it's a good start.
Okay.
A good start to the draft.
Solid control mage obviously gives you a little bit more of the scaling element. And Popey's been overall individually, I think, probably the most consistent member of Navi so far this series. As Paris and Relech struggled a little bit more in Game 2, Popey really was the center of attention and did as much as he could in that game. Now the response from SK is going to be this Wukong team fighting powerhouse.
A little bit slow, though. I would have expected champions like Jarvan and Zhao to make their sights in. Ooh, the Nautilus. In a world where all the engaged supports are out, Nautilus becomes king.
Well, it's kind of weird because he used to just be king by default, but you're right, in the modern era, there's just so many champions that outshine him. I do wonder if we will see something like Paris return to Bard in this game. Not great yet. We would really like to see more immobile champions on the side of SK as the Tempered Fate, that's really where it's best utilized.
SK is sacrificing a lot here to go for this teamfight comp to secure already disengaged tools. And Navi, I like this Braum. Traditional counter, we haven't seen it once in the LEC so far. I was thinking that maybe they will be going for this range support approach where you get to punish the Nautilus in lane. But when you have this glacial comp from Navi already set up, it becomes quite telegraphed. What does Navi want to do? Navi wants to invite you to fight in it, and all you have to do is close the door and build a frosty wall against SK. Zahen. And now that's a flex, and I think it is jungle for Relech.
You think it's going to be jungle Relech? The return. Okay, we have the long-range Ziggs, which I'm actually really curious to see what this 2v2 is going to look like, because normally we talk about roaming supports the second you see a mage, Nautilus great at roaming, Braum kind of bad at roaming, but also pretty good at punishing the Ziggs with the Unbreakable, get on top of concussive blows. So we'll keep our eyes there. I like Braum paired with any kind of melee divers, so there's a good start. But as we go into the second ban phase, it's clear that SK do not want there to be a scaling angle in the spot side, as they've already taken Sivir off the board.
They want to force this roaming game where Mickey is unleashed to go on the map and the Ziggs has a strong 1v1 lane. That's why the Sivir is there, because the Ziggs traditionally coupled with the Camille, because you have a lot of setup, you have a lot of fight, you have strong 1v1 against pretty much any enemy AD carry. So I'm curious to see if they will double down and ban another one of these pesky bot laners that can survive 1v1 against the Ziggs.
What's the option going to be? Old school pairing Lucian with the Ziggs is the oppressive 2v2, but not really the 1v1 champion. And Ezreal. Okay, so a strong independent AD carry. They don't want a situation where somebody can sit comfortably in bot lane and farm from a distance, or get away from the reliable hard engage that is going to be a Ziggs ulti combined with either this Nautilus or this Wukong.
Exactly. I like this direction that they're going into. Even though it's completely telegraphed, it's a clash of styles, because both of these teams want to do something completely different. And as you brought it up earlier, Braum is not going to have a great time to roam around. The TF ban coming in, TF and Vayne being out, signals that the likes of Renekton are on the table, the likes of Cassante. And even though there might be a crazy world where this Zahen ends up going top lane, even though I do not believe so.
I think so. Room to answer. Potentially with the Zahen flex, they're hoping to bait out a top lane pick here. Instead, they're going to get mid lane. You called Anivia a bit of a fake flex earlier. We'll have to see if they are willing to move it around. Hard to imagine the triple flex setup, but we do technically, there's potential for it to happen. Annie is not a flex pick, however. SK, very honest drafting. Everything is going exactly where you expect it to go, but it's a lot of magic damage.
It is a lot of magic damage. There's going to be a big emphasis on Wonder's pick here. What will he be going? Because you cannot afford to just triple down on this AP threat, especially against the Braum, especially against the comp that wants to tank that initial burst from you. You need to find a consistent source of damage or a very strong bruiser. The likes of Renekton comes to mind, the likes of Aatrox.
Okay, we got the Yunara locked in, so this is the scaling element. If we go late, it's good. Now, it's still just going to be really hard for this Yunara to survive the upfront damage.
She's not going to have fun at all.
You don't have an enchanter alongside her, which is usually why I feel like this champion gets to be strong, gets to be relevant.
Now we will see the flexes resolve. It will become a clearer situation. And the Cassante getting hovered.
What? Zahen jungle? Who could have seen it coming? It was you.
No, really? Is it your first time playing it? No, we saw it before from Village. This is his comfort pick. He wants to take matters in his own hands, and he feels like this is a great answer to the Wukong in the 1v1.
And this is kind of a return to what we expected from Navi in Split's past, which is Maynter taking, a weak side champion. Cassante, who is, of the tanky top laners, probably one of the most impactful. The counter pick for SK here, we'll see what the angle is. Renekton You know, it's not the flashiest option, but it's a powerful champion, and it can still do a lot of work.
Some people might be even angry from the fact that you get the slam dunk, the choice to make a slam dunk against the Cassante, and you take the Renekton, but that's just how it is. You pick the Renekton because you need a little bit more frontline. You want to all in on this bruisery / skirmish style team comp. You will have the Nautilus coming to your lane, and the pressure is on SK here. There's a huge amount of pressure on SK with this sort of draft to find themselves strong going into that mid game, because Na'Vi are very happy to just sit there and relax. As long as they get an objective first and they establish that position, they will be having a great time, because honestly, there's not a lot of ways for SK to sneak into that position once that wall has been built.
Very, very true. SK, some really good proactive tools. The Wukong, the Nautilus, paired with that follow-up from the Annie, the Ziggs, but we might hit that point in the game where if the combo isn't perfectly set up, Poby, Samdi could still be left standing. Could similar story for the Zehen as well.
Huge pressure on Paros.
Yeah.
Huge pressure on Paros this game. He needs to find Mickey. He needs to read his mind. He needs to get into his head and follow him everywhere on the map, because this team comp from SK is do or die by Nautilus's activity in the early game.
That it is. Final game in the series, 1-1 the scoreline between Na'Vi and SK, even as both teams stand 1 win, 1 loss in the standings. Let's get now into game. It's the Kebab Braum skin, one of the best skins in the game, no doubt.
We are in Berlin after all.
That we are. Ooh, although that looks like the Tacos El Pastor variety where it's got pineapple. So
I have a Mexican place next to me. Might be that one.
Is it good?
It is quite good.
That's unheard of. That's like the whole. It's
because the tacos are actually called Al Pastor.
Okay.
It's quite good.
We'll talk about. We're gonna bring this up later.
But it's better if you eat it live
For those of you who
instead of
don't
ordering.
know, Mexican food in Berlin is it's awful.
It's a hit or miss.
No, it's 90% bad. It's
sorry, I meant miss or hit.
It's mostly miss.
Emphasis on the miss.
There's been 1 or 2 hits in the history, in our time here.
In the history.
In the history. In our time here in Berlin, at the very least. Is a nice hook, a nice start, and the level 1 roam. There's just not a lot Paris can do to respond. It is just a big chunk onto Poby, but it's going to make it that much harder for him to step up.
Will the Ziggs be getting zoned, though? Because this is extremely important. If the Ziggs ends up missing all of these 3 minions of XP, then the state ends up being not that bad. And he doesn't.
He doesn't. 40 gold.
Well played, Ziggs. Well played to you. You played safe, and now he's killed.
There you go. Firecracker Ziggs.
Man, ADCs are having so much fun. I would love to just throw some bombs like that.
Yeah, it's so chill. It's so laid back. What do you mean you want to A move? No, no, no. Just Q and walk away. First strike as well for Yoka.
If you want, you can rebind your A to Q and then you feel like an ADC.
That's true. That's true. Also, I don't A click. I don't know if you've ever seen me play AD carry. It's a lot of canceling auto attacks. So I'm kind of happy about this meta. Is it
WASD for you then?
It's actually so true. I wanted it. They didn't drop it in ranked. I was going to do an unranked WASD stream just to see if my old boomer hands could do it.
Ooh.
But luckily, we don't have to linger on that topic. I think people aren't a big fan of the WASD. Is, well, despite things initially going south and being down a pot, Poby is still trading really well up against slow Q. Is this a good matchup? It doesn't seem like it would be great like Annie.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It feels like you have the looming gang threat, but at some point you are an immobile short-range mage, and if he gets level 6, pops the wall, pops the Glacial Storm, and you're not having fun. I don't see how Annie will be getting the push later on.
I don't really see it either, but maybe they can find that setup. You also mentioned it when we talked about it in picks and bans. Jungle, right, for Skeens, it's the Wukong. This is a slow champion. I think an even less explosive early game than the Vi, who at least has the Q flash. So it is just the power farm battle back and forth for both of these junglers. So this is probably just going to be our quietest early game. Mickey now after that first
explode, though. I would say it's about to explode on this crab. Because we have mid push from the side of SK, but there's both push from the side of Na'Vi, so we will be seeing probably this skirmish over here, but the Zehen is still not in position. He will go to the top side and concede, because if you are not here on this crab as it spawns, the sensible thing for you would be to just go and trade for the top side. Parus, just a Braum.
Marking up Schemes.
He's just a Braum that has to flash.
Yeah, just poor Braum has to flash. Good side step on the hook, but doesn't stop the staggering blows from coming through. Paris gonna get taken out. Shield from the Guardian, not quite enough, and that's first blood inside of SK.
Now my question to you, Daniel Dracos.
Yes,
because you've been for a long time. Can you tell me why was the Braum there?
Well,
you can say you don't know.
No.
Because I don't know either.
No, okay, well, here's what I would say is, we talked a lot about the pressure of roams. Never mind, we're going to talk about this top lane play. Wonder is probably dead. Oh, has the second dash. Quick stun. Is he just going to hold on to flash? No, that makes it even worse. Oh, avert your eyes, Wonder enthusiasts. Spent all his luck on Riftbound cards. That flash, good read from Reledge.
Then. He pulled some great cards.
He pulled some great cards. Good read from Reledge. Really bad flash from Wonder. I think wasn't sure if he wanted to use it, used it just a little bit too late, and ends up getting caught out anyway. And as regards to the support roam, well, Odo, I'm not 100% confident. But at the very least, only Mickey X got the kill, so it doesn't matter a ton.
You know what I'm confident about?
What's that?
This top lane matchup will suck for Renekton. The worst thing that you can have in this time frame where you would be winning is the Cassante just basing and getting 1.1k gold worth of armor.
Yeah, that is that does seem. I mean, you even get to start with the helm. You come back with all that armor. It's cooldown reduction. It's everything. It's offensive stats.
It's awful.
Defensive
It changes so much because you wanted to bully him for so long, and now the Cassante is accelerated. That was a roam.
That was a roam.
Well, that's all he can do. At least he's there.
And I think the thing about Braum that we've seen, and this is, when he's great, he's truly just transcendent, right? Unbreakable is such a powerful skill.
Yeah.
But God, is he awful as well. And Wonder.
Cassante's gonna bring the pain. Topo strikes.
You know, Wonder, you could, Odo, you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm gonna say that Wonder lost that trade. That didn't look like.
Nah. I think it's fine. The wave actually is in a great position. It's still slow pushing, so it was calculated. I mean, that's the only thing you have in the top lane. When everything goes bad, you say, at least my wave is good.
There you go. Well, at least his wave is good. And he's got support on the way.
Now, this is an awful feeling for Skins because what you wanted to do is pretty much go and set up position for this cap, but then you have to bail out top lane.
Physical damage. Okay. Pathmaker. Q misses completely. Okay, that's a good angle. They're going to get the flash. Very least. Now, as we've mentioned before in the series, it's on them to capitalize on that flash being down in the next 5 minutes. But for now, decent advantage to the side of SK, at least evening up.
They're looking for a dive here. Are they going for something as bold as diving a Cassante, perhaps?
He still has all out.
Nah.
And has TP, so he's just going to come right back to lane.
So they did salvage this top lane for Wonder, but this crab, in a different world, it should have been SK'd because they had the top lane push. Mid lane push was a little bit wonky, but it was a good time for the Annie to fight. And now Navi does get a tempo. More importantly, Reledge got level 6 from that crab, so all of this topside jungle is going to be contested against SK.
TP full commit for this.
I love it.
From the side of Navi, they want to accelerate the pace of the game. They see they have a good window of opportunity. They want to kick things off. Wonder no ulti. Skeen's getting forced back. Concussive blows can do so much work fighting in this choke point. It's an ideal exchange for the side of Navi. Skeen still just level 5. Reledge takes him down.
And this is just so awful for Skins because all of these camps are going to be getting contested. Maybe he won't lose all of them, but he's just getting set up so behind. He used that time to help Wonder at the top lane. Top lane stabilized a little bit, but they used so much tempo, so much resources, and they just gave so much time for this invade to come through.
Yeah, and remember, Reledge is 4-1 on this Zehen. This is a very big comfort pick for him. And when I look at the enemy composition, we've said this before, but it really is just, can you survive the upfront burst damage? And if the answer is yes, oh my God, Reledge is going to kill it.
Yes,
right?
it's Reledge and Mainter paired together because it's, when you look on the side of SK, you have the Ziggs, but he's the only long-range champion in this team comp. You are making space and you're skirmishing a lot of against the likes of the Necton, the Wukong, even the Annie, once she does her flash engage, is just a full-on brawl. And Zehen, to be honest, if you're a Navi fan, you are extremely happy. There's no champion that you would want to get fed more than a Zehen when he will go into that mid game and get those revives, get those ults in the middle of everyone.
And there's no traditional AD carry, right, that can stop him from being this massive terror without risking their own life in the process. Yes, if Ziggs lands everything, you can see the angle, but it's hard to do as Bomba. Ulti on the Samdi gets the barrier. Samdi going to pop an ultimate of his own, starting to transcend as he uses the dash to escape. Now a bit of a re-engage.
In the meantime, the grabs are being taken and it's for free. This was usually the timer where you'd expect Skins to be having this cross map. The only time when you can trade tempo and get these objectives at the same time, because if he goes for this Drake, all of his top side, there is the risk again that it will be getting attacked. Reledge doesn't even need to commit and go for all of the grabs. Well, joke's on me, he has the smite. But look at it. He's about to go into his bot side. He's about to do the full clear. And this time that Skins has been using to take this Drake, he will need to be going back to the camps, and that's the timer when Reledge will be looking to get active again.
Top lane already pushing in his favor. Mid lane now resetting. See if he can find that angle. He'll know exactly where Skeens is as they see the Chem Drake fall. They also have vision in the pit, which makes it pretty easy. Mickey now trying to get active, hoping to up the pace of the game. Because right now, when we look at scaling, the path to late game is just so crystal clear for Na'Vi. The execution, as we've said before, is on the side of SK. They have to execute better in this fight. So a slow pace of game, a relaxed pace of game where Na'Vi have a slight lead is just about everything they could possibly want. You see they're trying to up that pace on the top side. CC finally coming in, flash, everything committed to Mainter, and they'll at least be able to grab that kill. Slowq right where he needs to be. Mainter no MR yet. Leaves him open and vulnerable to Slowq's damage.
I really like this move because it was needed. Everything was starting to slowly fall apart on the side of SK. We already brought it up earlier. Rilech is gonna be looking to find a timer to invade, and you needed to get some stability back in the game. You needed to get some golden Danny, bring the Renekton back into game because that death earlier was critical. But now there is still some saving grace on the side of SK because they will be starting to get priors from the fact that these solo lanes are finally being able to hold their own.
Very, very true. See when those first items get completed in the top lane. Relech, first one on the map to complete a full item with that Trinity Force. Doesn't even need the boots, so he's going to be a terror in these fights. And it looks like the fight over, I assume, a respawning red buff, or...
It's not even the red buff, it's the Yunara coming to the top lane because 3 grabs are here. What you want to do when you have these 3 grabs, you want to start the cross map because even though you have all of these 5 people in the top lane, even though this TP is happening, you don't really mind so much. Ziggs TPs, Sandy doesn't even need to stay here. The choice is on him. He can base and go both. Every time there is a match of number, or a mismatch of numbers rather, due to these 3 grabs, it becomes a race. Who takes whose tower first? And when you have these 3 grabs, you want to match. Ziggs executes tower. He's notorious for executing towers, but he's not a great pusher. So Na'Vi is finding themselves in a great position in this early game, going into mid game, because every single time they go somewhere, SK has this threat on them that they need to match, otherwise their towers are going down.
I mean, to get that TP essentially for free, just trying to save Wonder. And I think fair that they did, right? He didn't have access to the Dominus, probably wouldn't have been able to survive the dive. SK now trying to make a push of their own as we've swapped our lanes around. 80 carries, or bot lane carries rather, staying topside. But now Na'Vi just setting up for the same exact play, this time knowing there's no Ziggs TP.
And that's all from dragging them around the map. You get to walk. SK is Navi's little puppy, and you get to put them on a leash and just walk them everywhere. And what happens when you walk your dog everywhere? He's behind you for most of the time.
They're treating their dog very poorly. Ottawamne, as Wonder is in trouble. They pull him out from the tower. As Mainter goes all out and the kill gets picked up, SK forced to respond with the TPs. There's not much of a counterpunch here. Mickey finally arriving, and you said it so well before. SK are just behind the play. They're forced to dance to the tune of Na'Vi. They're getting walked around the map. They need a little bit more exercise. Paris trying to run though. Will at the very least get picked off as they're trying to kick this fight off, but Slowq again is really only damage that they have. Skeens, that was a one-way trip as Poby grabs a kill.
You get the kill on a support, it doesn't really matter anymore. And we already saw once that initial engage goes. Hold up, TP is coming.
One TP.
Angry Crocodile
does have alt flash.
It's just a tempo TP. Or is it? Yeah, it is.
How crazy is he willing to go? He could trade flash for Yunara ulti, but that doesn't seem worth it. Here,
it's just so hard. You're always one step behind. No matter what play you do, you're damn or be damned in that sense. It doesn't matter what you do. It's on Na'Vi, and they do such a great job going around. Sure, here the crab is there, and it just mind controls Sparrows if he needs to make some space. But again, you don't really mind. It's just a kill on a useless support at this point in the game, while your Anivia is being very happy, or whoever steals it. Okay, did you see he tried to steal it? He wants all that glory for himself.
I understand why. He's 1-0-3. He's built a pretty decent jungle. He's got 10 CS up, bro.
Give him more.
His role quest. He's having a good game. And the pullback into the Glacial Storm was especially nasty, just to make sure that Skeens couldn't escape whatsoever. And it's we're at the thrift shop here in the top lane. No one can afford an item. They're all just broke, boys. But the rest of the map, items are coming through hot and fast.
I'm excited for this dragon fight. I feel like this is going to be one of those fights that is going to make or break this early game, but whenever you build this anticipation around the neutral objective, more often than not you just see it. You just see a cross map and a trade.
It's very true, Odo. But we have to remain optimistic. That's our job as casters. I think we'll see a full fist fight.
And everyone's going to die, and then it's going to be 5-for-5 pentakills.
And that's called optimism, predicting the death of everyone. League of Legends! SK. It's a fight for mid prio. It's a fight for bot prio. All of this in the name of setup around that objective. Mickey, though, still placing vision on the top side means Na'Vi have control.
The more important part is this TP on the side of Minded, because you can see look at Wonder. He's forced to round at the river. He is forced to give up this top minion wave, XP, plates, everything, just to be in this position over here on the mid lane to walk in. Because otherwise he would be late.
Ulti on Asamdi, forced to retreat. Ziggs ulti across the top, but now it's Relech off to the side, slowly stacking up that passive.
This is great response from Na'Vi. The TP comes in, just matches it instantly. You don't need to risk anything. And again, you have this position. The pressure, there's massive pressure on SK to walk in, and you already see Wonder is going top lane. He knows it. There is no way they get in here.
Yeah, 2 ulti for 2 ulti trade, but they didn't really do much of anything other than force Samdi away. Excuse me, kept his ulti. I thought he popped it there. Slow Q now caught out by the wall. Will be able to speed out of there. He has the Swifties to try to make his life a little bit easier. The Swift March now. Poby takes an awkward angle. But Mainter's going to be back in the top lane. The Drake has been picked up. Na'Vi got what they came for. Now, Relech is powerful enough that he can just keep fishing for these angles. But you want to be careful not to stick around too long.
I was just distracted by the fact that Anivia threw a basketball.
What? Anivia throws a basketball?
Yeah, this game. Did you not see? He put a wall and then he threw a basketball.
Observers? We're going to need to see the next Anivia queue.
There we go.
That's a pumpkin, bro. It's Nivea.
Hey,
That's not
it's just a chroma.
basketball.
It's fine. It's fine.
They don't play that in Romania, bro?
you think we pay attention to those things? I don't pay attention to all of that. That's a tree. Oh, that was a pumpkin. Pumpkins grow.
I thought they
Pumpkins
made.
grow
I
in
thought they
trees?
made some like apple pie America Anivia skin that I missed. No, that's a pumpkin.
That's all right.
That's fine, bro. Things happen.
Every day you learn new
And
things.
or you're about to tell me that you play basketball with pumpkins, which would be interesting.
Oh, we don't play basketball at all.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then the pumpkin mistake makes sense.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, having had enough of throwing pumpkins in the bottom lane, are now throwing hands at this poor Rift Herald.
It's sort of game state favors Na'Vi greatly. If I'm Na'Vi in this game, if you would just airdrop me in this game as a player, I'll be so happy to be Na'Vi's shoes. Because again, it feels I don't have to do anything. All I need to do is just exist. I just need to go there, press S, call SK's bluff, and just be extremely mindful of the flanks, of the Nautilus, of the Annie, of the Wukong trying to find something. Because you just want to corral the front back. It's so hard once you saw that wall, you saw the Glacial Stone. Mickey's still trying to make space here, but it's just there's not much to do.
Your cross map is an Annie pushing bot.
And with no grubs.
With no grubs. It's rough. And the gold lead is now reflecting a little bit of the lead that Na'Vi have built for themselves. But again, the big reason why we say this favors them isn't just because they're trading up or trading slightly ahead of pace. It's because their comp scales so damn well. We really thought that there was going to be an angle here where, like, Mickey gets active early, Paris isn't able to do anything to respond, and that really only showed itself for one kill. The rest of the game has been Na'Vi kind of out-pushing, out-fighting, finding better angles like around that first red buff. And it just feels like SK, I mean, you said it best, right? They're just getting taken for a walk. Na'Vi goes here, they're forced to respond. Na'Vi goes there, they're forced to respond. It doesn't feel like SK get to do anything that they want to do.
Exactly, because scaling is such an odd thing because it manifests in so many different ways. And in this game, with the fact that we know, and they showed us in the first two games that the fight is all going to be about positioning, SK, that's why they're trying so damn hard now, and they're throwing everything at anyone they see in front of them, because they need to create better conditions soon, in 2 minutes, for this Drake to find this side prior, to find this prior somewhere, so that you can break this sort of stranglehold that Na'Vi will be, you know they will have it on the position, because we already saw it in the top siege, we saw it in the Drakes. SK are really feeling the pressure right now.
That they are. And when we talk about scaling, we're not talking about, you know, oftentimes people look at the RuneScape duel, you just push your buttons on top of each other. There's a world where SK can win fights. It requires all of their big AoE spells to hit multiple targets. But when Na'Vi are getting positioning first, it's pretty impossible for SK to force that angle. Instead, they have to prey on a mistake from the side of Na'Vi, and it doesn't look like they're making him anytime soon. Yampa running for his life. Skeen's coming to the wall, and I take it back. They might have made a mistake now. Skeen's looking for the re-engage. Decent damage back, but the Glacier Swarm by so much base. Grim Deliverance across the entire team, and that tower is a fake friend, because it's not going to protect SK any further. Mid lane down. Drake still pretty far away. So, in the end, a bit of a nothing burger, but Na'Vi will get the tower.
They will get the tower, and I dare say I felt like that just came out of nowhere, because there is no way this fight should have happened. But we already saw a glimpse of how these fights will be looking like when everyone's 5-5. And even though Na'Vi got the worst engage ever, because the Anivia will end up in the front line soon. That Anivia is going places. She's under the tower, tanking 4 people. And SK is just all crumpled up as a ball on top of each other. But still, you don't get to do anything because you don't have consistent damage. The Ziggs can only provide burst, and you need to find a squishy target somewhere. And Danivia, even though she was there, she was not squishy at all.
Yeah, and I will just say, I think that was a bit of a fumble from Navi. Again, the position in the game means it's not too big of a deal, but the big thing we're looking at right here is all of the missing flashes. Yes, Yappa did give his up. Yes, Skeens did give his up, but Annie with flash here on the opposite side, that's the big mismatch. That's the big playmaking tool we're going to have to keep our eye on in the coming fight. If SK can get something out of that, it's not going to hurt to lose that mid lane tower, but if
it's critical on Annie to keep this banana brush over here, because this is the one advantage you have on the side of SK. The fact that this is just a vision hold for Navi, they don't get to see, and if you misstep a little bit, Annie can get to flash, because you pointed out very well, there is no flashes. This is the one fight that SK would have the advantage in.
True.
Wukong flanking from the side.
Banana contested now by main turn. That control ward will finally fade away. Hopefully Mickey not going to connect. Skeens on the side.
And look how difficult it is for Navi as well. You can't really just walk in and just get poked for free. Anivia wants to sit still and wait for enemies to come at you. But now they have to walk through these chokes and they have to put themselves in danger.
And this is the downside of the Navi comp. They don't really have good proactive engage tools. From a very good defensive pick, if they can get some space here, they can do a lot of work, but it might just be the 50-50 on the objective. Wonder currently on the flank. 2K on the objective. Spike goes down in the favor of SK. Flash in, that's the engage from Slowq, a good angle. Kobe throwing out basketballs, but they're not doing a whole hell of a lot. As Samdi will fall in the 1v1 to Wonder. This is the fight SK we're looking for. Navi had no business sticking around, but they decided to try their luck anyway.
That whole setup for earlier brought us to this point where they have this flash disadvantage. It was so hard for Navi, and SK maneuvers the situation so well. Every single player did his job incredibly well, but keep your eyes on Wonder, because Wonder is my hero of this play. He just sits there, and even Yunana cannot commit. The front line is just tanking for free, as you can see over here. They're just tanking for free. Renekton is still on the side. Now he flashes in, and it was just a 3v4 in the front line, because Renekton, as useless as people call Renekton, the fact that he gets in that position and he can 1v2 the two main carries is incredible.
We need to engage somehow. I think we need your flash to engage, to be honest. Like,
they recognized.
What did he say?
I think he said please.
But somehow that's what happens when you have a team comp like this and you get forced into this uncomfortable position where you're playing away from your win condition. You say things like, somehow we need to engage even though we cannot.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about scaling, it is the scaling threat of the dual carries here. We know how much consistent damage output that Poby and Samdi can bring, and that hinges on them being first to the objective. If you have to walk into the Yunara and the Anivia and the Zehen, your team fight is going to feel impossible. But if you have to split up, if you have to walk into SK, SK can instantly start a fight in the blink of an eye. They can pick anybody they want, and they can try to 100-0 them. Navi don't get that proactivity. They don't get that choice. They did get it earlier because they had better push in lane and they had better setup, but I think it was a big fumble for them to try to contest that, and it certainly has cost them, and it's put SK in control. A massive gold swing, 2.3 in their favor, and this is where it gets a lot easier for them to play their composition. This is the first time that they've really been able to dictate the pace of the game.
Exactly.
Baron's up, 3 minutes till Drake. Odo, what are we looking at? Is it still just posturing for wave control? What do we need to keep our eyes on?
The Renekton will be looking to gaining a lot of pressure in this bot side, because when you have 2 minutes 40 to Drake, the main consensus is that people are still posturing for this Baron control. Albeit, now that I think about it, I might be wrong. There is no way SK's team comp will be looking to do this Baron. You don't have enough threat.
That is a really good point.
Your solo lane,
don't do any damage.
Your main damage threats are the Ziggs and the Annie. You are still looking to catch people. You still want to rotate. You still want to get the Annie and the Renekton to push side lanes, to group up and find Navi when they're trying to set up vision. Even though the Nashor is up, I feel like none of these team comps really want to do it. So we might be looking for a little bit of a scrap for control and vision leading up to this raid. Because this dance can happen as early as 2 minutes while we're having
right now. The dance has begun. Oh no, they're looking for the moves. Relatch, nice pullback there. Forces you up into the pit. Yappa, where are you going, bro? He's just going to throw the ulti down in the midst of the team and get picked off. Excellent play from Relatch, finding that individual pick. Navi, though, immediately back away. They don't want to overplay their hand, but they have so much control now. They can move into SK's jungle.
That Ziggs flash might be critical for the upcoming fight, because in the 1 minute 30, we do have the Drake. And what happens? You saw Navi. When they don't get there to the position, they're scrambling, they're panicking. So you might start this dance a little bit earlier than usual, where you sacrifice everything. So when you go to the objective and you look to sit there for a little bit and have some sort of ARAM, But we will see. Resets are coming through. Everyone's wanting to get in condition. Everyone wants to get power spikes for this Drake setup. And we see the same on the side of SK.
Yeah, the calm before the storm, as it were. A minute till the objective means now we get to see that setup take hold, do the classic caster thing, check in on items. It's pretty much 2.5 across the board, although we're still looking at bits and pieces for main as he did stop off for some healing reduction. So no massive advantages. Summoner spells, as you've highlighted already, Odo, are...
The flashes are up on the side of Na'Vi. On the side of SK, the main players who will be looking to engage would be the Annie and the Renekton flank. We already saw how strong it was the last time. Mickey has flash, but it doesn't really matter in this situation. So going into the setup, Na'Vi, again, from the other side, now it's a dance. You wasted your flash on your previous engage. Now this setup looks a little bit better for Na'Vi.
And I will say, Odo, that I'm glad that this game 3 has actually been back and forth, because we did just get two kind of Wampa stops. But SK did a good job of punishing Na'Vi in that previous Drake fight. Now they're fighting for a bit of control.
This just says the team's fundamentals. How much do they understand these positions? How much do they value being there first and having these solutions to all of the problems they might be coming? Because SK is late to this midway, but what's important for them is to be in this position. So I want to see how much will they fight for it.
Bot wave pushing in favor of Na'Vi. Mid wave even, so Na'Vi have a better way to set up for positioning.
Daniel flash.
Nice sidestep, excellent engage coming in from Paris to kick things off. Skeen completely forced out of the fight. Grim Deliverance now coming in for Reledge. It's a bit of a disaster for SK. Spinning through on the Cyclone though, they're looking for a re-engage, but Reledge, he has the passive fully stacked, and now Samdi's allowed to start unloading damage. But once again, Wonder in the back line, trying to get a bit more space. An excellent wall from Poby, zones him away, forces out the flash, a scrappy exchange. Only Skeens will fall, but it's going to be Na'Vi taking the Drake.
Great spy from Na'Vi. We already saw when you walk in there and SK is just not ready. Their setup was so much more different than last time, and it's just so hard. Now they get the second Drake. The game is back to even, and we might be having a bit of a longer stall.
A bit of a longer one, which again, Na'Vi don't mind as long as they keep getting setups.
Exactly.
You can see there, Paris, good ult. The control of Banana Brush that you highlighted in the previous fight just really wasn't there.
It's always about the banana. And keep your eyes on Annie here, because she's trying to join in here and she has no flash. And Skeens felt this pressure that he needs to help Slowq because they need to fight for this banana. Annie was pushing up for a flank that never arrived because she took the poor patting. And once that formation breaks and you don't find this engage on the side of SK, you already saw from Na'Vi. Na'Vi just needs to exist. They need to be there, and they will just pick everyone apart.
No, that was a really rough fight from Slowq. You highlighted it well. Doesn't have the position, and then Flash comes up just in time for him to flash over, and then they don't get anything.
Yeah.
So now not only is Flash gone, but it didn't really do anything in the fight anyway. All of your carries flashes, all of your flashes actually just entirely are down. And while, yes, Samdi was forced to flash, Na'Vi have a pretty clear path into Baron, and unlike SK, actually have the damage to take it down.
This was such a critical fight for Na'Vi because we saw SK get a foothold in the game. The item spikes were still quite good for SK to push their lead, but Na'Vi, time is on their side. They will only get stronger, and the answers from the side of SK will only get lower and lower.
Tough spot to be in. Death Cap on the way for Yopa, delayed, and Archangels just settled for the tier, trying to get more and more damage under his belt. Isn't going to be shredding through the tanks, but really wants to be able to one-shot Samdi in one of these fights. Poby with the upgraded Mercs is an incredibly good purchase.
If you're SK, you're not happy here because, as you brought it up earlier, the Baron Nashor can always be taken by Na'Vi. You always have to be scared when you don't have TPs or whenever you don't have your Renekton there, because he's the main person who can walk forward and not get chunked. He is always looking at either that hold wave and also being here for the control.
Walking to the wall, but Reledge Grim Deliverance.
Hey, it scared them.
Okay. Mind games, we'll say. But that's Reledge's ult gone for nothing. He didn't know that. He thought that hook would connect, so he had to buffer there. Unstoppable on the ulti. Call that a dub. Is Yopa just clears waves, and Odo, we're back into the... It looks like no one wants to start Baron, which, you know, fair enough. It's a pretty big risk. But
even if you're Na'Vi and you start the Baron and Ziggs throws 3 bombs on you, you're not happy.
Very true. So now we get to hang out, Odo. Now we get to sit here. We can talk about item spikes. We can talk about...
What do you want to talk about?
League of Legends skins. What were we talking about at the start of the game? You know, my actually favorite part about casting here is when there are people here. We can just turn around and look and see what they're up to, and they don't notice. I saw some of you just taking random zoom-in photos of players' faces. Hilarious, by the way. Don't know where those end up. I thought that was really funny.
That's kind of creepy.
What? That they're doing that? No. Is it weird that I'm watching them, or weird that they're
Depends
doing it?
on how much the zoom is.
Bro,
if it's like 8x or 40x.
No, yeah. If you got that new iPhone, bro, that camera goes crazy. That's not a shout-out. It is just a crazy camera. But you can get, there's some funny facial expressions you have. We run them on broadcast. I don't think we can knock people for taking the photos.
Well, my favorite one was some guy, I had a bad game and he just took a zoomed out, like maximum zoom out picture of my face when I just died and I was still
Okay, so you're
Thank you, random guy on the internet.
I see, so there's personal attachment.
Yeah.
It is for you, Odo.
It was a throwback for me.
All right. Well, guys, just think that's unlimited content that mine for people in the audience.
Farm the players for content.
Farm the players for content. I mean, we are. That's what we're doing here at Riot Games. So we can't judge the audience for trying to do the same.
All right, let's bring it back. 130 to Drake. And now enough of trauma dumping from me. It's all right. Huge item spikes on the side of Navi. These item breakpoints are extremely important when you play these games because you don't really look at gold when you play it, because obviously as a player you don't know what the gold is.
You can't see it in game.
Yeah, so what you look at instead is you have more completed items than the enemy. So if I am, for example, let's say Relic, I would be feeling a lot more confident to take a fight against Skins because he has only 2. So you're looking at these spikes, 3 items to 2 items or 3 items to 2.5 items. So that's one of the ways where you get this sort of confidence on how strong you are and how much you can push it up when it comes to these objectives.
And Death Dance is an especially big item. That is a...
Oh, it is for Zahan.
Yeah, it's a nasty, nasty pickup. And you might look at Double Mage Comp and say, hey, like, surely you'd want some MR, but I think when you've got Death Dance, when you've got Thunder Sky, you don't even really need it. I think Merc Treads are enough at this point in the game, and Relic is going to be incredibly difficult for SK to kill at all.
Yep.
Even in a perfect team fight setup, he's going to be a tough one to take out of the picture. Loki stepping really far forward. Knockup is going to connect onto Yopa, trying to move back. An excellent wall catches does Loki, but he looks to turn and burn. Flash engage, kicking things off. His Skeens is now in the midst of 3, but Relech is fully stacked. And there's just not enough damage. A double kill is there, but Yopa is still living. Relech manages to take down another. Yopa and Wonder want to make the difference here. Triple kill for the Ziggs. He's been finding kill after kill after kill. The pullback isn't there, but Na'Vi now set up to take yet another Drake.
Yeah, even though it was the side of Na'Vi that started, the only reason they get this win is because the jungler is alive and they get to start this Drake. Because I am extremely critical of Na'Vi. You really didn't need to do that. You had all the conditions going for you. This fight was a 4v5 on the side of SK. Look at how the fight starts. Renekton is still in the bot lane. He's not TPing because he thinks this fight is lost, and he finds an amazing flash on the back line. Props to Skins and to Slowq for managing to dive past that roam, dive past that Anivia, and get the kill on Yunara, and then the Renekton comes in and says, oh, well, I guess we can fight this, but it was still not enough. Na'Vi still gets away with that third Drake, and that just adds more to the ever-rising pressure on SK.
And while there's a gold lead for SK, again, it's traded for flashes on both Slowq and Yampa. Samdi and Pobies just came back up, so it's going to be hard for them to take those carries out of the fight. And look, the Yunara is only getting scarier. That's a 4th item incoming pretty fast.
But again, those are the most important resources in the game. The flashes on the side of SK, pretty much all of them are on cooldown. How are you going to find the fight? They pulled a miracle in this one, but now Na'Vi, I really want to see them accelerate this game.
I would like that too, but instead I think we're going to kind of...
No, don't do this to me!
It's like professional boxing, you know, you only get a minute and then you got to take a break. They're going to, you know, put some Neosporin in the cut or whatever. I don't know anything about boxing.
What do they even use?
Blood into the thing. I don't know what the rules are. I know there's a lot of rules about it. Na'Vi are accelerating the pace of the game. They don't want that. They don't need the bell. They didn't hear it. The round is still going. Baron being started as SK try to approach. All 5 members will be here, but on the wrong side of the wall.
But is it the flip? Is it the Baron flip?
Pulling back. Na'Vi don't want to flip it. They did get a TP. They did get a TP at the very least. That's Slowq's TP gone, so they can reset. Be happy that they essentially got that for free.
The only way Na'Vi can get that Baron is they put Cassandra over the Baron pit. Relish.
Flash, Poby, flash! Bird flash, no! Poby, no! Poby, yes?
No!
Poby, no!
Poby, no! Definitely no! So usually as a player, I have an explanation for everything that every single player does because I can put myself in their shoes. And I might have done that myself, but even when I did it myself, I had no explanation for what I did. And neither does he.
But perhaps he gave his life to bait SK into a false.
And this is a godsend for SK because this is probably the best situation they will be in.
Isolated, they have the man advantage, no sustained damage. It's a split call though, because Skeens is still hitting the Baron.
It just doesn't go down. They just don't have any damage.
They don't have any damage. Are they going to win the 4v5? Relet's going full in. He's about to get the reset to be able to come back to life. Already starting to kill everybody. They started the fight at a man disadvantage. Poby gave his life to bait SK into a false sense of security. He's an absolute genius. He mind controlled them, and now his teammates have obliterated them.
Poby, what was that? I can't believe that mind control actually worked.
I can't believe you're going along with that. That was incredible. Like, Navi, really good fight, but SK, you can't do the Baron. That didn't change because Poby's dead. Navi, somehow their mid laner feeds, and it turns out it was the right play, I guess.
Keep your eyes on Samdi in this fight because he is going to be untouched. The moment the Braum gets in front of him, he dashes forward. He doesn't care about anything. There's no CC, even the Nautilus look, the bomb is on him. He doesn't even click back for a single second because he knew already this game, if he has his front line in front of him, he doesn't need to be scared of anything. The engage was already away from the previous fight. The flashes were out. There was just nothing for him to be scared of, and it was so easy for him to play that fight.
Now it's going to be on SK to try and weather the storm here. Tier 2 is always what we expect to fall on the first Baron. 1:30 until Soul will be on the table for Navi. Ocean would make it pretty impossible for SK to kill them.
And the Baron is still there for 2:15. This is one of those Barons where you're not really going to end the game, but you're about to seal the deal because at any point you can keep the pressure here for a really long time. You always have the Dragon on the exit, and they're forced to fight.
Kicking things off. Excellent ulti coming in. It's a shutdown on the Sandy in the blink of an eye. Navi have thrown it right back. Navi over-eager. They forgot the win condition of SK. It is the AoE magic damage dealers, and they group right up. They gift wrap themselves, and they just make it easy for SK to come back.
I'm speechless. Where did all that damage come from? That was insane. That's a Ziggs. I guess that is a Ziggs with 4 items right there.
That's the magic pen.
Show it to me again. I just need to see it.
Zombie.
From what HP did he just die? Ult flash from Mickey. Oh my god, that was so great. Hey, that's not okay. That's not okay.
AoE, that's the win con.
That's not okay.
Zombie died with flash up, he just wasn't ready.
Yeah, the ult flash from Mickey was that's why it was so insane, because if you have that ulti and you just let it travel, that's okay. But if you have the ult flash, there's just nothing to react to. They just ganked up on him so well. The chain CC was there. And this was a great kill, but again, these ultimates are down. Ani ulti is down for 5 seconds, the Wukong ulti is down. And Mindter, Navi needs to buy a bit of time for Mindter to get in this position, because Drake is up in 3 seconds and Mindter is still dead for 5.
Are they going to risk the 50-50 in this game state? Poby flashed over the wall previously.
The Ziggs hurt so much.
Jump was isolated on the side. Is going to use the satchel to escape. Samdi knocked up. Ooh, big damage come through. Even through the locket as Mainter goes forward on Yopa. Someone needs to peel for Yopa, and the Dragon is falling in the meantime. That's just going to be Soul going over. Slowq trying to get involved. Flashback in from Reledge. It's a disaster for SK, but Schemes is trying to save it as Slowq remains standing. Resurrection coming in, prepping the stun. Ready now to go. Slowq will finally fall. Mainter on the back line, but the Ocean Soul is doing so much work. Wonder finally involved, finally getting active, but it just doesn't mean a damn thing. SK had the position, but they cannot find the fight.
It's so hard for them to fight. They get the Ocean Soul, and with these daytimers, it might seal the deal. Ziggs will be doing his absolute hardest to clear this wave. No Baron on the side of Navi. He might hold the game, but it's definitely not in their favor anymore. Navi with the Soul, they're set to win.
Yopa praying 5 seconds till the Mega Inferno Bomb. Just wants to use it to clear waves. Those pesky minions, the grubs. Even if Navi can't end it here now, 4K gold lead, the Ocean Soul means that any little bit of poke that doesn't finish the kill, now they're going to very quickly heal right back up.
And you already saw it in this previous fight. Look how much the space the tanks are making on the side of Navi. All of these brawls are going to get even better for them with this Soul regen, because all this team comp on SK is Yopa. It's only Yopa. The moment he gets split like this on the side, it doesn't matter. Schemes is trying his best to support him, but the moment the engage fails and the tanks can just cause chaos alongside SK, it's just so damn hard to fight anymore.
Yeah, you can see Yopa didn't really get to do anything in that fight. Mickey hesitating for a moment because he thought they had the angle on Poby, wasn't able to peel. Mainter, of course, with the Pathmaker, so difficult to stop, but SK, if they don't get that picture perfect grouped engage, these fights look awful for them.
It's not easy. It's not easy. And they had that one chance. They might have been the only chance they had with that desync timer on Mindter being dead. But again, it's never over. 1:40. I have seen already a Ziggs miracle. We might see another one.
It is. It could definitely happen. Look, we one of the reasons, although not the most important reason, but one of the reasons that mages feel better in the bot lane is because they get an extra item now if they go bot lane.
No, please don't make me think about the Ziggs with 7 items. Why did you have to do that? Now, why did you have to do that?
There's a QSS, the GA is down, Samdi is a vulnerable boy. Yeah. You get that extra item, that extra AP, mana scaling.
I'm curious, how much AP does the Ziggs have production, if you can, or observers rather? Who are you pinging for that one?
Can we get a little clickies?
A little clicky click.
820, because he just finished his Seraphs.
That's
fine.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That's fine.
All right.
That's okay.
But more kind of wanted 1,000, but he did stop off for a Banshee, so we know we're not going for pure damage here.
Oh, that's fine. I think the psychological damage is already there. If he has 800 or 1,000, it still hurts.
True. And he's about to be printing money on this first strike.
Oh, because he needs more gold.
Yeah, bro, he can buy anvils. Wait, no, you can't. He can buy a pot. One pot.
Hey.
Buy a Zanya's, sell it, buy something else. Get rid of Shadow Flame, buy something else. I don't know, what's the absolute max AP you can buy?
I feel like 1.1k or something like that, I would say. All right. Nashor setup.
Here we are. Tell me about, how do you set up Nashor, though? Let's explain for the people at home.
So what you want to do, well, it depends on from which side you want to know.
Let's
from
say,
SK?
talk to me about the overall. What are we looking at here?
Overall, so you want all of these brushes that the SK is putting vision right now, they're extremely important. The way Banana was extremely important, Banana being this brush over here, the way Banana is extremely important, the Dragon setup is the same. The way it works is you want to use turns. Now, Na'Vi, what they want to do, they want to walk in and they want to push through. Brushes are a resource in League of Legends. Every time they want to go for vision like this,
you have to punish, you have to be ready to fight, SK. Not certain if they want that engage, as Mickey's caught on the wrong side of the wall and Wonder's about to get deleted. Meanwhile, minions are already pushing into the base. The observers highlighting the picture-in-picture. So we didn't get to talk about the setup because the setup's already done, Odo.
So I was shocked because usually what you want to do is throw one rotational spells, get small chunks. You don't want to start the big fight the way SK did, but they just weren't ready for that. Wonder gets caught, Nashor is going down, Skins is already giving it up.
Alpha, Miracle Steal?
Is there no smite up? There is smite up. No, great reminder to go over there, ensuring that everything is safe and sound because they didn't have a ward over the wall. But yeah, this was usually the time for SK to just throw one set of poke. And even though it's the Braum, you want to fall back into this position and fight for it. But now, Na'Vi correctly recognizes that someone is overextending. They full send it, and even though their team comp is a little bit slow, is a little bit tanky, they don't have ways to engage. When you're a tank with Ocean Soul at this point in the game, and this team comp on the side of SK just doesn't have consistent damage to deal with you, your body is an engage. Just throw yourself out there.
It worked incredibly well. Parrot's feeling unkillable with that Unbreakable up. Potentially poor target selection from SK, or maybe just overcommitting. But
or just no target selection, because you can't.
Because you can't. You don't get to choose who the targets are. It's 2 minutes on this Red Bull Baron power play. A minute until Elder spawns. Last time Na'Vi went for this push, it was the miraculous SK comeback.
It's always risky to go for these pushes. Every time you're just conglomerating in one position and there's 5 flashes up on the side of SK, some crazy stuff can happen.
That it can. Mickey, the only person with healing reduction, hilariously. As there's a Hex Flash coming in, but Relux is just going to start the fight on his own terms. He needs to be the engage, he's decided. Goes in, passive fully stacked, ready to go. GA now already going to be procced. Slow Q going to get taken down. Flashes in, looks for a re-engage. Relech versus the world. Zoning away all of SK while his team knocks down the base. It was a back and forth game, but Na'Vi held on to control so beautifully, and now SK have nowhere left to run. The wall to zone them away from their own base. Na'Vi cleaning up the series 2-1.
He saw his backline getting one shot the previous fight. Now he says, I'm the backline, and he just goes all the way in. Incredible stuff from Rilich and everyone from Na'Vi. They should be really, really happy with this one because
it was clean, right? We saw it.
It was also hard. They had great comebacks, but it felt like it was just control. It slipped away at some points, but overall, just good stuff. We saw big improvements from the previous week.
That we did. Vote for your Kia player of the series, Relech, Poby, or Paras. All good options. Side of SK, maybe draft is what they want to talk about. You could see the vision, you could see the fights, but it fell apart a lot in the early game. It felt like Na'Vi were that one step ahead, and it made all the difference.
It was unforgiving. It was unforgiving Team Comp because even though they did do some crazy things with the comebacks, they were great, they had the tools, it's still a bit too much to handle.
That it was. A bow from Na'Vi. It feels like momentum in the right direction. I think I just saw Nature moving over. Where's he going? He's a mystery.
He disappeared.
GG's, bro.
I think we'll find out shortly. Sam D Looking good, playing good, but we're going to send it down to our analyst desk with special guest Maynter. Take it away.
Yay! Congrats on winning
That's
this
a lot
one,
of
Maynter.
enthusiasm.
No. But honestly, no. I was looking at all of you guys bowing on stage. You were the only one happy.
Yeah.
They did not care at all.
I'm happy. Every little victory is good, so why not?
A win is a win. What made it difficult, though?
Yeah.
What made it difficult?
Oh, I don't know. It felt
you
like
gave
just
him a
hard.
flashback.
A lot of champions were like, you know, enemy had like a lot of clear and range, us the same, and we have 0 engage. So it's it was hard to engage and kill them all.
Okay.
So game was super slow.
But how do you make plans in those games? Because you guys had very limited engage. It was basically Relich finds a flash W or you cannot play the team fight. How was the plan making in that situation?
After we lost one fight, we just said like, okay guys, just go like a beef, tank something, like start
Like a
even bad
beef?
fight. Yeah.
Okay.
Like just Xante step up, Braum step up and die. And if fights, like fast fight actually happen, we just win.
Yeah.
So basically we just committed into bad League of Legends, you know, without good macro, without engage, we just step up and force any fight.
Okay. If the enemy doesn't know what you're doing, how could they plan for anything, right? Go back to basic. You talk about going forward. There's a specific play that I want to show you about one of your teammates actually just like jumping head first.
Yeah.
Poby. Let's look at him. That was
I'm gonna base him for...
Start now. J, he's basing for J.
They have full board.
You should take this bush.
Ziggs is here, no flash.
Oh.
Okay, shit now.
Oh, we flash. It's bad.
Not good, not good.
Don't go.
It's okay.
your coach. That is the reaction. That's the reaction that I would expect from you guys. But like,
I'm
you stayed
really
calm
proud.
and collected. Yeah.
This moment is showing a lot. We are growing as a team.
Okay.
No one reacted. First, good sign. Second, he was not afraid.
Yeah.
He's step up in the Giga chat. He ready to flash in to show confidence. So big respect to Poby. And coaches, I mean, they're just doing it for content.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't think they're like mad or something.
No.
So should be okay. I'm proud of this moment, yeah.
Did you think they would manage to turn the play around? Because we watched this backstage. Finn was outraged. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, Poby, what are you doing? And then they still win the fight.
I mean,
4v5.
I've learned to just like, when Baron is started, just enjoy the ride. No matter what team is ahead, no matter what
Close
the
your
goal
eyes
state,
and
just like enjoy the fireworks and just sit back and relax and enjoy. Because you guys did end up winning that fight and kind of coming back after that. But Maynter, I brought you onto this couch because I have a dilemma. I'm playing solo queue right now in Grandmaster Challenger, and every single game there's a support in my lane, minute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
What do I do to not solo lose the game?
Basically, first 30 seconds, you just watch movie. I usually ward first bush, and I just watch. I don't even step up for 3 minions. I just watch. If I don't see enemy support, I just watch.
So I'm just trying to learn what movies are good to watch while you're waiting for the minions
Yeah,
to
you
spawn.
just pray for your support to be like smarter, you know?
Yeah, okay.
It's just unplayable.
Okay, so
I'm stuck in Grandmaster as well.
Okay, I feel you, brother, I feel you.
Finn was, during the pre-show, he was complaining about the meta from a top laner perspective. Does it bother you as well, the state of the game right now?
I think, no. Meta is, I need to be honest, meta is really good. It's just support should be deleted from the top. But a lot of champions, like you can play Vayne, you can play Gnar, you can play Rambo, you can play Xante. Every champion is playable. So I'm pretty happy, yeah. It's not like 2 champions meta and other champions is a bit bad. No, it's good meta.
See, when you're good at the game, you actually like it.
I mean, if you like to play Vayne top, if you're that kind of person, you know, I don't have much to say.
Vayne, Teemo, I enjoy all these champions.
I did play against your Vayne in solo queue, I remember now, quite recently.
Vivid memories coming
wrong
back.
Person to ask about the meta.
Yeah. You said something, we talked about the game, I want to talk about the top laners in the LEC because in a recent interview, I believe it was with Sheep Esports, if I'm not mistaken, you said your top 3 top laners in the LEC from the laning phase. Rating only laning, Naknako, Rooster, Kana, all more dangerous than Broken Blade. I don't want to ask why you don't rate Broken Blade that much, but where do you rank yourself?
Myself?
Yeah.
As a laner?
Yeah.
I need to be honest, I'm not that high pressure laner guy. I would put my name like in the middle after the 3 like 4 guys, yeah.
Okay.
I'm top 4, top 5.
So I'm curious, what does Mainter at its best look like?
Yeah.
Like when you're playing at your absolute best, how does that feel? Probably good, but like, what does it
I
look
want to
like?
believe
Yeah.
that I can choose matchup, and even if I'm not like aggressive laner, like a Kali Rooster monster, I still can pick my matchup and win it, because I watch a lot of VODs, how to play Vayne, even if I'm not Vayne player. I can pick it into Gnar, and that's why some teams are banning Vayne into me as well. So I just try to abuse knowledge more than micro.
You strike me as the guy that watched a lot of Keen VODs.
Yeah, I watch a lot of bots, a lot of macro points. I try to be fast on swaps and all the stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of like Broken Blade, to be honest. I'm trying to be. He's super smart, and his champion pool is much more wider.
I see.
So yeah, that's the biggest difference between me and him. He can pick like a random Kled, Swain, you know.
Well, if you want to run Kled, you have my number. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. Your Kled is goated.
Yay. I mean, something has to be.
Okay, that's just underhanded, okay?
I'll give that to you. You can still play Kled. Finn. I'll give something to you as well. Kia Player of the Series was again Relech.
No way.
Like,
are you
last
shocked?
week,
I'm shocked.
last week your support was complaining about this. Do you feel like he's getting too much attention from the fans?
Yeah, of course, because he's a goat. But what can I say? The guy right now on the race, he's like top 1 of MVP of the year against Caps, like they're perma fighting. So yeah, at this point, I don't want to steal his award, you know. I want to give him space to get MVP. I pick little Xante, I play for him, so yeah.
All right. The vibes are always good at Navi, and that's something that we've noticed as well after game 1. Let's take a listen, because the vibes were Shakira today, I believe.
Die, Eco, Ale, let's go.
Waka,
Samina Sandriwa, it's time for Africa.
Okay, usually Poppy is the star.
Okay.
But today, maybe he was not in the mood, maybe not the best sleep, so we gave him space.
I see. Who's the best singer?
Poppy.
Poppy still?
Yeah, Poppy, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and then other people.
And then the rest of the team.
Yeah.
You're the backup singers, actually.
Yeah, we just
of the team.
follow up.
Amazing, love it. Well, you guys can sing. You guys won the series today, so congratulations on this. Thank you for joining us, Major.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. And we're going to take a short break right now. We'll be right back for the second series of the day. It's going to be MKOI versus GX. Spanish matchup here. So come back.
Look them. Match him. Yeah, double him as well. It's good. On me. Yeah, coming. I killed Nice one.
Back, an excellent wall catches that slow cube, but he looks to turn and burn. Flash engage, kicking things off. His Skeens is now in the midst of 3, but Relech is fully stacked, and there's just not enough damage. A double kill is there, but Yappa is still living. Relech manages to take down another triple kill for the Ziggs. He's been finding kill after kill after kill.
Oh my god. Okay, good job, guys.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight. On the verge of greatness, it's time to lead. They'll feel your name when it's up in lights. You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition, rise above the pain. Rock solid, your conviction. We're here to win, we're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win, we're here to win. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity.
Welcome back to the studio as we're gearing up for a second matchup of the day, the Spanish brawl between Movistar Core and Giant X. And for Movistar Core, it's about going home. It's about the journey to Spain, making it to their road trip is what they're aiming for here in their very own version of the Odyssey. Actually, when you look at what the team has been through so far after casting the curse of Poseidon in Game 1 in Paris, falling against the Cyclops, falling against all the Giants, and starting the season 0-3 here, we were wondering if they were actually going to be able to make it. Last week happened. Last week, I believe the monster bit its own head when you look at Fnatic, honestly. It looked like an easy matchup for them here. And then they almost fell in the whirlpool of shifters, losing one game to them. Today, they're setting sails to the Lestragonians, the Giants, of course. What are we thinking about this matchup? Because if you think about this, both teams dropped a game to shifters, so we should be looking at something pretty even, no?
Yeah, perfectly even matchup, obviously. That's how the law of transitive exchange works. And yeah, I do think coming into this, you have to see MCOY as the favorites. Like, they just, man for man, to me, they are the better team. you still see some foibles and some failures from MKOI, but I think a lot has been built up about the fact they went 0-3 in the first week. I don't think they're the team that will go 0-9 against the rest of the league, right? We've already seen 2 wins. My expectation is that they'll continue to level up and will be in our top 4 by the end of the split.
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I think Giant X is misplaced on this map. I think after today, we're going to see Giant X back over there in Madrid because they are Telemachus, because MKOI is their daddy.
Oh my god!
I
Rewriting history here, yeah.
I think after today we're gonna see where it really stands.
I like your version better than Christopher Nolan's, actually. So yeah, that's the story we're gonna decide to tell today in the LEC. That's all yapping from us here. Back to the casters for the game.
Is Flacca gonna call Super Dad?
Now the question was, is MKOI GX's daddy? But my real question is, are you my daddy?
What? No. What? What?
I was just asking.
No, I'm not, bro.
Oh, okay.
That ages don't add up, bro. You're.
Oh, that's true.
That would be concerning.
Yeah, why did I think about that?
No.
I mean, you know, LEC Summer, a lot of weird stuff is happening. It's fine.
There's a lot to unpack there. Anyway, I don't have a good transition, and the prompter just says ad-lib. So we're going to ad-lib. We have a bit of time until we get into this game. The desk was talking about the MKOI Odyssey. I think, personally, that MKOI Odyssey, if they can win a bot lane one time this season, that's where I'm at, Odo. And that might sound harsh, but Supa has been playing terrible. And look, I bring this up because he's going up against Flacket, Battle of Spanish 80 carries, and I want to see peak European performance.
Yeah,
I want to see a 2v2 to be remembered, Mr. Wamne.
It's about time for Supa to wake up and show us a little bit more dominance in the laning phase, because we have seen time and time again, mid-game, late game, he's still clutch, he's still got what it takes, but in the early stages of the game, especially in this meta where it's just going everywhere, it's going places, he brought out the Akali, he brought out the Victor and all of these shenanigans. I want to see some dominance from him.
I do.
Give me some stonks on the Supa stonk market.
We'll see. Keep an eye on the paternity test, too, to see whose father. Maybe I am Odo's father. That'd be weird. Who knows? Science fiction. Crazy thing.
That wouldn't be too bad.
Like, thank you, Odo. Thank you.
You'll be a good dad.
I would be a grandpa soon. That's crazy, dude.
Whoa! Whoa. Time flies.
Nah, I can't wait. I can't wait to meet my grandchild. I think it's going to be a great time, Odo.
Yup.
We'll see. Very proud of you. Never mind. Sorry. Look, we're just waiting for Big Man. We need something to talk about. It's one of those days where, you know, after the 3rd Red Bull,
you know what I want to talk about?
No disrespect to the product, they don't hit me as hard. So I'm looking for that little something to bring me up.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a saturation there.
I think it'll be the picks and bans, Odo, to bring me back to life here.
I hope so too, because I want to see some spice. I want to see what these teams have been cooking over the week. We already saw GX versus Shifters. We heard from Oscar earlier yesterday. He said that. Well, he didn't say that, but I'm just going to say it for him. If GX just don't play that second game and throw the way they do, they're the best team in the league, and they will make worlds. Because if you think about it...
You said that funny way, but do you mean that? You feel like that was 2 of the cleanest games we've seen?
They have been quite clean. It's just their game 2 was eventful. Let's put it like that. Because these teams, it is very important. This matchup is extremely important. GX versus MKOI. We had this discourse about who's going to be our 3rd best team, who's the team that's going to make 2 worlds. MKOI fumbled a little bit, and with GX taking this gamble with Oscar and Flacket, this is the time to show up and lock in.
Definitely true. Now, the story for GX, we saw pretty disastrous game from Oscar in game 1, but he salvaged it because of the power of the Ornn. Need to see if we can get that peak level kind of Warwick performance we saw in game 3. And the story for MKOI sadly has been the same that it has been many times when MKOI have been struggling. It is a 3-man show. Elyoya, Jojo, and Alvaro. Those are your reliable pieces if you're looking at MKOI. Both Supa and Mirwin have struggled. Now, they've had some good games too, but if we see more of those struggles in the early game, GX looking like a strong enough team.
Are you happy with this? You said you want more from Alvaro and Jojo. Well, you said from everyone else, but now they're just putting themselves in a great position to give you a lot more, because that Shen Nocturne, that's quite spooky.
Do you want to know my full take here?
What about the half take?
I'm very nervous about this because I feel like MKOI are so reliant on early plays, and I mean very, very early plays, pre-6 plays, to take control of the game. That is when I trust them most. That when they lock in Nocturne, even though it is going to be paired with an Orianna most likely, and they're going to get that powerful combo, I get a little bit concerned that they're not going to have enough early game agency to take over, especially when you look at Isma on the opposite side, and he can just kick fights off instantaneously with the J4. Because on paper, Odo, I love it. I like 3-3 champions, but I do think when you look at the nameplates, I feel a little bit nervous when Elioya doesn't have, you know, a Pantheon or a Vi or kind of a J4 of his own, right? Nocturne, a much slower champ.
They're going away from this. Orianna, perhaps no. It's a bait and switch. Orianna is locking in, and I really like that you brought this up about Elioya because he is this very dominant early game jungler. But again, he finds himself in the most comfortable position when he gets to fight a lot. Now, Nocturne, he can invade, he can skirmish, he can clear incredibly fast, but we might need to be seeing more. But at least they cover their bases because going into mid game or even at that level 6 mark when it comes to the grubs, when it comes to the dragon, they already set themselves up for success. And the burden of execution already is on the side of GX. How do you counteract this whole combo? You have the Jarvan, incredibly fast clearer, Cassiopeia, good mid lane matchup into the Orianna, and the Rel still provides additional skirmish value. The Xayah ban coming through from the side of MKOI. Again, we saw it before in the previous series. You want to find more targets for you to just go in and have an easy one-shot and make this whole team comp be extremely telegraphed.
That they do. Ziggs banned away just because you can, you know, spam 1 or 2 cooldowns, stay at arm's reach, kind of forces you to pull the trigger even when you don't want to, or gets a lot of impact without needing to live for too long. Olaf, the takeaways from GX. You mentioned it. We saw this in our first series, Game 1. Paris on the Shen, up against the Rel of Mickey X, was able to find that really creative level 1, really take over early on, and set up his Nocturne for success. See if MKOI are looking to replicate some of that. I imagine they'd be happy to have it, as we've seen Ezreal taken away. So both sides focused on removing the mobile carries. This is a miserable game to play AD carry, I will say. Supa, though, is going to get his hands on the Corki, and Corki has looked really, really strong.
He is so strong. He is so strong now. The lock is being hovered.
Cassio bot, perhaps?
Perhaps. It would make sense because the Corki is already locked in. You can pick the lock at any time, and we already saw it's a good matchup. But do you really want to play that lock when there's a Shen on the enemy team, there is a Nocturne? It doesn't make sense. It's all right into the Nocturne if it does end up going through, because you take away one of the targets from the Nocturne Orianna combo just because you're mobile, but it's just... I'm not sure if I like it. Because in isolation, the matchup is great. Locke should be beating Orianna, but there's just so many factors on the other lanes. There's going to be so much action on this mid lane. There's going to be a Shen ready to roam around the map and make your life miserable from level 1. I'm not sure if it was, but at the same time, it's all right. There's a lot of explosivity a word? No, explosiveness. That's the word on the side of...
Honestly, explosivity might... No, I think it's explosiveness. You're probably right. Whatever. Anyway, there's a lot of explosivity or explosiveness. Maybe a combination of both, depending on which one of those is a real word.
Zahen, that's a lot of volatility in the top lane. I would say in isolation, the Zahen matchup is Zahen doesn't like this matchup. He doesn't like playing into the Renekton just because there's just a lot of fighting, and Renekton thrives in this sort of chaos. So I'm not sure if this was the best answer. You could have picked champions like Gnar, have a little bit of mobility. Jarvan doesn't really get to have a target, but already it's quite even, to be honest. It's one of those drafts when I'm looking at it and I can't really favor everyone because both drafts have such a plethora of tools when it comes to fight. So it's hard. But the one person that I really want to look at, again, as we did in the previous series, is that Shen. Is the Shen and Nocturne going to get the foothold in this early game, or are GX going to weather the storm?
Good thing for us to keep an eye on. Jungle support of MKOI. Can they take over in this early game, accelerate the clock on that Nocturne, find an early lead that they maybe don't expect to have? And on the opposite side for GX, I think it's safe to say that eyes will need to be mid lane. Lock a champion that has, frankly, under-delivered on a lot of those initial expectations and has been nerfed.
Yes, it has been nerfed indeed. But if there is one good matchup for the Lock there around the world, it is the Lock into Orianna. So let's see what these two teams can cook for us today.
The Battle of Spain, the fatherhood battle, which...
The paternity test.
The paternity test. Did the analyst start that, or did we start that? I can't keep track.
I think it was Spain with the whatever his name was, the ancient Greek guy, because I'm not that cultured to know ancient Greek, with Telemakos or whatever his name was.
As long as it wasn't Oedipus, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Here we are, GX. Moving down to the bottom lane. The level 1 was thwarted. GX enough presence of mind to deny the early invade on those Raptors. So that works out nicely for them. And also just a reminder that Mage's bot has been here a lot in this one. LEC leading the world, or close to. These were the stats at the start of the day, so it has changed a bit since our first series, but we're actually the number 2 proponents of this meta. So LCK enthusiasts, you guys have nothing to complain about. That's all I'll say.
I do feel like it's slowly getting away. LEC is going away slowly from these mages. It's still in this trial phase, and what is also in this trial phase is the Shen laning phase, because we saw in the first series he went a completely different route, invading and causing a lot of chaos. But when you do have the Corki Shen versus the Cassiorel, you can look for those fights. But with this trade in the mid lane, this is just a preview of how volatile this matchup will be on the mid. Great dodge of the dissonance.
Yeah, really important. Like that electrocute proc, 2 abilities. Jackie's just re-engages, forces the flash already. Okay, I see why this matchup is pretty good. It's like a Kali, but she gets to play the game at level 2.
It's a Kali with a dash and another dash, and he just gets to dash, and now Isma gets to skip his camps and...
No flash, nowhere for Jojo Pune to go. He's going to be dead. They're going to find the kill. Isma takes it away.
Honestly, that was going to be a solo kill. That's just... Jackie's playing this matchup masterfully well because it's not easy. The great thing he did was he timed that level 2 to happen at the same time with Orianna, which is really, really hard, but he knows his win conditions so well. Isma? He's just everywhere.
That he is.
He's going, man is going places.
And this was a concern for Isma, or for the side of MKOI, is GX are going to have more tools in the early stages of the game. Are you going to be able to find an angle? Thus far, they've been slowed down a bit. The good news for the side of MKOI is that Oscar just ate a random power shot, which does really stop that dive.
The Wave was in an awkward position, and now Jackie's. Tell me what you can do.
Dash out?
He can dash out. He can do that.
Reminder, okay, so if you see Jojo Pune turn invisible, or any champion like turn kind of half invisible, it's not because we've introduced ARAM augments, it's because there's a visual bug with Lock right now. I'm not sure if it's on PR or also in solo queue, but basically he futzes with the visibility a bit whenever those ritual nails connect, so fret not. The players don't see it. It doesn't affect the pro players at all. It's just a spectator bug.
He's just so OP. And you already saw Isma trying to be active. The Wave on the top lane wasn't in the greatest spot, but Elioya gets a great timer here to get some deep vision and maybe perhaps orchestrate and invade onto the Raptors. Isma is forced to sacrifice his jungle tempo because when you play jungle, you usually have a set amount of moves on each clear. Usually it's 1, and we already saw him cash in on mid lane. And then we saw him try to cash in another one on the top lane. So what happens now, he has to skip his blue buff. He needs to go to his Raptors, otherwise his tempo is completely messed up. So he now has to pay for the fact that he took that action, while Elioya, he's free to go around the map. His tempo is fine. He still didn't do his 1 play as a jungler per clear. And he's investigating. He might pick himself up a blue buff.
Really good spot to be. The gold will still favor Isma because he was able to pick up the kill, but ultimately the XP is going to work out nicely for Elia, as well as an additional blue buff. Alvaro moving up into mid lane.
Might be a great time, low price to fight.
Judge back from Jackie's though. Ash in pursuit. That blink, instantaneous. Not really anything you can do to stop him from getting away. But after those first few trades went so well in Jackie's favor, things have calmed down a bit in the mid lane.
I love this for Jojo. He gets to slow down the laning phase so well. He parks this wave in an amazing spot because how easy it is for Orianna to play when the wave is here. Locke cannot extend the trade for Orianna. If you're scared, you just take a step back. The tower is right there, and you get to have the wave on your side. All the fighting in the top lane is not going to amount to much, but it's only going to get more spicy as time goes on.
Very true. Level 6 for Oscar and feels like just infinitely more powerful than the head level 6.
Well, as the time goes on, that Dominus gives you around 800 damage over the course of it, plus 400 HP. So while that just jumps, he just jumps.
And he gets free armor pen.
Does he?
Yeah, he gets free armor pen.
Really?
Yeah, after rank.
I thought that was just Ambessa.
No. Maybe I'm trolling. I just checked his
Well, we will see him jump.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to see him jump. In fact, we're going to see him get spun on.
You can't jump if you're stunned.
Very true.
Great from Isma, to be honest. That's Isma signature, or his playstyle in a nutshell. He is so happy to sacrifice jungle tempo to get everyone on his team ahead and also just disrupt the flow of the game. Because if you can see already, the junglers, that's a 4 camp, 5 camp difference happening, and then will look to catch in on that, but fight in the mid lane.
Jojo Pune taken down to the blink of the eye. That's the power of that upfront burst damage, the reliable CC that Isma brings to the table, and the infinite amounts of take notes emotes.
And even if I was skeptical for the LEC Orianna matchup all over the world, if there's one team crazy enough and consistently good enough or active in the early game, it has to be GX, because Isma likes to skip camps. Jackie's loves to fight, And every time you see that wave not be parked in front of Oriana's tower, she is in danger. Flash still on cooldown. I doubt we're going to see another timer for mid to be getting ganked, but overall, solid punish from the side of GX.
Very true. Lock something maybe MKOI could have considered in their second ban phase, taking out of the equation.
This is just the trade-off of the jungler situation, because Elioya is already level 6, Yzma still needs to catch up, and they will trade all of these early aggression for the dragon, for position on grubs perhaps. It's on... MKOI really needs to get some trades when it comes to the actions we already saw. Merwin fighting.
We're fighting no Dominus, Grim Deliverance. Sorry, no Dominus for Oscar, and Miriam still has the Grim Deliverance, so happy to keep this wave pushed forward. Just opted for Thorn Mail. Opponents at least, to reduce some of that healing. As, look, I think very strong start for GX. I think the biggest struggle is you've done the lock thing early game. Great, love to see it. 1-0-1, a great spot to be. We'll see if he's able to do it again. Misses the second ritual now. Crucially, that's Ashton's pursuit. Dash in, Purgatory on a Jojo looking for the solo kill. They need to get him just a little bit lower. They can put his butt in the box, but they can't finish it. They can't get the damage down. Really good response from Elyoya, but still feels fine for GX because they are able to get that ulti out of Elyoya.
The fact that Jojo gets to live in this one is such a big win for MKOI, because the flash is down from the side of Jackie's, the ultimate is down. He gets to breathe and he gets to live for a little bit, but as you pointed out, the Nocturne ult is out. This was the one big timer that we expected from Elyoya to get MKOI back with a foothold in this early game, to get them a little bit of pressure among the lanes so that they can start stacking up these drakes, going for these objectives, and also transition some pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, and Jojo has held on to his flash, crucially, as has Elyoya. So still some playmaking the next time that ulti comes back up. But Jack is going all in on the Jojo. Jojo that doesn't have flash anymore. That,
the things a man does for a cannon minion.
That is fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, that's how you die in solo queue.
Did he get it? I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the main.
I wasn't sure, to be honest.
Well, if he missed the cannon, that would be highly embarrassing. It did just cost him his flash. His Blacken now going all in onto Supa. Supa waiting on the Valkyrie cooldown, or doesn't quite have enough mana. Has now been forced to flash back. His Blacken is just walking him down in the one. MKOI!
I don't think
Go back to base sooner, dude!
I don't think he had the Valkyrie because he probably used it to clear that minion wave. Rumble ulti on Corki W is just OP like that. And Flag it, presence of mind, great presence of mind to see it happen. I don't even know if he had a ward in the brush. I think he just flashed in because with that ward behind him, this pink ward that you see over here on the mini-map, this told him that there's just nothing happening in the ball lane. He's bracing over there.
And meanwhile, another engage in the mid lane, taking another chunk out of Jojo Fune's health bar. The second that ulti, Purgatory is back up from Jackie's, likely will just go back in for the all-in. And this is an absolute disaster in the early game for MKOI here, Odo.
Yeah, if I'm Jojo and I'm just getting ganked 5 times in 8 minutes and a half, I'm not really smiling. I'm smiling, but I'm not really smiling.
Smiling through the pain.
Yeah. Some of those ones where you say, it's fine, guys, I just tanked 5 of them, and then
you also died in the side lanes.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe next Nocturne.
Maybe next Nocturnal, which is up now. They can go for the combo here. Purgatory goes out. Jack is going to go on. He still gets the kill! He doesn't pick up Jojo Pune's soul, which is now trapped in that tiny box. But that was a bad trade deal.
That's Heavy Lock's dream. That you get to fight for 9 minutes straight, and you get to fight on cooldown. And at GX, again, great early game, setting him up for success.
Look,
Jojo is not having a great time at all.
CS dead even, but in the bottom lane at least. But Flackett was able to find that kill, giving him a small gold advantage. And we know how tanky and how menacing this Cassio is going to get. Supa has swapped into mid lane and will grab a plate. But Isma's already wandering in. Elyoya moving in top side. Pullback is there. Grim Deliverance is there. Oscar trying to get tricky on his escape path, but it's hard to see this one working out as we do have a stand united in the mid lane. Supa will live.
Buying a lot of time.
Renin, a lot of rage stacked up here. Dash over the wall, and he makes it out.
It's so damn difficult for MKOI to find any sort of counterplay because who can you target? The Cassiopeia is strong 1v1. The Locke has been running circles around your Oriana for this whole early game. The Renekton, 1 item up, Black Cleaver up at 10 minutes. If you're Elyoya and you cashed in on all of that tempo from earlier, where can you spend it? Because there's just not much to do.
No, there's not. really frustrating game. And the problem, this is where the problem starts to rear its head. Once you've fallen behind on this Nocturne Orianna, you always have access to that combo, but it often feels like you only really have that combo. You're on that and praying for a nice taunt flash from Alvaro to really kick off these fights. And as you saw there, Oscar's ahead, yeah, but he can just walk away because there's not enough instantaneous damage and there's not enough CC to really allow MKOI to shut him down.
Now the question is, well, this contest will be happening for the Dragon. If I'm MKOI, I'm not sure if I'm strong enough to fight on this. Nocturne ulti up in 3 seconds. He does have the Hex Plate up.
Ulti into the bottom lane, looking to lock up Flacket. The Fear going back. Instantaneous ulti connection to 2 right as the Fear comes through. Well timed by Flacket. Extra movement speed as the Noxious Blast managed to connect. Now he turns his sights to Supa, and it's an excellent engaged follow-up. Purgatory, another soul in the bag. Alvaro going to join him. Jackie's with the double. Absolutely nasty as Flacket takes out Elyoya 2.
And this log is down everywhere. He is running this whole map. Elyoya, this is the one window he has. Cassiopeia without the flash from earlier. Feels like he needs to do it. Wonderful petrifying gaze, stops the play in his tracks, and GX had the inside track from that ever. The lock was moving because he's just there at every single fight. And that Purgatory, oh my lord, he's just collecting kills and stacking up that ultimate endlessly.
You've heard of put the fries in the bag. Now it's put the souls in the bag. And it's looking good for GX. Calm excitement on their face.
I don't see Kyoto happy often, to be honest.
No, he's a very serious man. He's a very stoic, serious man.
Seeing him clap, like full clap,
is good.
What went?
Speaking of full clap, looking to clap.
Will he clap though?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. No play there. Still, Zahed versus next.
Nice try.
The top lane. But almost a 4,000 gold lead.
Hey, I'm just gonna say it, just so we don't say it later. Don't get too excited because we have seen GX do some miracles with this team.
That is true. And it is, I would say, given the amount of souls Locke has, like obviously he's scaling pretty rapidly into this game. That is something they talked about a lot when this champion came out. He really needs to get some of those ulti stacks going. But it's still really hard to execute as you get later in.
It is. It is. It's going to get increasingly difficult. Now, will they run? Well, they're not even going to make...
No, they're just not even going to go for it.
Honestly, I think it's a blessing because he was out of range. Because that Crocodile was going to murder everyone.
I think you're probably right, especially as the rest of the team was already roaming to support.
Yup.
Pull back, good there, Dread return. Still just a top lane fight. Sorry, Odo, your role still...
Hey, it's fun. You get to fight for an hour and then you just press base.
There you go. And then an 80 carry shows up in the lane, or a mage, or support.
Yells at me, go bot, this is my wave.
It's true. Every wave belongs to 80 carries. They're a very entitled group.
You know how hard it is to get 80 carries to learn a new class?
Very. I mean, I think that this entire bot lane thing has been a very clear example of, yeah.
I think it's a big social experiment to see how fast ADCs can learn a new class. Because top laners, they have to learn different
stuff
classes
all the way, yeah.
Well, like MKOI, they're going to learn that they're going to get those soon.
Nice shockwave, gray health. Healing up 400 HP for Jack as he turns back. Once again, going to pull JoJo in, is on another killing spree. Another reset on the Ashes of Pursuit. Dashes in, dashes out, not even. Jun will fall. It's 10-1 in kills.
Yeah, I got nothing. They did learn the lesson. They did learn the lesson. They were going to get dove. The lock 6 kills. I want to keep an eye out on how fast he's going to get that second item. I got baited again by the top lane fight.
Yeah, I know. You want to talk about it. It's okay. You want top lane to be exciting. It's not. It's not going to happen.
It's not.
So, we take a look back at this. It's pretty cut and dry. He pushes his buttons. MKOI don't do enough damage.
That gray held 473. What about like 12 minutes in game, and that heal is pretty big.
But I wish I could say it's because this champion is OP. I do think he's really strong, but he's also just mega fed. And like, we don't often see assassins be this fed in pro, partially because usually the only viable pro assassin is a Kali, and she doesn't do anything until level 6.
But we don't see pros fed like this in pros, log. I mean, we don't see pros get fed very, very often, but we don't see log get fed like this in pro games quite often. So I'm really excited to see, and also a bit tentative, because I'm a bit scared that they won't close this up. But I want to see GX snowball with this lock, because he's already here. He's not going bot. He's not laning anymore. He just wants to complete stacks.
Another soul.
He's everywhere.
In the box. It's Satoru Gojo. It's just the canonical performance here.
6k gold up at minute 15. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's not the Shibuya incident. It's the Berlin incident. We're witnessing it right now. This man is putting people in little tiny boxes and using them to empower his ult. 2,000 gold lead. Holy heck. Odo, I mean, I know what you would say if you were in scrims. You'd say, okay, guys, we're going next. But
no. In Europe, you have this culture of you never FF scrims anymore.
Never FF anymore?
The logic was there was a turning point. There was a big turning point when G2 did the thing where they were leaking, not leaking, but posting the result.
Publicly shaming you guys?
Publicly shaming you for canceling scrims. And also, I am a firm believer that if you end in scrims, you need to feel the pain. You need to suffer through it all.
Yeah,
There's no easy way out. You don't get to say, oh, it hurts too much. Just get me out of this game.
What do you think this is, buddy? Fortnite? We drop again?
Yeah,
no,
you don't. No dropping.
Suffer.
No, just sit there and make me feel pain. I need to feel the consequences of my actions.
Fair enough. MKOI certainly feeling those consequences now as
at
least they get a little chunk of damage, but they just don't really have much agency in this game, similar to our previous series where we saw 2 really one-sided games. The team that has the lead, as long as they're not making big mistakes, can really just set the pace of the game.
There's just so much map that GX can be playing through because let's zoom this up. You have this ball lane being pushed up all the time, and then you had Rel up until here, and you put this vision here. It's so hard for you to play with just any space. All the rotations that you're looking to do between the lanes with MKOI, trying to find this one play that brings you back. LU is not having a great time because there's too much distance to cover. Everything's on fire.
And now, because the game is kind of in the same state, Odo, it's time for a little story time. Let's talk about these top laners. And I know you've been excited. Never mind, no time for stories because it's time to fist fight. Ulti in, flashback is definitely good. Escape, still hoping to be there for Jackies. I don't think they want to extend this play anymore.
I don't think so. And he has a dash again.
Okay, well,
okay, story time.
They got it. Anyway, top lane. I want to remind people about this matchup. Now, if you remember the absolute peak of Oscarin in fandom, it was when he completely Goomba stomped Kana and looked like Thanos. The next day, he played Mirwin, got completely and totally clapped. So I love seeing these 2 guys go head-to-head because it feels like it's vengeance for Oscar on a brand new team and a brand new roster, making up for that big underperformance, that big disappointment after he had such a heroic turn. But you can see these guys have so much history. 45 games played between these individual players. And the match score might favor Mirwin, but the game score, neck and neck. And looks like Oscarin is on a pretty good road to put one more in his column.
He said it best yesterday. This split is a defining one for him.
Oh, match pursuit. Some daggers. Calling in the Shen. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They're just forced back. That is infinite side lane pressure. Never mind. Forget it. We're not allowed to talk about top lane. Jackie wants us to talk about him, Odo, I think.
Yeah. Every time I was about to glaze Oscar, he just wants to steal all that smoke. Like, he's so greedy like that.
He does have a 10-stack Medjai's.
He wants more.
Oh, he absolutely does. And it seems like he's earned it. Oh, you're going to try to scare him away with his Fear Tether. This is a tough... Welcome to casting, Odo. This is a tricky one because it's a 6,000 gold lead.
It's fun to see other people suffer. Usually I was the one suffering all the time when I was playing. You guys used to yap about it. Now I get to see people suffer. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Odo. MKOI certainly are suffering quite a bit. Dash through from Alvaro. Nice play to kick things off. The flash is still available. It gets turned right back around, and once again it's to Jackies in the nick of time. Reset on the Ashen Pursuit. Going right back in, and this time he goes way too far.
Now that's what you deserve for buying Medjai. Get those stacks out of here. Oh, he's still at 8.
Isma? Telling him to take notes. Flash forward. Cataclysm. Flash out from JoJo. Isma's still going. Flag. Drag. Auto attacks. Shield back. That was...
So my question to you is, when you see...
How down bad was that? Very
No, when you see a Jarvan running at you, and he's about to slam Cataclysm on you, is it more painful if he flashes the take notes or if he doesn't?
I think the take notes is always frustrating. I think it's an advanced psychological warfare tactic, like those guys in poker who wear sunglasses or whatever.
Oh, they're so cool.
They're so cool.
Yeah.
You never see what they're thinking. They're stone cold. Isma, you always can see what he's thinking because he spams take notes.
Well, he stopped.
The sad news for MKOI, Odo, is that
he picks up the coin.
Yeah, he picks up. No, he's got to pick up the little container. Otherwise, he can't get the souls.
I ain't gonna call it a coin, even though it's not a coin.
Fair enough. Picks up the coin. He's already got 2,000 of them in his favor over Jojo Pune.
Yup.
And also 9 stacks. Oh my gosh, Blackett is also so far ahead. Really good utility items.
Just so hard. It's just so hard for MKOI to find anything. I'm trying to cook over here. I'm trying to reverse engineer a plan or find someone to go on, but there's just no one to go on.
Look, and I don't want to add to the pile here, but Supa's been having a struggle, and it's hard. It's something that we need to track in the coming games in the series if he can be the hero once again. Because this is a guy whose ceiling we've seen, and the ceiling is damn high. But the average right now, this split, is pretty awful. And this game isn't the redemption performance, and this fight certainly is not either. MKOI felt pressured to walk in, and GX happy to punish.
Listen, GX, I was about to make fun of you for throwing at Nash yet again, but man, that turn was clean.
And this is
everyone was just so coordinated.
Look, if you just get far enough ahead before the Nash Odo, it's kind of impossible to throw at Nash.
Oh, you can never see
yeah,
that trick.
Yeah,
come
on, right?
Come on. It was a nice try, but you
Jackie
cannot
says
see
16 stacks in a Shadow Flame. This is...
I like that he was so fitted he took the detour to buy that mid-dive, but the turn was nice. It's just so easy to play when you have all of this vision because they're walking here. They know the TP is already a bait because they know they want to convert, but the real flash ult into the lock ult.
I mean, they just know that Supa has no flash.
But that's what I wanted to see from GX. That's what I wanted to see because I've seen them throw this situation so many times, but now they started at Nash and they said, when they come, we will fight. And fight they did.
That they did. Fortunately, the fight really bad for MKOI. The game continues to get worse and worse. Cope angle is like 2 items for Aurelia, 2.5 for Supa.
Now that's an angle.
The anti-cope angle is, I think that even if Jackie's hits only a single Q at this point, he can probably 100-0 most people on the map.
Yeah, he's in montage mode over here.
Yeah, because the thing about Assassins in League of Legends is a snowballing game, right? It's like we're not playing Valorant. There's no opportunity for MKOI to like reset the rounds, play on even footing. Like, this guy is just mega fit. Like, you can hand the keyboard to a much worse player than Jackie's, and they'll still kill a lot of people. Because just raw math is just so heavily in his favor.
I would say one of the only good things that is going on for MKOI right now is the fact that the Rel does not have the flash up. Because if the flash should be up, I would say that the lock was about to go in.
You can't even stay under the tier 2.
Yeah, that rule of getting 1 Baron to tier 2s and then whatever, it wouldn't matter.
Sure. I will. The other thing, the downside of this composition, as much as it served GX really well in the early game, is they're very short range.
Yes.
And their siege is terrible.
Yes.
If they're not just going to dive a tower, right?
It's a slow setup because they did this setup to take this Drake, and now I'm expecting them. Well, it looks like Oscar is going to go top, so they will be looking to transition all of this pressure into the enemy top side jungle. What I would expect them to do is they take this entrance, this exit rather, and they go into here, and they want to put vision into here, into this brush over here, and this brush over here, and now you're just playing for these tier 2s.
I like your drawing. Thank you, Odo. All right, let's see if it happens. You were 100% correct on predicting the opening for Jun thus far. Isma as well, so nice read on the map as a whole. Well done, Odo.
Usually what teams do when they have this Nasher, they just identify what they only care about the side they're going to.
Oh, Isma forced to flash out. That was a little bit over-eager, skipping some steps there as his team was not in position to support him.
He was winning too hard. He got distracted by it.
Yep. Blackhead now going to walk up, pop the Crystalline Overgrowth, take a big chunk out of the tower. Dread Return does pull him back.
This is all right. Just let the minions do the work for you. You have low range, but already look at this mid lane. Mid lane is getting progress slowly. The Loki is still winning 1v1 against Orianna. All you need to do is protect this cannon. The minions will be doing the work for you. When you take Baron, there is no reason for you to put in a position where you're in danger. Just let the minions do the work for you. Live in their jungle the way GX is doing right now, and this setup is clean.
Nope. Not paying rent in that jungle either. Just taking camps away, chipping away at resources from MKOI, who at least for now are slowing down the Baron. This tier 2 not going to fall in the duration of the Baron, as the Red Bull Baron power play will fade away. But still a 9,000 gold lead means now that there's 4 members in the top lane, MKOI are going to have to back off.
Choose. That's the problem. When you have that inside line in the jungle, you have to choose on which tower you want to defend. And now they get to defend neither. The Lock took the mid tower as well. They took top tower, 10k gold up, and Lock. I do wonder, before the next objective, will he get another item?
Feels like he probably should. We forgot to log into the spectator client, or we can tell you how much money he has.
Yeah, a lot.
He did go back and build Seekers. But obviously the other component of that is needlessly large rod. I imagine he would have sold the Doran's ring for it, so he might still be a pretty decent.
Nah, players never sell Dorans.
All right, fair enough.
That's the biggest pet peeve with pro players. They will never sell Dorans. Play Dorans ring.
All right, well he has
Scooping board.
He has somewhere between 0 and like
a lot, gazillion.
Yeah, a lot of money. Not enough to actually complete his onions, but something just short of that.
Great map movements from the side of GX. They just kept tempo up now since they got that reset on top lane. This tower might go down. This is one of the ways to fight.
Taunt blast, that's the way they want to fight. Immediately they just pop Jackies. Take a couple pages out of the book. Now Oscar Ridden is going in. Even though the mid laner's dead, they think that they're just stronger, but Flacket has already gotten knocked up. Grim Deliverance in. Going to bring Alvaro into the fight as well. As Miron is forced to flash back, but Supa's isolated away. Jojipun holding on, needs to do a ton of damage. As Oscar Ridden dives in and dives right back out. Mirwan ready to go with the reset. Going to find another shutdown there for Supa. GX overcommitting to the play as Mirwan keeps the passive stacked. And they're going to back off. 2 quick kills picked up by MKOI, and immediately 2,000 of that gold lead just disappears.
And GX get a little bit ahead of themselves. I think they could have won that fight 4v5, but already when the low goes down, all they can think about is let's just not throw anymore. The game is in the back. Let's just stabilize the game. A little bit of an oopsie, but a great job from MKOI to find this angle. Renekton is rotating top. They already think this fight is free. Great taunt flash from Alvaro, and the follow-up is there. Great shutdown. I do wonder who that shutdown went to after this replay, but this was the one time where MKOI had it, and I'm happy they seized it because this was a very, very important kill.
Yeah, taking Locke out of the equation makes the rest of the fight so good. And even if Locke was in a slightly more even position, a really important character to kill early because he gets those resets. So if you start to lose a fight, it's really impossible for you to come back. In the extended play, pretty good. Now Locke is still terrifying. 7 stacks picked up.
The Lord of Locke is overstepping.
He is the Lord of Locke in this game.
Yeah. Look, overstepping and giving 1,000 gold to Jojipun, which is what you want to see if you're an MKOI fan. Looks like Death Cap is on the way.
The Lord is TPing. Here he comes. And everyone
Everyone is running. Alvaro.
There has to be a sacrifice to the Lord.
There it does. 12 kills is the record from Scout so far in Tier 1 play. We'll see if they can get past that record. This is just going to keep hitting Alvaro. He's going to wander in and proc the Crystalline Overgrowth. Okay. Kind of a, you know, if you got to go out, kind of a swaggy little way to go out. So respect to Alvaro there.
MKOI trying to buy a bit of time here, pressuring the Nash so that this Dragon take from the side of GX gets delayed just a little bit. They need to buy as much time for Alvaro to be back on the map, but even then, it's so hard to mount a comeback from this position because it's soul o'clock for GX, and they're about to cash in on it. You know what's scarier than a lock?
A lock with any soul? Cloud Soul?
Cloud Soul is probably the most horrifying one.
That's pretty terrifying. He will just run you down.
Yeah, those resets that slow. And he's zooming.
That's a lot of movement speed. That's a lot of slow reduction.
You know who's also terrifying with Cloud Soul? He's spamming. Take notes.
That is true. He can just stand right on top of your head while he spams.
Take notes at 1,000 MS. That's terrifying.
That is truly horrifying. So the gold lead has shrunk a bit. Soul now in favor of GX shifts things once again heavily in their favor. It already was, but it's a little more heavily. When we eventually see Jackies sell his Medjai's in Shame and or commit to the bit, he's gonna do a lot.
Hold up, look at this flank from Isma, because this is the timer where MKOI he walked over a pink ward, but this was the timer where MKOI were preparing to fight the GX when they were going for this vision, so he was thinking a little bit ahead of the play, going for that, but even a nice pathing to walk in here, and GX, we already saw it in the previous Baron setup, they're getting this vision down, and they're about to replicate the same play we saw before. Start the Baron, have people in good flank positions, just so that you can focus on this engage so much.
Yeah, and again, luxury items are really where this gold lead is going to be felt. Double Zanyas and the GA mean that even if MKOI find that angle with the Nocturne Orianna, it likely won't result in that one shot unless the target has already been CC'd in the case of those 2 Zanyas. So just so difficult for MKOI to find that angle in production. Quickly flying up that little gold graph just to remind us of how dominant of a game this has been.
Oscar face plants into the wall again with Renekton.
A little bit awkward engage now coming in for Flacket off on the side. And the back line is the lock looking for resets. One getting taken down, another one going to come in. Reset on the Ashen Pursuit is there from Jackies as he fishes for one more. He's going to find it. That kill this time going over to Oscar Ridden. Mirwan versus Flacket in the meantime, but it really just does not matter. Double kill there for Oscar Ridden. Jun and Flacket looking to burn through that extra life from Mirwan, and Jackie's moving top lane, ready to end the game.
Jackies were going for that pentacle, and it's just so damn hard for MKOI to walk into here. GX, masterful control of the position. They spread MKOI everywhere. It was, how can you walk into that situation when you're this far behind? GX Great setup around the Nashor, great snowball from the early game from the side of LEC. This is exactly what everyone wants to see when there is a locked in. Just play a lot around your mid lane and just snowball him to oblivion.
And Jackie's now holding the record for most kills in Tier 1 on LEC at 13, passing Scout by 1. An excellent performance. The game began with him and Isma building that lead before spreading their advantage to the rest of the team. An incredible look in Game 1 for GX as MKOI are sent packing back to the drawing board. We're going to see if they can come back in the series.
It was honestly great. They did everything right. They did everything right, but at the same time, it was exactly what you said. MKOI, be a little bit more active in the early game. You cannot just wait and pick these champions and pray for the level 6. Pray that nothing's gonna happen there so that you can start playing the game. But enough of us yapping here over at the desk. We're going over to the other desk where the analysts are gonna pick it up.
Yay, that's us. The other desk.
Is this a desk?
It's not. It's
the desk for ants.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
table setup. Whatever.
Okay.
It was much closer than I thought. No, you know what? It was not even close. I really did think that MKOI would take this one. Looking at the teams, looking at the strength, and especially looking at how GX looked yesterday, despite the fact that they won, but yeah, convincing. And convincing with the approach they came with as well.
I mean...
You're taking notes here, like Isma. What is that about?
I'm taking a lot of notes. I did not think LEC was a champion that worked in pro play.
Okay.
I did not think this champion had the tools to execute a game plan like this.
Understandable.
But turns out, if you play against a team that plays like solo queue, suddenly the champion has a purpose. He has a role. And maybe MKOI is just the team to play LEC against, because, I mean, Jackie's, what a performance on this champion. Making montages left, right, and center.
Yeah, MKOI or SK. We've seen SK are very willing to get down in the dirt in the early game as well. But yeah, incredible stuff from Jackie's. I think they mentioned it a lot on the cast. His laning into the Orianna was super important.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to hit level 2 at the right time, then got the early ganks in from the Jarvan. If you're early in this game, you are screaming at your lanes, saying, please, 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 do not die in the early game.
Good
but
one.
then every lane is getting ahead for Giant.
Yeah, and they just kept dogpiling on Roadtrips in this game, because it started with him forcing the flash, right? And then it's so simple. Isma rolls up, combo with a flash, not even needed flash in the first gank, I think, and he just puts on a show this game. You see the damage that this champion does when he gets ahead. When he gets that early Lich Bane spike, he just starts running away. So much movement speed, so much damage. And yeah, I think Medic said it best. When you're playing a Nocturne, you just want your lanes to be stable. And Elyoya, his laners died 3 times before he even hit level 6.
Yeah, the Magnet Storm Purgatory combination when you are ahead is disgusting.
Nasty.
Like, it's just like, here is a circle. On top of that, lay your circle, please. Oh, we also have a Cataclysm. Another circle. Let's just line them all up on top of each other as Jackie's finishes 13-3, which I believe is the LEC kill record in top tier League of Legends as well, which is incredibly impressive. Ended with 7 stacks on his ultimate.
Yeah.
I will say, LEC did get nerfed and does fall off a cliff as the game goes on. I think Soul Ignition is a slightly broken ability, which is his grey health. So he gets the movement speed, and then when he takes damage, he can just top it all back up. We saw a couple of plays there where it's like, oh, I got hit by a shockwave. Never mind, my health is back to full.
But you know, I would argue that for an assassin to be viable, they need 1 broken defensive ability.
It's true.
Every good assassin has 1 broken defensive ability. You have Nafiri W, Akali Shroud, and I think this was kind of intended for LEC to be LEC's bullshit ability. That's what it is.
Let's be honest. Let's just give Twilight Shroud the ability to dodge towers again. I think we just make all assassins broken. That was a fun mess.
But you need this, I agree, on very slippery champions, I feel like. And I also do feel like this kind of champion suits Jackie's playstyle.
It really does.
Yeah, made for him. I'm just wondering if they can come up with a similar approach, if they want to continue what they did to MKOI in Game 1. Let's take a look at the draft here, because we said at the beginning of the day, I said at the beginning of the day that I really like the meta right now. I love the meta right now for the fact that you can play around flex picks, which is what they came up with here.
I mean, to me, this is straight up disrespect from MKOI.
Okay.
You see the Casio picked, and they don't assume that this Casio can go into Flakked, or they just completely ignore it. Because the Casio was picked first, they picked Orianna on free. You can ban the LEC.
Yeah.
LEC is the second best answer into Rihanna after Akali. Akali is already banned, but you choose to ban the AD carries away. You ban the Saya, you ban the Sigs. They do not think this Casio is going bot lane, and they completely give GX this draft for free.
Which is also a big oversight into Flackett. Flackett has always been a mage player.
Exactly.
Even before we went into mage meta, he was one of those players that would bring out the Syndras, bring out the Seraphines, bring out the Ziggs. So I do think, as you say, MKOI just really messed up this draft.
Yeah.
Allowing the lock through. Now, if MKOI had played safer in the early game, which, again, is the meme, just play safe, right? If they hadn't given all these kills over to Jackie's on the lock, the game plays out very differently. I think their composition then works, but because they were bamboozled a little bit in the draft, and because Giant X were able to get this lead, all of the things that MKOI tried to do in draft just really didn't have a purpose.
I mean, it strikes me as a team that just has to read that Locke is just not a good champion in competitive. And they got proven wrong.
Yeah.
They got a slap across the face, and now they got to pick the pieces up and go into game 2, because I still favor MKOI in this matchup. I said before that MKOI was going to be Giant X's daddies. And
yeah, it's not looking...
it's a tough hill to sit on right now after a game like this.
We need a paternity test.
Yeah.
Let's get the DNA swabs out. Let's find out exactly who
Get Dr. Phil in here as well. Let's make it a thing.
Talking about daddies here, talking about daddies on the casting desk. I'm done. You know what? Let's send it over to break, and let's see if MKOI can come back here in game 2. Great battle. I'm sorry.
This June, two titans clashed in the most prestigious challenge in the LEC. Who am I? Now they are back to decide the best Korean Who Am I player on KC.
I feel like I know.
Get ready for more misunderstandings.
Huh? That means? Say again, please.
Azir.
What is Azir?
What is Azir?
Azir.
Me.
No. What is Azir?
More violent hand rubbing. More allegations.
He's cheating. Cheating. He's cheating.
More trash talk.
간 사람을 다 내려야죠.
간 사람을 내리는 거야?
네, 그 안 간 사람을 남겨놔야죠.
And more speedy headshot flicking.
그러면 저희가 뛰어나다고 생각합니다.
The rematch the entire world has been waiting for. The conclusion to the eternal rivalry.
이 라인업 좀 탄탄해가지고.
Friendship will be ended. Scores will be settled. Knowledge will be tested. Kana versus Yehu.
I know!
Coming to you live tomorrow before Carmine Corp versus Fnatic.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
Can you sing die?
Dale,
Wait.
let's go.
Guys, keep going. Dale, let's go. Woo.
Somebody I used to know. Oh. Just play.
I'm
here, by the way. I'm here. Oh. Don't push it. Can we look here? Can we look here? Nice. Okay, nice. Good job, guys. Nice turns, okay? Very good fights. Good job. Guys, we found... okay, again, it's the same as Shifters. We found mid. This team is lost. Legit lost, okay?
Okay! Spitting facts here.
I mean,
I guess.
It's been a fact since spring.
It
right?
has, yeah.
Target Jojo was a strategy that we saw used a lot in spring, and Jojo, at the moment, not at the same level he was then. So I'm not surprised that Giant X have said, let's try and kill this guy in the mid lane.
I mean, it is easy to target a mid laner when he loses his flash level 2 1v1. I will highlight that. That shouldn't happen, and it will make it a lot easier. Really good job by Giant X this game. But now going into game 2, I'm a little bit more unsure. Can they actually repeat that from last game?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Fool me once, jokes on me, fool me twice. I didn't come prepared.
Yeah.
Like, can they do it again? Can you replicate that? Do you have another game plan? If I'm GX, I mean.
Yeah, if you still have things like the Akali if you want to go assassin mid, right? I think Giant X also can still go team fight. Like we saw them do it yesterday, although not to the best effects against Shifters. So they do still have some other strings to their bow. I think as well, you have to remember the weight of pressure on MKOI. This is their 6th series of the split. They have 3 more series after this. If they lose this, they are 2-4 and they need top 4 to make their roadshow.
Yeah.
They have Na'Vi and SK and Heretics left. Na'Vi and SK don't look like the easiest opponents. Heretics as well, picking up a win against Fnatic yesterday. So there's a lot of weight on MKOI to be winning series like this.
I mean, MKOI losing to Giant X would be a cataclysmic failure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think they really, really need this win. And it starts in the draft, because last game I think draft was a big mess-up for them. And now we're going into the first pick already. Timo will not be the first pick, I'm pretty sure.
I'm thinking Vi.
Yeah,
like, Vi being open here, she's super strong.
Syndra as well is something that comes to mind right now, especially with Orianna and Cassio being out. You can run into the Nivea maybe, but I do like where your head is at. The Vi is nice. Just getting engaged early in the draft frees the other roles up so much.
Yeah, and it worked so well for Isma in game 1, right?
Yeah.
Having the Jarvan, early gank pressure, just gives you so much more skirmishing power, and Giant X have gone down that route. And an immediate answer.
That was fast. Victor will be flex. I think he's going to go mid to Georgian. He looks really comfortable when he has a laning bully, and I think Victor's one of the stronger laners in the lane. Doesn't really transition well into sides, but has a very impressive laning phase. And Elyoya, last game couldn't do much in the early game. Now he's going to be by the boys' side no matter what happens.
Yeah, and it's a guarantee of success when we saw the series they played, especially against Fnatic last week, the fact that Elyoya was all around the map, and that's the kind of champions that he wants to be on to impact all the side lanes. I'm actually happy with the beginning of the draft here. What do we want to see from GX next?
Yeah, we'll see, because the Leona here is just a good pick, but also blocks the Camille. That is up and available. Poppy is banned, Shen was picked game 1, so Camille value just skyrockets. Picking the Leona just to take away from that, and just one of the strongest early game skirmishers. And having the Leona and Vi works in really good tandem, because the Leona kind of secures the early game skirmishes, and the moment Vi gets level 6, they can combo together, but then Vi is just already so happy. I think Talia would be a fantastic pick. It's a pretty difficult matchup into the Victor in isolation, so maybe this could potentially go into the bot lane for Flack.
Ooh, the Viper cosplay.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a possibility. It also does obviously team up well with the Vi. Works well into the Pantheon as well, because when he sheer vaults forward onto you, you just put down the Unraveled Earth, he gets stunned as he tries to jump in, so then you have a little bit more layering of that CC. MKOI giving Super a safe AD carry, also one of his favorites in the Ezreal, makes a lot of sense, and locks that Victor into mid.
Yeah. What I do lack right now for MKOI though is engage. Sure, you have a Pantheon that can jump in, but I really want to see Alvaro on an engaged champion right now. I think a trap that MKOI often falls into when they draft like this is they send Alvaro on an enchanter, like a Karma Hero 4. It's great for the laning phase, but my eyes are on the Nautilus right now, and maybe potentially a Braum or a Khan, just some sort of CC that can link up with Elyoya, because I don't like seeing Alvaro and Karma when Elyoya wants to fight.
I get where you're going with the Rakan. I hate playing Rakan into Talia Leona. It is not fun at all unless you can find good flanks, and then we move into the discussion on, is MKOI's vision control actually good enough to find good flanks on a Rakan? I think the Nautilus does enough, because if the hook lands, the hook still lands even if you're stunned as you go in, and you have the depth charge for slightly more non-committal engage. You can see Giant X also thinking, well, Bard isn't engaged with the Tempered Fate, so they're trying to get rid of some possibilities for Alvaro here.
Ooh, so they're definitely respecting the Oscarin and Warwick here, setting up for an Ambessa potentially. Could pick it early blind, but for now, I would expect to see support bans coming out. Do you really care about the Ambessa blind? I don't think so. I think you can just give it to them, play whatever you want to do with Cassante. It's always a fine option. There's many options. You can go all up as well. It's up and available.
Olaf got banned in the first rotation for MKOI, so...
I'm completely blind.
It happens.
You're correct, but they banned the Karma, which surprises me a little bit, but maybe they just want to secure strong laning matchups so the Vi can get to level 6, because the Karma will make that really hard. Pantheon with the lane pressure of Karma can be a nuisance in her jungle.
Yeah.
And GX clearly doesn't want to deal with that.
Bot side invades can be a bit of a struggle for Giant X if they do give over that Karma.
Do you pick the Ambessa here because you banned Warwick? No one is blinding Warwick, so this really tells me that they want to blind pick their top laner here and keep the Victor flex until last.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. The question now is, do Giant X just go for something that can really harass the Ambessa? You could go Vayne if you really wanted to, if you're Giant X.
You could absolutely go Vayne. It's a fantastic matchup. You have good help there with the Talia coming in case you pick a silent
You've already got your front line locked as well.
It's kind of a check right now. They're basically asking Oscarinian, do you have it? Are you him? Will you just lock in the Vayne and ruin Mirwin's day? Because they don't think he will. Yeah. They're basically calling his bluff right now. You are not a Vayne player. You're not going to pick it. And we'll see if it does. Kai'Sa will be locked in. Makes sense. They have a lot of dive already. Yeah. Who better than to follow a dive than the Kai'Sa?
Yone does a similar thing in terms of following dives as well, obviously with that Fate sealed. Jack's a little bit more of a skill matchup as far as I remember in the top side. Does outscale the Ambessa in the 1v1.
Yeah, a lot of hovers here, but we probably will end on the finishing blow.
Oh, Camille top.
Oh, Camille top. Now
Okay.
that's I forgot this champion.
Wait,
Didn't
Camille
play
top
top lane. Or is it a Leona top lane? No, it was actually Bin that brought this out. When Ambessa came out, he started playing a lot of Camille into it. It's quite a slow champion. Camille, ever since they made the lane wider, struggles to reach those walls with the hook shot.
Your hook shot isn't long enough.
Yeah, your hook shot isn't long enough. And okay, Camille into Ambessa, super volatile. We will have to track this matchup. A lot of resources has to go up there because if you fall behind in this matchup, either it's the Ambessa or the Camille, you're gonna have a bad time. Nautilus locked in for Alvaro. Thank God they picked some engage because I thought that was heading the wrong way for a second there.
Yeah, I mean, you have the follow-up you need. You got the engage now in the likes of Nautilus. Do we like the direction of the draft, though, compared to Game 1 for MKOI?
GX is a
Do you have
bold
hopes
draft.
now?
I have a lot of hope for MKOI. I think this was a really solid draft. Joji Fyun on a winning matchup. Elyoya can help every single lane. Alvaro on engage. I think that is the winning formula for MKOI, and they achieved it.
I think Ginex, on the other hand, still have a composition that works really well. Great dives, a lot of single target burst as well. If Ginex get ahead, we could see a repeat of Game 1.
I see. Now GX took Game 1 here against MKOI. Let's see if MKOI have it in them to sail closer to home here in Game 2. Casters, over to you.
It's a tall task. They got to leave that island where they can just hang out with pretty people all the time, I think. I think that's where they're at Lotus.
You need to get me food.
Yeah, or are they on the Cyclops Island? It's hard for me to keep track. I haven't read the Odyssey since I was a teenager, so.
I never read it. I just like the movie. Everyone's having fun.
Fine, I like that. All right, fair enough. We'll keep the references flowing then. Between the two of us, we have approximate knowledge of many things. GX MKOI headed back to the Rift. Again, really easy execution. I think for both sides, it's more balanced this time, but GX have a lot of really good CC. So like to see that, but need to see Alvaro, Elyoya link up and take over.
I already like this approach. Going for the invade. Ooh, blind hook.
Instantaneous hook. Placket forced to an early barrier. Alvaro taking a big.
They're walking in 3v4.
Isma wandering around. Isma can't decide what side of the wall he wants to be on. That's not going to work. That's flash out from Jun. Good start for MKOI. Elyoya wandering very far forward. Going to lose a little bit of HP.
A little bit more, to be honest. But that was a little bit of a scrappy sequence. It felt like GX was unsure of what the proper reaction was because they were in the 4v3 for a little while, but this has huge implications for the game because there's a map split on the bot lane. The Ezreal and the Nautilus will be getting to skip through this early game where they do get to abuse and punish, but Elyoya opts away from that map split. He wants to go and cross back into his rafters and continue his full sphere. Now, why was this important? Why was this invade important? This invade sets up a way later sequence. When I think about the next 5 minutes, he will get 1k smite first, he will get level 6 first. So even though it's a small invade, it will have huge ramifications later.
It will. So we'll have to keep track of that advantage that they've built themselves. See if GX can find something else they can get to try to fight their way back in. Level 2 favoring the side of MKOI. Jun way too far forward.
Great trading. Abusing the level up timers incredibly well on the side of MKOI. But Flacket has to base, does not have... Wait, that's not Flacket, that is Jun, has to base.
Flacket might also have to base, because he just lost a bunch of life. But Alvaro certainly does as well, so very well controlled.
Did GX not see Elyoya across? Or he's just looping around for a little cheeky gang? That's the Isma in a nutshell. Delays a little bit of time, we saw it in game 1, just wants to get a little bit of action going in the mid lane. But there we go. Elyoya still tempo up, looking to finish his full clear, looking to impact that bot lane, because what happened in that trade in the bot side was that this wave will slowly be pushing in this way. Now, that's coincidentally very, very happy for Elyoya. Ends up and syncs up with his full clear being done. So, a lot of pressure on GX's bot lane because Isma cannot stand here for a very long time after he does his clear.
And we cannot. GX will have to be careful about pushing forward, aware that this is likely going to be where Elyoya has ended his clear, short of some kind of crazy play on the map. So, need to be very careful about stepping forward or getting chunked out. Every little bit of life is going to matter.
And he gets to stand here for a long time. The gank doesn't need to happen right now. He gets to have a timer after the blue buff. he gets to have a timer after the Chrome. And Isma has this uncomfortable position where he needs to try and figure out when is the best time for me to help my bot lane. And it will be now after he's going for these Raptors. Well, Flackhead already basing. He's not enjoying that bot lane situation at all. Honestly, MKOI, this is the early game we wanted to see from them. They are rocking up. They had a plan early game, and they started to become more proactive. This wave state is awful for Flackhead. He's just bleeding minions 24/7. Ezreal is getting a free base. Meanwhile, everyone else on the map is completely happy. This bot lane is the main focus point after this early game.
Really good. And a bounce back that Supa desperately needs, going up against Kai'Sa, a champion that has been so often taken away from him this time around, though. He picked up the Ezreal for himself. It's a comfortable matchup, at least before one item, where Kai'Sa really just gets to start diving on top of you. Elyoya holding on to a small jungle XP lead, keeping our eyes on that level 6.
It's only going to get bigger, to be honest, as the time goes on, because that early game just skyrockets him to having tempo up on every single one of his clears. And Isma keeps doubling down to find more and more plays, tries to find ways to invade the jungle, get a little bit of that lead back into his own hands, but he's just falling further and further behind.
But he is...
You know who's happy from Isma not doing anything?
Jojo?
Yeah. This Victor is having so much fun. Taliyah is just lane locked. 20 CS up against the Taliyah. This is the prime Jojo game.
Yeah.
The game where he just has strong laning phase, strong 1v1, and he gets to abuse from level 1 without any jungle interference.
No jungle interference, no surprise lockpick as Supa takes pretty poor trade. They're not able to proc the plasma stacks, but that one definitely did not work out. Looks like he ate the entirety of the Kai'Sa Q, the Acathian Rain. But thus far, small gold lead for MKOI, a slower game. Compared to the previous game, look, they'll take it. You highlighted it well. Last game was a bit of a disaster.
They want this. They want this slow early game because, again, there's not a lot of proactivity for them before that level 6 mark. The fact that they get to stop GX in their tracks from making this early game a lot more explosive is a big W for MKOI.
Look back connects, but the rocks are a little bit off. So now Jackie's just forced to flash away as he's chased by the Victor ultimate, the Arcane Storm. Elyoya going to continue to walk in just for an extra second as Jackie's will wrap his way back around, but he's just getting so bullied out in this lane. Has at least shrunk the CS deficit a little bit, but will be forced to catch this wave as Jojo Pune just keeps the pressure up.
Isma looping around this mid lane. He's thinking about starting this Drake or at least getting some sort of counterplay for what just happened on the mid lane, but I don't think he's going to find anything. MKOI still has great control over this bot river. Alvaro is just checking to see in case there's any Drake to be done because Elyoya, again, he just needs a little bit more time to put a foothold into this game.
He does. I wonder what the angle is going to be for him to go first. Obviously has pretty good setup in both top lane and in bottom lane. Victor... good follow-up, but not really good setup of his own.
So the way this top lane matchup works, because it's polarizing. There's a Camille. We haven't seen Camille in a while, but in isolation, the Ambessa versus Camille, Ambessa side is happy. She's happy if there is no interference there because it's 1v1. You get to have more range. Great hook shot and trade, but there we go.
It's not a 1v1 because Isma's on the way up. Level 6 is there. Mirwin still has access to the public execution, though, and might just be pulling it out now. Stun does connect on Isma, but not before he can get a little dash away with the ball breaker. So play is just going to fizzle. Elyoya's ult traded for Oscar Reynolds.
That's a big benefit, and that's a big W for GX. The fact that this Pantheon is not there anymore, the fact that his ult is no longer a looming threat above your head for every single trade you do across the map is such a big win, because beforehand, what everyone on GX was thinking was, if I trade, if I fight, there's a Pantheon. Where is Pantheon? Pantheon can be everywhere. But right now, with this ult being down, GX, big sigh of relief. 2 minutes, we get to play everywhere. Let's try to make some stuff happen.
Where will this stuff happen? It would be nice to see a potential grub swap, 30 seconds. Look, there probably will just see a cross map. These teams seem like they don't want to fight.
MKOI is the one team who did bring the grab swap into the meta. If there is one timer to swap for grabs, it is right now after this base. I would think it's especially good because
he's TP top.
Well,
We're not. There's no.
I said that thing. It's not the absolute truth.
I agree. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying, as much as I agree,
it's an interesting dynamic because you have this sort of trade between the dragon and the grubs, and this just shows teams what they prioritize more. Do you want to take this drake stacking, make it win condition by 20 to 23 minutes, or do you want to accelerate the game with the grubs? Well, MKOI decides that they just want to pick Ezreal bot, but they get to still play for this because Alvaro roamed up to the top lane. The top lane has been a big pressure point for MKOI because, again, we saw it in isolation. Ambessa is winning, and you find yourself in this position. Only one grab on the side of GX, but a fight should be starting here. Jojo Build the TPs to mid lane, looks to get some push here soon, but it should be a little bit difficult for him to join, but GX is just out and they have to stand at bay.
Yeah, 2 grubs picked up. They thought they might have a pick onto Alvaro to kick things off, but a good buffer on the hook versus the Unraveled Earth. It does stop him from getting taken out.
Still, a big win for MKOI, training the 2-for-1 without sacrificing any sort of jungle tempo, because more often than not, what ends up happening when you do these trades for grabs, your bot side camps are the ones getting invaded over here, and the fact that Elioya rocked up to Isma, pushed him off the grabs, means that there is no way, or there is no time as well, for Isma to go and invade and get some sort of cross map, some counterplay to get himself back in the game. But as I say that, he did find a way to get back in the game because he's 100 gold up, which is honestly very surprising, but it's also because Elioya didn't waste a lot of time. He moved around to match him for these grabs. He will get that payback now when he farms these both side camps.
Yeah, a small gold lead and experience lead for Isma for now, but things will shift back in Elioya's favor, and ultimately, you highlighted it well, Isma ends up wasting his time because Elioya is able to bully him out now with the Grand Starfall back up and available, so keeping our eyes on that semi-global. Looking out for where he can go. Thus far, though,
the top lane really needs that, but Oscar really needs this help from Isma that is about to come up now because he's just bleeding slowly and the wave state is also not great. Isma has a lot of free time. There's no camps on the map. Jackies is also looking to move here with that mid lane push, and this is what we need to see from GX to manage to find the lead and get some sort of counterplay because there's not much happening, but again, this game state is great for MKOI.
Yeah, and again, I think the counterplay for them is the semi-global from Jackies in the mid lane. I think the Jojo team at the very least can't match, even if Elioya can. So I like the look, Odo, but the look has not really turned into anything else. Just a little cheeky peek up towards the top side.
And here Siri ready to match. He finally done his full clear, and you just can't fight. Once he's there with Alvaro just parked up in the river, you need to find a way to mismatch. You need to find some sort of cross map, but it's a slow bleed from the side of MKOI.
That it is, but I think after the previous game, they're happy to play a little bit more controlled. It was a masterclass in lock from Jackies, from that level 2 trade where he's able to burn the flash from Jojo Pyun into the immediate follow-up for the kill. He was dominating this time around, though. He's on the back foot. Jojo Pyun without a kill, with a 30 CS advantage just in the 1v1. Things looking very good for him. A return to kind of the lane dominance that we know him for.
Now I'm just looking at the setup. Because, come on, okay, you went to the top lane, you had your fun over there, your mid lane is getting pushed. Come on, set that Drake up, MKOI. Give me the typical MKOI experience where we get all of the objectives.
You're so down bad for macro. You're just like, please, one clean setup, one time.
Yes, give me one. Oh, that Dragon started. I'm so happy. Dopamine injected.
That's all you need. GX are late to the play. They can go for a 50-50 if they want, as they now have a control ward in the pit. I assume it spots just the edge of Drake. But they're not going to go for it. They don't want to risk it. And it's just first Drake, so it's not the end of the world. But it's a testament to how in control of this game state MKOI are, that they're up on Grubs and up on Drake. Usually not so easy to get one. Oscar Renan has taken this time to go all in, though. A nice flash to the side on that public execution. Oscar still walking up. Really close fight.
Spooky. The flash was a little bit of a misplay, I might think. It's a nice thing to dodge the public execution, but he lost his kill threat and he couldn't follow up on that kill due to the fact that Merwin still had his own flash out. But we do get to see this side of Camille. We got to the point where Camille is starting to generate pressure for the side of GX, and it's only going to get worse for Ambessa. Better times ahead for the GX.
Very true.
In this game, they have Weather the Storm, and top lane is starting to win. Because that's all I care about, top lane.
I think it's fair. Look, it's nice. We've got a new champion, weird champion showing up in the top lane, you know, Camille.
It's such a dang time where Camille top is the weird one, not Camille support. That's just insane.
It is bizarre that we're seeing a Camille top. Not bizarre that we're seeing Jackies run for his life. Jojo Pyun uses ulti to chunk him out. Doesn't mean he doesn't have to clear the wave, but
At this point, he already has at least one upgrade, so feeling pretty comfortable here. Mid lane quest completed as well. Alvaro stepping pretty far forward, but GX really hesitant to commit to any kind of play here. MKOI don't have the same problem, though, as they go all in. Jun forced to flash away before the follow-up CC from the Victor locks him down, and just going to get the flash out. Easy pickup for MKOI.
It's so hard for them to commit on anything. There's just no good targets over here. While Isma is looking to... He's finally getting angry because he's getting invaded all the time.
Lockup is there. Egg is assault to block all of the initial burst damage, but Flacket is here first. The Killer Instinct looking good as GX pick up first blood and even out the gold.
Great move from Flacket. That's exactly what they needed. He managed to sneak a little window where he was faster than Supa, and that just caught MKOI off guard, because I thought myself, and I'm even outside of this game, that Isma was making a mistake over there. He was having a little bit of an overstep, but Flacket just came from the top rope.
Thought he did. Top wave though, Trinity Force there, and you can see this is the moment where Oscar starts to feel pretty good. Level 11 also to level 10, and now they're going to need to be careful. Alvaro here for the cover. We'll spot out Isma. Really backing away. He able to delete the wave pretty quick.
Great flash
on the way. Great flash from Alvaro, forcing a flash out in response. Oscarinin caught by the public execution. Not quite able to line up the hook shot wall dive. Down he will go. Wants to escape, but there's really just nowhere for him to go. That's the protocol out there. Okay, a few too many misses there on the skill shots, but Mirwin will grab it in the end.
Okay, he got that movement in him. Honestly, the first time I see public execution hit without any sort of setup. So great from Mirwin. He really needed that. But now, as we're shaping up for the next objective, Rift Herald. Isma a little bit overstepping here. He's looking to dive in this situation, but just the threat of Pantheon always being there and the response is just there. Oscar a little bit overstepping, but this kill will give them a little bit of a confidence boost when it comes to this Herald, but ultimately in the landscape of the 1v1 on the top lane, it doesn't really mean much.
Fair enough. Of course, the last time we saw a support play top lane was 2025 LEC Winter Playoffs, so it has been more than a year since we've seen a support play top.
That's such a rage bait. That's such a rage bait.
This is a nice change for League of Legends. I wonder how the people at home feel about this. It's a cool change of pace to see kind of every champion from every lane can really just play anywhere.
I can't believe that we live in that timeline.
I mean, look, it's so weird. She's building Grasp instead of Halo Blades. There's no Sundered Sky first, Odo. I don't know if I like this newfangled Camille top, but it seems like it's kind of playable. I still prefer support, but you know, hey.
Okay, buddy, you had enough fun over there. Camille support was always the superior one. You're about to see some big damage because she's about to be accelerated.
You mean Camille top lane? Camille top lane was always superior? You said Camille support.
Oh my god. I'm cooked. It's fine. It's fine. That was the whole gag.
There you go. Camille top lane. Reminding ourselves what it does. If I remember correctly, it's like 1,500 true damage Q2 procs.
That's a funny way to say Cho'Gath ultimate on a basic ability.
Yeah, Cho'Gath ultimate. That's what we're looking out for. See if Oscarinin gets accelerated at that point. As you highlighted, Odo, the fact that Mirwin gets the kill doesn't matter all too much in the 1v1, as Camille's still just so damn strong. But it might matter if he tries to find his way onto a different target. Both junglers completing their Sundered Skies. One item's kind of across the board. Jackie's forced into a defensive item path, though. Means he lacks a little bit of damage. Might lack a little bit of life here. It's a jungler getting taken down. Isma picked off by MKOI right as the dragon is about to respawn. That's about all you could ask for now. Support versus mid laner. Excuse me, top laner versus mid laner.
And Isma thought it was his time to get control, but a little bit of a sneaky setup from MKOI, skipping waves, rocking up, but this will ultimately lead to this dragon, and this dragon was extremely important for MKOI or for the general economy of the game, because when a team gets 2 Drakes, well, he's outie. When a team gets 2 Drakes, it doesn't... Now see, that's what coming top does. It just makes me lose my thought. But anyway, when a team gets 2 Drakes, it accelerates the game to a big extent. Because if it was a 1-for-1 trade, you get to stall this game for 20 more minutes. But now, you're feeling the pressure. This next Drake is gonna make GX put a lot of emphasis on it.
That it will. We've talked about how impactful Cloud Soul can be. You've got the Nautilus, the Pantheon, all he's doing. Mirwin, he's able to get into that back line. Having that extra movement speed would be a massive. Jojo though, is perhaps overstayed. Did just get his skill upgrade. I don't think it's enough to get him away. The cease and desist, especially when Flacket is there.
He's fine.
Down he goes. And this is the power of the Kaisa Otoame. Is obviously you can just immediately collapse on these side lane plays, and JoJo's life is going to be really hard on the side lane as we get later, because I think Camille can kind of do the same thing on her own.
Yeah, we will see a lot of these as the game goes on, because Oscar will be getting his Ravenous Hydra soon. I believe that's what he's going for, because GX wants to make this game about side lane. You want the... That's the whole team of your team comp. You want the Kaisa, you have the Defy, and you have the Camille, and all you want to do is single someone out. Wow, Alvaro tried to signal Isma out, but a great flash from him to get out of there. But the team comp, they want to signal someone out on the side, and you want to pick them out when everyone is rotating, because you have a lot of lanes from the side of MKOI that are quite slow when it comes to rotate. Jojo will become a weakness, and Merwin will also become a weakness, because all of a sudden you can have 3 people on the screen just appearing, and Eluea's ulti will just not be enough soon.
Yep, and Jojo Pune is finding that out the hard way. Right now it's only 2 people on his screen, but he's already set to fall. Forced to flash over the wall. Decent ulti to get some damage back as Alvaro's now moving in position to try and body block. Knockup is there. Hextech ready to follow. Elyoya over the top. GX thought they had the angle, but they didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Oscarinen now on the way out. Tack sweep for a bit of extra health. Adaptive defense to keep him standing now. Looks for the angle, but the sundering slam from Miro and sends him packing.
Great pick from, or great counter play rather, from the side of MKOI, because this pick was based on the fact that there were just too many people missing. You only try to make this play with only 2 people, you can get shot in the face just like MKOI did. Great response, and GX might be finding themselves in this position where they're losing control of this game. The Camille that we were touting and we're about to set up for success, she's 1.2k gold down. She will not be able to find this sort of pressure in the setting against Nambessa anymore.
Yeah, that's tough. These top laners picking up supports for the first time clearly need a little bit more
time.
time.
Stop it, I hate you, stop. Stop.
Need more time to adjust. It's a brand new play style. It will never not be fun for me. MKOI, as you highlighted it well, Odo, right? Because that play fizzled and they were already at a deficit, they've only dug themselves a deeper hole. The way out that they had were side lane plays, but because that one turns against them, they lose mid tower. They lose top tower. Bot is already gone, and now MKOI have so much room to play with. Yes, we can talk about later in the game, Flakked, you know, is going to be able to fly on top of Supa and probably one-shot him. But we're not at that stage yet, and we're not getting there soon, as Alvaro's already kicking off another fight. The layering of the CC, beautiful. Chained up not to waste any time. Jun could barely push a button. Even with the power of the Protoplasm Harness, he cannot escape.
MKOI setting up everything so well, just the fact that they're so resilient and stable. As time goes on more, we're going to see more and more vision, and we're going to see less and less of these sprays from GX, because the main advantage that GX had up until this point, and why I believe it's going to swing the other way, was the fact that he had a lot of vision control, a lot of vision. Then you were not able to see where these plays are coming from. But as we get more and more gold on the side of MKOI, the team comp from GX is going to become a little bit harder to execute, just from the fact that MKOI will be having so much more information.
Yeah, they will. But GX at least get to fire back and knock in and then knock down a mid lane tower. Now things are at least evened up in terms of the kind of passive vision game. We'll see you can have better setup around. He's Baron on the table. Maybe. It will be soon. 21 minutes. Drake, I think, probably going to be more important, as it would mean soul point for MKOI. GX definitely will need to contest that. You highlighted it well earlier. Because it's not a 1-for-1 split, there's just so much less time for GX to scale in this one. But with Flakked at 2 items, Jackie's approaching as well, you have to imagine that they're at least relatively ready for a fight.
I would say so as well. And this next Drake is important because we find ourselves in a game where both of these Syncons can take Nashor quite fast at this point, even though it's 22 minutes in. The Ezreal Victor will be doing a lot of damage. The Kaisa Camille will be doing a lot of damage as well. So we might be seeing a lot of intricacies when it comes to retaking this area from the side of MKOI, because any of these teams who get here first can also transition to a cross map and threatening that Baron trade. TP coming in though, GX really does not want to give up this position.
MKOI, are they willing to split, threaten the Baron? They are getting caught out though. Alvaro getting lower and lower. The health bar getting shredded. A nice hook to interrupt the dash in. Supa with a massive ulti. And now the Victor all resets are already coming in. GX backing off well. Alvaro low, but it's a man advantage for MKOI. They want to keep the pressure up, keep control of this objective.
It was such an important pick for MKOI. It felt like GX was indecisive. Usually you're not really ready for this support to just walk in so quickly. You're ready for a little bit of a standoff, a little bit of a brawl, where you give a little bit space. But the fact that Alvaro just ran in there and put his body on the table and says, okay, engage on me, everyone is thinking, well, how much can I commit to just the support? He was not supposed to be here. Why was that funny? Why?
Amazing phrase. Putting his body on the table and saying engage on me? Bro, are we writing a fan fiction? Hey, okay. A little steamy. The hook on Oscar Renin, though, I will call out. Great from Alvaro, but also Oscar. Oh my God, bro.
It's just you're not ready.
He's not ready, dude.
A lot of times, you, as a team, you're thinking that, okay, they're going to walk in here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then all of a sudden, the Nautilus is getting one-shot, and you're asking yourself, do I really want to one-shot him?
No, he needs to get on the back line. GX are fully grouped. We talked about them really wanting to play for these side lanes. And if you can't play for side lanes, they at least have to play for flank, Soto. But instead, they're grouping up. They're oogaing. They're boogaing. They're just walking in, and MKOI are more than happy.
Oscar is feeling the pressure here because he's already abandoning the side lane play. He was here for such a long time, being desperate for a play. Now he's taking the walk-off chain to the bot lane. He's not even going for the Hydra. All of his side lane push is just so slow, and it's going to take a lot of time to get these sort of moves from Oscar. If he ever wants to find himself or involve himself in these plays where he can have a lot of impact, he can't really push deep, and he always has to sacrifice CS, so it's always going to be a risk and a trade. Are you sacrificing now to be able to find a way to come back into this game, or are you just buying a little bit more time so you can find a better opportunity later?
Yeah, I don't know. When you talked earlier about it being the Ravenous Hydra, I like that a lot more, right? This is one of the
I don't like this one. But it's also one of those situations where you started building an item when the game was a little bit better, and then you threw a couple of times, and now it just looks like you're trolling your item build. So I've done that many times. It always sucks when it happens, but now you're committed. You're committed to the bit. You're stuck with this, and you have to make the best of it. And it's just overall not a pleasant position to be in as a top laner.
Yep, definitely tough. Tricky position at this point in the game. But
a little scafaffle on the mid lane.
A scafaffle? That's what we're going with?
That sounds like it could work.
That sounds like it could work. You know what? I like this. I like making up new words with you. Jackie's.
Look at Merwin flank coming in, though. He's coming from the side.
Good escape from Jackie's. Not going to get Chris splashed in that one. Is public execution from the side. And down he goes. There's Merwin coming in. Oscar in a much better fight this time around, though, because Supa cannot get away from the Hextech ultimatum. Elyoyo holding on, but it's Merwin just rampaging his way through this fight. A double kill already. Oscar Renin. Next on the list is Elyoyo on a killing spree.
And such a chaotic fight. It felt like GX was finally getting the one they needed, but they just lost track of Merwin. He just came and found a great flank, and let's watch it again. They got Prior on bot, and look at Merwin. He's just sneaking in. There's no vision. They feel like they have a 5v4. They think this is the timer to go. Oscar finally gets into this fight, but the CC with the follow-up public execution, sure, the backline dies. Supa will end up dying, but Merwin, he has been strong this whole game. Jojo is untouched, and you have all these brawlers who love these sort of team fights, these sort of skirmishes. And even though you found the pick on Supa, it doesn't matter. There's just so many more threats on the side of MKOI.
That there are. Merwin now 2,000 individual gold lead. The support tech just really not working out, Odo.
Are you done? Come on, give me one more. One more quick one, and then we can focus.
I guess top laners have been given support. Everyone says support is the easiest role in the game, but when push comes to shove, I don't know, bro.
Okay. Now I feel like you're finally happy. You dunked on top laners for too long.
No, it's fine. Top laners, it's fine. If 80 carries are professional crybabies, top laners are professional victims. So it's fine.
Oh, I'm so good at that. I was such a big victim.
No. And to be fair, your role is pretty miserable in pro play. You have to play tanks. It doesn't seem very fun. You don't get to build AD on Sion like Mr. Babos. You have to just build tank. And
you have to sell yourself very well. You just need to act like a victim so hard that the team is like, come on, give me something else. You can play a support in the top lane.
You can play a support. We'll free you from your chains. MKOI.
The split pushing Victor, now that's...
Jane on GX. And the thing is, we said this might be a weakness, the side lane, but now they're so far ahead that things are feeling pretty good. This is the play they're going for. All ultis burned. Flack immediately flying into Supa. Amazing flick back! 3 members knocked into the rocks by Jackie's. And now GX descend. Make it look easy. Another oh my god! I didn't think it could get better after that lock performance, but those are the 2 most crisp, cleanest little flicks I have ever seen.
I know Jojo was the one in trouble. He was the one isolated on the top lane, but they count numbers. GX counted to 3, saw everyone on the map, and this insane engage on the side. Isma from the Fogoro. Once that ulti has been clicked, there is so much follow-up. Flacket flying in. Talia, the seismic shot. My god, that was sexy, and he's gonna find not just that one. This one as well, sealing the deal, securing them Nasher, and This is what we wanted to see from GX. These sort of angles, but it just came out of thin air. I was about to say
Jack
that.
is just one figure, like, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah! Yeah, he is Faker. That was a Faker-ass moment. Good job, Jackies. That was crazy, dude.
That was a Faker-ass moment.
Jojo Pune has been smashing him all game, but in that one moment, those two flicks, the two seismic shoves, doing so much work, and now it's Baron and a denial of soul. Odo, we're completely even again. It felt like the MKOI victory lap, but now Flacket is super fed.
Damn, I blinked and I missed it. I blinked and now he's 2.4k ahead. 4 items completed. This Kaisa, whenever she joins a fight, it's gonna be a massacre. Oi, oi.
Well, that was the fight where Mirwin wasn't really that involved, and he is still 2,000 gold ahead as well.
Yeah, he is. It's not all done and dusted. It sucks. It sucks to throw that.
We're back to even. Yeah.
It's a big swing in terms of psyche, where you're just a lot more excited to play this game. Hold up. He's getting caught here. No flash.
Lock up. Oh yeah. On the wrong side of town, caught out. The Hextech ultimate making sure they find that initial lockdown. Super now in trouble in force backs. GX.
They're just collapsing. MKOI just find themselves in this position where they were. I don't know how they were not ready for this, because it was quite telegraphed that this play was going to happen in the top lane. But GX, kudos to them. They're finding amazing picks here. The Camille finally coming in clutch. Isma is just everywhere.
GX just, or MKOI, excuse me, just dizzy. It felt like they were just dominating this game. This Camille was completely useless. But even as just an ulti bot, now they're so powerful that if anyone from MKOI missteps, it's so easy for GX to play this out. MKOI not respecting the power of the Baron and the space that GX has taken within their jungle. Now the siege continuing, the 4-1. Oscar set up in the mid lane. GX keeping the pressure forward. And you said it great. I don't know if it was in the early series or the previous game. You don't need to do anything. You just let those minions go to work.
This Baron power play is so accelerated. Not often we see anything above 2,000, 3,000 gold, but this one at 4,000. I was about to say that this Baron won't really give them much, but this pick so deep in the jungle with the Baron up, they secured so much gold. Flag at 3.3k gold up, and just like this, they walk in, they have numbers. They don't need to be scared of anything. Even though they don't see much from the side of MKOI, the fact that they have the numbers, they feel the confidence with this Baron buff that any fight is a good fight. You walk into that fog, you find someone, and you full send it.
Very, very good position now from GX. MKOI, though, taking space, not looking to give it up for free, and this is the story of the game. Look at all of that orange right up against that brand new stack of green. MKOI, the shift in that graph tells the story of a very specific moment, a great play from GX, and a big throw from the side of MKOI. Now MKOI going to need to scrap their way back in. Supa getting locked up. Jackie's over the wall. Supa instantaneously deleted a beautiful solar flare. Mirwin in the back line though, teaming up with Jojo. Jojo going golden. Flacket now set to fall. So much of the gold instantaneously deleted, but MKOI members are falling left and right. Mirwin, Elyoya, Alvaro have to try and make a difference. Jun though, the lock up there. 2 supports versus Mirwin. He doesn't have enough power to take them both on. Elyoya gonna try to turn it back into his favor, but Oscarina just does too much damage. The flash in just to add insult to injury. Elyoya, Aegis Assault. One more comment Spear, holding on for hope. They're gonna leave. They're gonna let him get away. They know a Sundered Skyproc is coming and they don't want to take the risk.
Look at Jackie's in the mid lane.
Hook back in, finds the root. Needs to sidestep the ball breaker. There's no way he can sidestep it. Down he goes. Isma on a rampage.
What can you do as Supa? There's just nothing to do. The moment they appear on your screen, you're just dead. The moment they click their buttons, you're just dead. They're contesting this a little bit too aggressively, but Isma again, great flank on the side. You saw Flacket can just join at any time. Merwin finds great counterplay here, finds access to the backline that overextended trying to kill them, but he just cannot do enough because Jojo is also in the midst of it all. He is caught up in the whole entanglement with Supa and he ends up going down, while Merwin and Elyoya just don't manage to find enough damage, enough space in this fight. It's just all falling apart slowly for MKOI.
That it is. 5,000. Now the gold lead for GX. And the only reason that fight even felt somewhat salvageable is they couldn't quite burst through Jojo. He was able to flash in, get ulti and an E down onto both Jackies and Flacket. But now Flacket has a GA. Defensive items are there.
It's not getting prettier by the moment for MKOI.
No, it is not. Oscar also now at 3 items. It's only going to be more frustrating for Supa and Jojo.
Now I'm happy he didn't go for the Ravnus hideout because he has the full team fight starter pack. No one's going through that Camille anytime soon, to be honest.
You liked fighting him when he didn't have any tenacity.
No, don't know ADCs on mid lane. Please do not do it again. They're coaching on him.
But you're not safe on the mid wave!
believe. Oh, okay. All right. Knock up there. They're hoping to pray to look for an angle. He was just too far forward. And to be fair, I don't know what the safe range is against a Camille Talia. It's probably back in your fountain. And
there is no safety when it comes to these. There's just so much engaged, and this is just the danger of GX's team comp. Once they're in a game state where the gold is even, the tempo is even, it's just absolutely insane. It's so damn easy for them to catch anyone.
Lock up, looking good. Pretty easy finish at this point, but they don't really have the waves there. 30 seconds time to stall. 18 seconds on Supa.
There's no ultimates on the side of GX, so it might be hard.
Mirwin. Georgia's going to try and clear the wave. Side steps on the seismic shove initially, but there's just too much setup.
Gravity
gets to buy a couple extra seconds. Gravity Field gets a little bit of something done, but the towers are falling to pieces. GX!
3 seconds on Supa, though. I don't think it's going to be enough for them to end this
Supa
game.
going in, but the Nexus in the eyes of Flacket and Jackies. They finish it 2-0. From the jaws of defeat, they snatch victory. I am flabbergasted, Odo. I did not think it was possible to come back in that game.
I didn't believe it either, but man, they found such great angles. This is the joy of watching GX, especially now revitalized in the second week. The game 2, they broke the game 2 curse. Game 2, we saw the curse manifest. It was starting to become bad, but they overcame their demons. They found such great engages over and over and time again. It was an absolute joy to watch.
It was, and CC is king in the LEC. Of course, though, we need to reward something. It's Kia player of the series, Jackie's, Flacket, or Jun. All amazing options.
Ooh. I would have to, yeah.
It's probably...
Can you say? Usually you can say. You can.
Jackie's, yeah, whatever. You say whatever you want.
Lord, give it to the Lord. The Lord of Lock.
Lord of Lock, the Flick King. For 30 seconds, he was Faker, and that's enough. That's all it took, and he's talking some kind of something up there because he's throwing his hands up like he's been attacked. I like that. I want to hear what that man has to say at some point.
He did get attacked.
Good day for G. I can't believe it, bro. I thought we were here for all 6 games today. I thought there's no way they don't bounce back after we saw that early game. But across the board, GX, they're shaping up.
I just love they went for engage because you saw what happens. You fall behind, but you have engage. You have ways to come back. If it was that one of those boring, slow enchanter games where you just sit there and then you say we have to engage somehow, and then the Braum has to flash forward and all of that stuff. It was yeah.
Well, the MKOI Odyssey continues as they're once again delayed on their way to Madrid. But a man who was not delayed, a man who had an absolute ton of impact is Isma, and he's sitting by with Lore and Medic and PGX.
Talk about a comeback here. Isma, thank you so much for joining us for PGL.
Thank you for inviting me.
And any first reactions on this game?
I don't know.
Okay.
The game, at some point, they had 3 drakes and it was like 2-6 in kills and it felt really hard to fight. And then we found something on mid, I think on Ezreal or something. And then the game felt so easy. I think our draft, if you can stabilize the game and go even, I think it's just branded. So I'm happy.
It did feel like sort of a synergy in terms of both of your drafts. The first draft, as soon as Lock got ahead, you had Magnet Storm, you had Cataclysm, you had Lock Purgatory.
Just go.
Exactly. And then, as you say, you found, I believe it was a Razorbeak fight, where you Weaver's Wall over, you get a triple seismic shove, and then you win that fight, and you get a second shove as well.
And then after, I felt like the game was so easy to play.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because you did fall massively behind.
Yeah.
How much gold, do you know?
It was about 4K, I want to say.
At least 4K.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a pretty sizable disadvantage, but we'll actually have another look at this play that got you back into the game. What's going through your mind in this moment?
I mean, we have to kind of make a fight when they are split. And we saw the Ezreal alone on mid. And with those comps, we need to not doubt. So I was thinking it's good. And then Jackie's found like 3-man W. And then I guess nice.
I guess nice, yeah.
I mean, it works.
Yeah.
And again, it's an AD carry on mid-wave, getting caught out, as they always do, because they want those extra minions. As a jungler, do you just say, hey, we just have to wait for an AD carry to step up on mid-wave?
I mean, honestly, whoever, I think Victor, even Pantheon, I think whoever was on mid-wave, we will go. And the fact that they were showing, I think they were showing top, they were showing mid, and we saw someone base, so it was really easy to pick him off.
We've talked a lot about MKOI and how it's often about just catch Jojo. Catch Jojo, focus him. How much did you have that in mind coming in today?
I mean, I think Jojo is the core of their team. I think they play a lot around him, like the vision, and I think he's playing really well as well. So, I mean, coming into this series, I always had an eye on mid. I think I did 2 level 3 gank. I think Vi I tried as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I always have an eye on mid. And for example, on the first game, I was doing my clear, and I see that the HP bar on mid is getting lower and lower, and I'm like, if I just come, I kill, no? And I went and I killed, so nice.
And it worked, and it worked, and we can clearly see the improvements on the side of GX. For the first series you played, I think it was against SK last week.
Yeah, it was not too good.
Yeah, it was a bit cringe.
No, it was bad.
You're getting better,
Yeah.
honestly, and I feel like it's always going to take some time, especially when you add 2 new components to the team with Flaken and Oscarinin joining you guys. So tell me about the improvements and including them in the team so far, and how good you look today.
I mean, it's going good. It's different than the last GX and with Lot and Noah.
Yeah.
This is different. It's another style. I mean, as I said previously, I think with Lot and Noah, we kind of reached the cap.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think they are a good player, right? But as a team, I didn't feel like we improved that much, at least compared to Winter or last summer. So, I mean, I like it. It's more fun. I don't know where is our limits yet, you know? So I'm kind of, I mean, we are just trying to improve for now, and hopefully we can make better.
Yeah, you said in an interview actually recently with RFT.GG that you reached the end of a cycle with this team. And it was kind of like one of the surprises when you came back this year. Was like, oh, GX, they decided to stay together. They believe in the project and everything. Why did you think you reached that cap with these specific players maybe, or dynamic as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like since Winter, even as a team, we are not taking that much fun anymore compared to before. And it was like, the day were like the same, honestly. Like coming at the office, it was the same and the same and the same. So we had a talk at the end, and we were like, okay, guys, honestly, I think it's better if we do a new things, you know. And I guess the one that got changed was Top and AD, but I don't think they are like bad players, you know. I think Noah and Lot are good, but I think we just needed something different. And I guess the players that were there were Top and AD, you know. But
all right. I was one of the doubters, honestly.
Yeah, I doubted as well. Like Giotto talked in an interview before the split about how it's a gamble.
Yeah.
Right. You're aiming for worlds and you're trying something new out. And a change of scenery is often really important because you do get stuck in a rut and you don't see your teammates or your own mistakes in the same way when you see them repeated. Is there something that you think Flacket and Oscarinin are bringing to the team that has helped give you a new perspective?
Yeah, I mean, for example, I think Oscar is way more aggressive than Lot was, for the better and for the worse. Like sometimes too much, but honestly, I like it. Lot was more like not passive, but like more control and stuff. And I think Flacket is bringing a lot of consistency, or consistency, I think is the word. Compared to Noah, that was like sometimes really ahead, but sometimes as well on series he will go massively behind. So it's for sure different. As I said previously, I don't know if it's good yet or bad.
Sure.
We are just trying to figure out along the road. You know, it's only been 21 days I think that we are scrimming, so it's not even that much, you know.
It is actually interesting though, because you've said Noah was a bit up and down.
Yeah.
So we replaced him with someone who's a little bit more consistent, which I think we all agree Flack had a very good weak side player, a little bit more consistent generally.
Yeah.
And then Lot was too consistent, so we replaced with someone who's a little bit
exactly.
more up and down.
Yeah,
it's a little.
You try to
it's a
balance the thing
balancing
how you
act.
can.
Yeah. Flacket was actually the key player of the series today. So when we talk about Flacket, we talk about the power that he has in terms of leadership, strong voice for the team, also a bit of a clown.
Yeah.
Tell me about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny to have him in the office, honestly. And we are playing a game before coming on stage, a board game, and it's like he's making everyone laugh, you know. So it's very, I mean, it's very fun to be around him. I think Jack is on Flacket, you know, they are like kind of the clowns of the team.
All right.
So no, I mean, it's really nice. But no, I mean, we need to win now, you know, to make it even funnier.
Le collectif vit bien. Everybody's happy.
Yes,
Everybody's laughing.
Yeah, for now, yes. As long as you win, usually you are happy.
Yeah.
If you start losing, then the guy in front of you starts suddenly not being fun anymore, you know. So for now, it's good.
No tilt. Keep it good for now. Before we talk about the standing schedule and everything, I want to call you out on something. You lied to me, Isma. You said in summer we're gonna choose a new emote. We're gonna stop taking notes. And we're gonna continue a new journey of emoting. So.
Yeah, I kinda like to you then.
Yeah.
Kinda like to you. But I like this emote.
Okay. You want to stick to this one?
I think so.
Gonna keep on taking notes on here.
I think so.
All right.
For now, it works.
For now, it works.
Actually, the first series I lose, I will change them. I will change it.
Is it just it's a muscle memory?
I put it when I kill him or no?
Oh, I hope so.
Let's see.
You put it before you kill him.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of notes. He's taking a lot of
Established
notes.
dominoes. Yeah. Love it.
Have you ever tried the Zach thumbs up emote?
No,
a lot of
not
people
yet.
like that one. Like a
Okay.
little Zach
So
with a
really-
thumbs
yeah.
up. It's quite fun.
Okay.
It's quite
I will try it out. The first series I lose, I will change my emote.
Okay.
Okay. Deal.
I mean, we don't want to throw
I
you
don't
off
hope
your
you're
game,
gonna lose.
though.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to throw you off your game. If take notes is getting you wins,
If
you
it
should
works,
take notes.
yeah,
you know?
and it becomes superstitions maybe at some
True,
point as well.
true,
We want to take a look at the standings maybe to see where we finish the day here so far. It's still a mess at the middle of the standings. You know what? But yeah, GX slowly catching up here.
And all of the teams that didn't play in week one slowly catching up with the
Yeah.
teams that did play in week one's game totals as well, which I think is important. For Movistar Koi, a bit of a struggle now.
Yeah.
2-4, only 3 series left to play to try and get to that 5-4 and hopefully make top 4 to get to Madrid.
Yeah, the Odyssey doesn't look great for them right now.
Yeah.
Not a lot of games left to play. But for the rest of the schedule we have for tomorrow, okay, so they look like one-sided games. Do you see an upset somewhere?
He's playing for Fnatic.
Is SK Vitality...
What?
Upset is playing for
Oh,
Fnatic.
oh my god, okay. No.
Sorry.
Never
Go
mind.
ahead.
don't listen to him. I'm tired,
If
Medic.
SK win into Vitality, is it an upset?
I would say most
yeah?
people would see that as an upset
Yeah?
at the moment.
Then I
Okay.
would say maybe this one, but honestly, I don't like. I see a lot of worlds, but there is not one single that I can see G2 or KC losing.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
Apart from against you,
Of
obviously.
course,
Yeah,
of course. I mean like versus Heretics or Fnatic, you know. I don't think they will lose at all. But I could see SK winning versus Vitality. Honestly, I think SK is playing pretty good right now. They impressed me. I mean, honestly, they impressed me. I think they're playing pretty nice. So well played to them, and I hope it will keep it like that for them. But maybe Navi G2, I could see it because usually like G2 start of the split is like kinda taking it chill.
Always.
You know, like trying some stuff. So maybe this one. But yeah, but I think tomorrow sadly will be hard to have an upset.
It should be pretty one-sided. Very quickly before we round out the show, I want to ask you kind of where you rank Giant X as a team right now. So G2 KC, I think most people accept top 2, right?
Yes.
Where would you put yourself below them at the moment?
Like our standing in the LEC right now.
Would you say we're probably the third best team, we're the fifth best team?
I mean, I think still fourth one, honestly. I mean, I think Koi showed bad today, but I think they still have like better like map understanding, I would say, for now. Hopefully we can get better, right? And I think we will. But for now, I would say still fourth place, you know.
Okay.
I think the top 2 is really a really big step. Like, I actually think KC and G2 are even worldwide. I think they are not bad, you know. Like, so I mean, we are lucky to even have this now, you know. So, but I would say like still fourth, you know. Still fourth. I think we need to still work to get better. For example, I think the drafts today were really good for us, and it was easy. Like even this last game, it was a bit brain dead. So I think we still need to work because, as you say, we are 4K down. I think if you have the opposite comp, I think the game is lose, you know. If you are 4K down, so yeah, I would still say fourth.
It's quite a lot of humility, I will say.
Yeah.
You just beat an MKOI and you're saying, yeah, we're still probably worse than them overall.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I would say that they are better, yes.
Slow and steady. We'll see about this. Final question that I have for you, though, because you talk about top 2. You're going to have KC next week. They are undefeated right now. Do you think that they are the best team in the LEC we have? Where do you rank G2 compared to them? And what do you think makes KC stand above the rest from what we've seen?
This is a hard question. I think, I mean, for me, it's different play style. Like G2 is more like control, and I think they understand the map very well. They move really well around the map. KC is a bit more on the moment, you know, like with the outplay and stuff. And the thing is with KC, even if they are down in goals, I feel like they can always clutch it up in fights, you know. So I think they have this advantage, but I think G2 is a better team if you talk about the map.
Okay.
So it's different, and I mean what we could see lately is that KC is kind of catching up with G2, because at the start it was like a massive G2 favored, you know, and month by month you see that, I mean KC, I think they won their first series or in Madrid, in Paris,
Paris,
In Paris,
versus
yeah.
G2. First series that they won in the year, I think.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe they won one best of one, but we don't care.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see. And honestly, I would say that G2 is still better for now. But yeah, I think KC can catch up, and it will be interesting to see both of those teams.
Yeah, and to see
Yeah.
who can challenge them in the end. Isma, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always
So much.
amazing hearing
Thank
your
you.
insights.
Have a
That's
good
super
night.
cool.
Thank you.
And wait,
you
let me
can-
close the show. It's all good.
I'm going to leave too.
All right, well, you
let's,
can-
come on, Isma, come on, let's go. Let's go, come on. Off we go. Goodbye, Law.
Yes,
Bye.
yeah. See you tomorrow. I love my colleagues and my players. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, 5 p.m. You can just leave Medic, it's fine. 5 p.m. for the beginning of the games. We're gonna have Team Heretics versus G2 and KC versus Fnatic. Until then, have a good night and be kind to each other. Bye-bye.
Dale,
Wait.
let's go.
Guy, keep going. Dale, let's go.
Die, Eco, Ale, let's go.
Waka, Ta mina sandaliwa istället för en fika.
Vad är det som vi gör? Vi kör tight.
I'm looking for them. Buy no flash. Look, no flash.
But it really has just been about jungle and support. Is now trying to force the play in the mid lane, looking to lock up Somdi. Wonder collapsing, and that is at least the pick that they were looking for. SK finding one back.
Good job, guys. Nice. Really good early game. Help it.
I'm ulting them. I'm going up. Ludwig tar det. Rise now, Sam.
Kiki? No.
Look, Alisa.
Very good job.
I'm looking for ball.
Okay, no flash rise.
And the support. Good job. Nash. I'll up in 3.
We got them. No base. Back an excellent wall catch. Does look you, but he looks to turn and burn. Flash engage, kicking things off. His Skeens is now in the midst of 3, but Relech is fully stacked. And there's just not enough damage. A double kill is there, but Yappa is still living. Relech manages to take down another triple kill for the Ziggs. He's been finding kill after kill after kill.
Just play. I'm here, by the way. I'm here. Ho. Can we look here? Can we look here? Late time, I think. Okay, nice. Good job, guys. Nice turns, okay? Very good fights. Good job, guys. We found... okay, again, it's the same as Shifters. We found mid. This team is lost. Legit lost, okay?
Down in response. Oscarinin caught by the public execution. Not quite able to line up the hook shot wall dive. Down he will go.
They're looking. I get all 3, I think. Nice.
Sick.
Nice. There's a TP behind.
Yeah, I'm better from behind.
From lane. We can kill this guy or no? I'm
just gonna...
Go knife into... And don't lose soul.
What are we doing? We doing a... Oh wait, we don't have shoes on.
For the people.
Good job, bro. That's what matters.